1-minute warning. If everybody wants to get their seat, we'll start at 9:30. Okay, 30 seconds. Okay, good morning. We have a full house. I will call the January 18th, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order, and we will start with an invocation and pledge of allegiance. If everybody would like to stand for the invocation and then just remain standing for the pledge, and I will just say, as always, if your faith group would like to take part in the invocation, just send an email to Kay Green, that's Carissa over here, and she will set you up and tell you what needs to be done. Thank you. So first I will call Pastor Mitch Pridgeon of the Crosswalk Church of Daytona Beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we begin this meeting by thanking you for the immeasurable grace that you've extended to us. You've not only made this day, but you've granted us the privilege of serving you in the various capacities we have been assigned. I pray for these council members as they conduct the business of the citizens of our county, that they may do so with wisdom and humility. Let their wisdom rest not in themselves, but in the giver of true wisdom. And all that is accomplished in this chamber today, may your perfect will be done. I not only pray for wisdom, but for this body, but I also pray for integrity and unity as well. Keep each member ever mindful that the decisions they make here today are not merely decisions for the immediate, but for the future as well. Make their time together profitable and rewarding for the citizens they represent and serve. Again, may your blessings truly rest on this council meeting and its members today. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Attention to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Brower.
Here. Okay, we will open our meeting with public participation as we always do, but first I want to bring to your attention, are there students here from the university high school government class? Are they already in here? I don't mean to embarrass you, but would you stand up? This is not embarrassing, is it? I just want to commend you for taking part in looking to the future for your government. We thank you. We welcome you here, and I guess this is an all-day thing for you, isn't it? Not here, but good. Well, thank you. And Donald Soreau, the teacher, is he here? Welcome. Thank you. All right. In order that they signed up, Paul Richardson. And as you come up, you will have 3 minutes, and this is going to be a long day today, so I'm going to hold to the 3 minutes if you don't, so be prepared. Do you see the clock now that it's been moved? It's on there, and it's on the screen.
Okay, I'll
Just so everybody knows, because it's a change. Instead of the little clock down here, it's on the laptop on the podium. It's not?
It will be there as soon as I click start.
Okay.
Okay, again, thank you, council members. My name is Paul Richardson. I'm from DeLand. I'd like to thank you. I hope you had a great Martin Luther King weekend, during your weekend. In that spirit of coming together, again, I would like to re-suggest my 4th of July committee for the 2026 year, where we're celebrating our 250th anniversary for the United States of America for freedom and the Declaration of Independence. We need to show that we as a county can come together, and that's why it's also put in bringing Volusia County together on the comment card, and that's probably what would be the theme of the 4th of July celebration, whether it's fair, parade, wherever the community size. Again, my suggestion would be nonprofit, any profits that any things we take, we donate to charity, and it will be no money from the county government. We'll have to get that from corporations or from donations and such. And again, I'll suggest that the committee be 5 members, in honor of the committee of 5 that originally were set up to write the Declaration of Independence. That includes Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin. And that's my suggestion. Again, like I said, we're overheated here in this country. We've got politics flinging words and accusations around, awful accusations too. But we here at Volusia County can show that we can come together, that we can have a committee that sets up a 4th of July. Other cities and other companies may do what they want. We're not going to interfere with them, but like I said, I think we should set up it now. I know it's 4 years ahead. We should set up it now so that we can have it planned out and coordinated by the time 2026 comes around. Again, like I said, let's come together as a county and do something as a county for our 250th anniversary of freedom, of building a more perfect union, and all that kind of stuff, good stuff. So, like I said, keep it in mind. I would like to see it get done sometime this year, if possible. And I will again apply as anybody else for this committee. I don't know what kind of rules you have to have for the size of the committee, but like I said, 5 is a perfect number. So, anyway, you guys have a good day, a good week, and again, like I said, hope you had a great Martin Luther King weekend.
John Casaburo.
Yes, good morning. I'm here to talk about a potential ban on the use of excessive fireworks in the county around July 4th and New Year's Eve. They're called percussion bombs. They're also known as M80s, cherry bombs, artillery shells, and boomers. And I understand from the Sheriff's Department and the Daytona Beach Police that there's a curfew about fireworks in general on New Year's Eve and July 4th. On the eve, it stops at 12:01. On the day, it stops at 12:01 for both July 4th and for the New Year's. However, each year these boomer fireworks get louder and louder. And people have been complaining in my area. Like Lindley had an accident, one of the kids, I don't know, they called an ambulance. In Daytona Beach, if you got an email from Paul Zimmerman, who represents the Sons of the Beach, he says it's not only a big noise issue that upsets him and his pets and his neighbors, but it's also an environmental issue because the little particles of the plastic get into the sand, get into the water, and they're sure the wildlife and the fish are eating them. So we're not trying to be a Scrooge on the holidays. We want the kids to participate, you know, with firecrackers and Roman candles. They have harmless Chinese bottle rockets, things like this. But these bombs are excessive. And we're asking that there be a ban on the use of these and also to adjust the curfew. Now, I sent a letter out to each council member if they got it, and also Paul Zimmerman sent an email if they got it about the environmental impact. And this is a problem that seems to be getting worse. It can go on for the whole week. And there are some people just don't care that they're keeping you up till 1 or 2 in the morning. They just continue doing it, and if you warn them, they get mad. It wastes a lot of the police time because the police can't really do anything but, you know, chase them away for a while. But if we had an enforcement with a warning rule and then a ticket, I think we could stop the problem that seems to continue to get worse. So it's a safety issue, a noise environmental issue, and an environmental issue on the beach. So I hope that you will consider looking at this problem and voting to ban them. Thank you very much.
Keith Chester?
My name is Keith Chester, and I live in DeLand. At almost every meeting there is someone coming before you to ask for our tax dollars, and you, as a board, commonly give our money away to various groups holding charitable events. And in some cases the county provides duplicate funding to the same organizations through various county programs. I would ask, do you as members of this council know for yourself, and do you think that most in the public are aware of all of the social services programs that are funded entirely or in part with county tax dollars? Do you as members of this council know for yourself, and do you think that most in the public are aware of all of the various programs that provide county tax dollars to outside organizations through all of the various cultural, recreational, and other similar programs? Do any of you know how much funding from the state and federal government is already being spent directly, or as a pass-through, for social services here? Do you think it is fair to take money by force and with the threat of the loss of one struggling family's home and property in order to give to another, not knowing what financial impact you are causing to the family you are taking from? Does raising taxes on hard-working individuals and families make it more difficult for them to purchase homes and to provide for themselves and their families? Can higher taxes push already overly financially burdened families into hardship? The county has many essential needs, and a sales tax increase is already being proposed. Wouldn't it be best practices to utilize all of the funding from the federal government possible on the county's essential needs, thus not burdening the hard-working county taxpayers and future homeowners and renters with the cost of those needs later? As groups come before you asking for our money, please ask yourself, is it the government's responsibility to make our charitable giving decisions for us? Should the government be choosing the winners and losers? As our politicians are making decisions for us, do they consider those of us who are on the fringes between middle class and poverty, the group that tends to pay the most taxes by percent yet reaps the least benefits? The group the government is causing the most harm to through higher taxes? Isn't the best answer to the housing crisis lower taxes and higher wages? Before the county gives anything away to others, shouldn't this council look within the county government to ensure those who serve us are being provided a livable wage and sound benefits, to include all of those paid poverty level wages who are working for contractors who provide ongoing essential services? Shouldn't we be ashamed that we are saving money on the backs of hard-working individuals while at the same time trying to act noble by giving money earned by others away? In closing, respectfully to all who ask the government to make our charitable giving decisions for us while not knowing the impacts it will have, please consider no one has taken your right away to give on your own. Please bring this county government back to focusing on its core mission and stop stealing from one family in order to give to another. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things that were just mentioned. One with the fireworks. 12:01 sounds a little bit too short after midnight for New Year's Eve. 1 o'clock would make sense to me. I live in a tourist area. I get it till 6 o'clock in the morning. I mean, literally on the beach all night long, all right? But I live with the motorcycles. I live with the tourists screaming and yelling. I live with the kids coming out of the bars early in the morning. A few fireworks not gonna kill me, all right? Secondly, there was a thing on the radio about homestead exemption, another $50,000 for police, fire, et cetera. If it comes before you, I hope you say no. I would ask you to ask George how much we lose every time we give another exemption. I get several of them, all right? There comes a point where we have to pay our taxes. I know it's good for them, but they're making a good wage, and it would hurt all of us if we give an additional 50,000 here, 50,000 here. Once you get to $200,000 or $300,000 in exemptions, that's a lot of money. All right, so I ask you to look at it carefully. The other evening I was at a meeting, and one of the members of this board said, do you go everywhere? Do I see you everywhere? And 2 weeks ago someone said, I see you everywhere, all right? But you forget, not only do you see me, I see you all right? And what people in the public don't realize is that you all are everywhere. All right? I see you probably 50 or 60 times a year at different events. They don't see you because they don't go. They go to one event or they go to another event. But I go to many because I like things holistically. I like to see all the questions and answers. But you all are there, and I want the public to know that you are. And it's extremely beneficial to us that you are. Secondly, with regard to the future, I'm asking you to be very, I don't know if we do it or not, holistically think. We talked about land issues last time, remember? What land we're buying for the future, et cetera. We talk about roads, and I've made it more than once. I wanted the LPGA done for years. Thank you, Heather. I want ISB thought of sooner rather than later. But air, water, trees, we have to think holistically. Every time a developer comes in and bulldozes down all those trees, there are all those trees that are not producing oxygen. And eventually that will be a problem. Eventually water will be a problem. It's already in many of the areas of fights. Florida has it with Georgia. Remember, they're taking all the money out of the Apalachicola? That's going to happen here at some point in the future. I'm asking us to address all of these things sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 1, which is our consent agenda, and I would like to pull B and J just for discussion. Anyone else want to pull
Chair, can we take a picture with the future, like we did with the other young people that came? Can we take a picture with the group, the students that came?
Anybody opposed? Did Ben wear a tie today? Yeah. Yes, we can do that. Y'all want to come forward?
afternoon, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gertman. That was a good call. Okay, does anybody else have an item they'd like to pull from the consent agenda for discussion or vote?
Move approval for the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Post. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries 6-0. One out of the room. We'll start with B, and I just wanted to pull this because it's actually one of my favorite programs. It does a tremendous work. I've been to the incubator and met the people, and I just wanted to give staff an opportunity to tell the public a little bit about it. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, County Council, Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Resources. And with me, I have Helga Van Eckert. She is the best in the business as it pertains to economic development, and we're just so happy and pleased to have her in our community. I'm gonna let her speak a little bit more detail in regard to our relationship with UCF and our incubator.
It's more of an introduction than I hoped for. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for bringing it up so that we can chat for a minute about the incubator program. UCF is a very strong partner with the county, and some amazing things are happening at the incubator just in general. But with the Volusia Business Resource Program that we've been implementing, Connie from the incubator has been very engaged, and I think what you're going to see happening over the next year is going to be even better. We looked at the contract. As you know, the amount was $250,000 a year, and we worked with them. They were able to bring their administrative costs down somewhat, so now we have an additional $30,000 from that can be applied to actual programs for our small businesses. So, so we're seeing some really, really great synergies between the groups.
On average, how many young entrepreneurs do you have in this program?
So it varies. It depends on how you look at it. The number that are actually in the facility that have space, you know, is under a dozen. However, the number that we reach through the online applications, through the everyday phone calls and communications, at this point, I don't have that number tracked. That's one of the things that we're going to be looking to do going forward. So we have the metrics on not just those entities that are reaching out to the incubator, but those that reach our department, as well as the chambers and SCORE, so that at the end of the year we'll have a full report for you on changes that we've seen.
Thank you. Some of us were able to attend your 10th year anniversary, and
amazing,
it
right?
was very encouraging to see. You had a woman there with very basic service, but with a great idea, up to very high-tech things. So
there's a real span.
Yeah.
And that's been one of the main changes this past year from UCF is, you know, initially when they came in, the focus really was to try to stay within certain boundaries of assistance. This past year, because of the need with COVID and everything else, we've been able to work with them, and they've expanded their ability to assist as well. We're trying to work now with all of the different economic development partners within the community so that we're not doing redundant services, but that we're doing services that transition smoothly from one to the other, so that we can take the businesses from startup straight through to their growth.
And that's important. Entrepreneurs are very creative, and sometimes you need some counsel on the business end of it.
That's absolutely right.
And you do that really well. So thank you. That's I just wanted to give you an opportunity to give a little advertisement to the.
I appreciate it.
I hope people will take advantage of this.
And they're a great team. The UCF crew are just really amazing to work with. So it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see that I'm up on the screen, but.
Oh, I didn't. The new system.
Yes.
Heather Post, would you like to?
We do, for everyone out in the audience, we have a new computer system that we're working with to try and see. Now when we want to speak up here, we push a button and it shows up here. So we're all trying to get used to it. Thank you. So I wanted to talk about the incubator for just a moment, and I actually have a very heartfelt association with the incubator. When the incubator first came on board and started, I was actually one of its very first small businesses that reached out and was involved. And so going from start to finish, they were tremendously helpful to me, but I have watched them over the last decade really just blossom, and the work that they've done with various businesses has just been amazing. So I can tell you, I was there at the start, and I'm really happy to see what they're doing. So I'm glad to see that we're continuing that partnership. Thank you.
It's if anything, it's getting stronger. Connie is actually the woman who runs the incubator for us through UCF. She is going to start coming to my staff meetings on a monthly basis so that we can just further sync.
Well, I'll tell you, Connie was a dynamo then, and she's
nothing stops her.
She's hitting it out of the park now. So
Yeah.
glad to have her. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Yes.
I'm trying to.
Heather,
There's.
you're Billy.
Yes, that's my name up there.
There it is.
I think it would be really great if maybe at some point we could have one of those businesses come in and just highlight them. You know, it would be kind of fun to hear from some of them, let everybody else hear.
That's a
I
great
know
idea.
you and I both went to the event, and we spoke with each and every person that you had in there that was starting up, and it was so amazing. So I think it would be a lot of fun and very informative to the public if we could start having them come in on occasion. So
Absolutely, we can arrange that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and is Tad in the house? Yes. Just, I'm putting you on the spot, but it's Jay. We just passed. It was a proportionate fair share agreement where we took in $295,227 for a project that's going on in LPGA, which will, and the reason I'm bringing it up is because you hear this all the time in the public. LPGA is already busy, and this will bring more traffic. It's a storage facility, right? So
No, this one is a commercial retail and a bank. So about
Okay.
18,000 square feet of commercial retail and about a 5,000 square foot bank.
any idea yet what the funds will be used for?
We have not specified them to a project, but obviously we just approved the road program priority list, so we will apply them appropriately in order. Dunn Avenue is the highest ranked project in this area, so we will either apply it to that or to something similar if we have a need.
Okay.
So, with the proportionate fair share, what I would say, to a certain extent, an answer to that is that this is a commitment to pay prior to the approval of the site plan. So they haven't paid us this money as yet. So this agreement just says when they get to that stage, they'll pay. So it may take them a year or two, it may take them 3 or 4. So they wouldn't pay until that time. That's why it's a little bit hard to say exactly what we'll use the money for. It just depends on where the needs are at that point in time when the money comes in.
Plenty of needs on LPGA, aren't there?
Yes, sir, in that area.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. Then that takes us to item 2, which is probably why the house is so full today. These are for the 2021 ECHO Grant Awards. And Brad, I'll let you go first, and then I want to have a quick conversation about process here. But if you want to introduce this, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, council members. Brad Burbaugh, Resource Stewardship Director. The item before you this morning is the recommendations from your ECHO Advisory Council, who reviewed 9 applications during this cycle, of which 8 met the threshold of 80 for recommendation to you for approval, totaling a little over $3.8 million. Our guidebook indicates that funds should be allocated throughout the county to provide broad geographic distribution and apportioned appropriately between the E, C, H, and O. As you can see this round, we have 2 environmental projects, 2 historical, and 4 outdoor recreation. We do have one exceptional grant that was being recommended by the committee through a supermajority vote, or 3/4, 7 of the 9 voted to grant exceptional status. What is an exceptional project? It is one of paramount and crucial countywide importance, which provides for receipt of services by significantly large numbers of people in all areas of the county. The council, your committee rather, is recommending that the city of Holly Hill, who's recommending $2.5 million, which is the highest request that you can make under an exceptional grant, with a 1-to-1 match. They're actually bringing a little more than 1-to-1, $3.2 million as their investment in the project. And one of the unique projects that we have is a grant request from the Riverside Conservancy. So in addition to granting public access through our restrictive covenants, we also wanted another layer of protection in terms of the conservation easement, so that when we convert this shoreline from gray infrastructure into a living shoreline, that it will be a living shoreline in perpetuity through the conservation easement. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have. I know there's several grant applicants in the House as well to answer questions about their projects.
Thank you. Fred Lowry?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I noticed of the 9, one of them just missed the threshold. Was that an issue of timing and new CEO and all that coming in? Could you explain that a little bit?
Yes, sir. So there was a YMCA project that received 79.33. In order for the council, in order for your advisory committee to recommend it for you for approval, it needs to score an 80. There were some issues with this grant. There were some concerns by the committee in terms of administrative compliance because the project was rescinded. It didn't meet the timeline that we had given them after an extension. The CEO can speak to that as well, but I know that he has reiterated that he did not know of the project until after he was CEO, and COVID had significantly impacted their operations as well.
There was no major problem with it other than just new CEO coming in, some timing issues and so forth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm ready to make a motion to accept the whole slate. That's all.
Commissioner Lowry makes a motion to accept the whole slate.
I will second
Second
it,
it
but
for discussion.
yeah, I would second it, but I want discussion, please.
So as a point of clarification, including the YMCA as well?
Yeah, all 9.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Brad, we have a lot of people for discussion.
I'm
Are you
done.
still up there?
I'm done.
Okay. Well, this changes it. What I was going to ask you is, I would really prefer to go one by one, because this is a really important function of the council. The ECHO and Volusia Forever were hard fought. It won big, but the public still expects us to be very careful with their money and the way that we spend it. So I kind of prefer to go one by one and talk about the merits of each one. So this makes it more difficult. Barbara Gertman?
Chair, I agree with you. I think it would be good to have each one at least referenced and put on the record to let the public hear for transparency. I also would like to hear from the executive director for YMCA regarding his awareness now and ability to respond to the concerns of the advisory. I respect the advisory's position and, them making their recommendations. I also agree with they were close enough, and that through COVID, I know there could have been some challenges there, but I would like to hear from the executive director to give that understanding and commitment to the council and to the public that they'll be able to get this project completed.
Billy Wheeler?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I was also going to ask to go individually because this is really exciting, this whole slate. I'm so excited about all of them. But I do have to take this time to mention one of them. It's the Veterans Memorial Plaza. I just have to give accolades to Josh Wagner, who was the council member prior to me in that district. And one of his partying things as he left his term, when he was termed out, was that he would raise the $600,000 needed for the Veterans Memorial Plaza. And he completed that mission. I've been working with him somewhat, but he took the reins, and he has been so involved in trying to get that finished, and he himself contributed $100,000 to it. So I just want to give him thanks for his hard work and effort and his passion that he continued to have until the very, very end. So I just had to throw that one out there. Thank you, Josh.
Ben Johnson.
I think when we're dealing with this kind of money and these types of projects, that we need to sit down and hear from them one by one, vote them one at a time.
And Fred Lowry.
My motion in no way precluded that we would not hear from each one. I intended to hear from each one. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to accept the entire slate, though. Okay. I'm going to start. We're going to go one by one. We have some members of the public who would like to speak. Most are for Pictona. One is in general. And I would like to have the general comment made first, if it pleases the council, and then hold the rest of them to when we get to Pictona. Sure. Is that all right with everybody? Okay, then I'll call Keith Chester.
Keith Chester DeLand, Florida. During 2020 and prior to ECHO being added to the 2020 ballot, was a needs assessment conducted with public input that included all of the county's needs and how ECHO funding could best help accommodate those needs. As the public was being asked to vote in favor of ECHO, was the public informed of any of the, as some would call them, bumps in the road that occurred during the previous 20 years, such as incomplete funded projects, projects that had to have their programs' focuses changed, projects that were not in compliance, and projects that had ownership changes? Did the internal audit of the previously funded ECHO projects include program outcomes, access requirements, and other promises made in the various awarded grants? The answer to all is no. While addressing possible significant ECHO program eligibility rule changes that were being considered at a February 18, 2020 ECHO Council workshop scheduled to discuss adding ECHO to the 2020 election cycle, Deb Dennis said, "If we change anything, you are going to lose the support of the voters." Yes, the voters were purposely deceived, and most of the rule changes were implemented after the voters approved ECHO as planned, with few who voted in favor of ECHO even realizing the changes had occurred, with many of the changes now possibly benefiting the Pictona project. Prior to the citizens voting in favor of ECHO and Forever, there were radio advertisements funded by a PAC that said the following: "You can protect our quality of life, vote yes for Volusia Forever and ECHO to protect our water and our natural outdoor spaces, vote yes to protect places to enjoy the arts, culture, and recreation, no new taxes, and full accountability. Volusia Forever and ECHO help our economy and make Volusia County a great place to live, work, and play." Wouldn't that lead most to believe they would be getting all of those wonderful additional things for no additional cost? Shouldn't full accountability include no behind-the-scenes visits and/or contacts by staff, council members, and ECHO committee members with applicants and potential applicants, and public disclosures? Before approving the Pictona project, I would request you to ask, is CRA funding an acceptable form of match funding for ECHO? And was Daytona denied the use of CRA funding as a match for the Peabody project for an ECHO grant? And does Pictona really have county-wide appeal and benefits, or would it be better to have smaller pickleball projects throughout the county? Please slow down and ask the tough questions, and do your homework, and always put your integrity first, and ask yourself, will projects such as Pictona mean much to the next generations if they do not have safe and affordable drinking water, if the waterways and forests are destroyed, and most of the wildlife is extinct? Pictona has received $400,000 from ECHO. Please save our $2.5 million for real needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. County Attorney, I'm gonna ask a question here on Robert's Rules of Order, that the motion was to accept the entire slate, and I need to call a vote on that. I'm going to ask the council to vote no on it so that we can then get a motion for each separate entry here.
I'll withdraw my second, Jeff. I just did the second for discussion specifically so that we could have the discussion.
And this,
I don't know why the vote precludes people being able to speak. You know, we can have discussion that anybody can talk, this public can talk, each individual. The motion was not that we have to vote immediately, so I'm
but
not
the
sure
motion
why.
was
I
that we.
withdraw my second.
The motion was that we accept every one, and I don't know if every council member wants to accept every one.
Okay.
So.
Did we have more than 1 second on that? Or was it just one? I thought I heard two.
I'm showing Miss Wheeler was the second,
Oh,
but
well, never mind then.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, to your question, the way I see it really is whether if you want to proceed with, it sounds like everyone agrees to proceed with the presentations, whether, I think the decision would be whether or not you just want to approve them through one vote versus separate votes.
Yes, and I would prefer that we approve them through separate votes, but the vote on the table, as I understand, is that we approve the entire slate.
I agree with you.
So, let's call that vote, and please, everybody understand, I'm going to vote no on this because I want to hear each one. It doesn't matter that it doesn't mean that I'm voting against any one of these.
I still don't understand why you're pushing a vote now, why we can't hear from the people. Then we may change our mind later on and vote no. I don't understand what the rush is for the vote.
Well, the rush is, there's not a rush, it's just the opposite. I want to take our time, and I wanted to go through each one and let council members ask questions and then vote on that one. So if we get to the end and one council member wants to vote against one of them, they can't. They've got to vote against all of them in order to vote no on one. And I just don't think that's fair to each council member. Isn't that in fact what we're doing?
It would be a motion to approve all,
Yeah,
rather than individually, and you might have public input on the motion as well.
No, all the public input is on just one of the, just on Pictona.
I will withdraw my second. I was there for discussion. So you're saying we're going to vote on each one individually?
Yeah, and I think we can do that quickly. Brad can tell us about each one, and you can make a motion. Somebody can make a motion if they want it approved and second, and then we'll vote on each one, because there may be questions. I know I have some questions as we go along. I think it's our responsibility. So you've withdrawn, we've had both seconds withdrawn. Ben Johnson.
I was just gonna call for the vote to get the first one off but
Right.
the second's been
Isn't there a
withdrawn.
process for the body to withdraw the second? Mr. Attorney?
Unless council wishes to change, we've allowed council members to withdraw
Okay.
a second in the past.
Yeah.
So I think it's
Okay.
I think
That's
it's
fine.
allowable.
We'll hear.
And both seconds have been withdrawn. So we'll start, Brad. According to my list, the city of DeBerry.
Yes, sir. So the city of DeVary is requesting $150,000 in funding. Their total match that they're bringing to the table is a one-for-one, $150,000. A brief overview of their project. First, I should say this is the busiest park in DeBary. It's received several ECHO grants before. It's the construction of an operations center that will include a concession stand, restroom, and storage area and multi-purpose room. For it to be used by the community. It will also provide an additional shade structure. If you've been to the park, in the very back, there's some bleachers along the way. They're going to put a shade structure over that. And I would ask, I think Jason's here from DeBary or someone, if there's questions that they may answer as well.
Heather Post?
Actually, before we dive into all of them at once, I have just an overall question. If you could just tell us how many, just for the public, how many applications did the ECHO committee receive in full, since we're looking at this group here?
So we received 10, and one went back after the technical review upon staff recommendations to bring back in our next cycle, which will start next month. There were just some things that were not there that we needed. So we have 9 that were reviewed, 4 nonprofits, and 5 government partners.
So to be clear, this is all of the applications we are actually looking at and potentially approving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
All 9. Okay, any other questions? Barb Gartman?
I want to make the motion to approve.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, Enterprise Preservation Society.
So Enterprise Preservation Society, they have a historic structure. It is not registered because they actually moved the structure. It only can be registered if it's in its original place. They're requesting $15,750. They're bringing $16,000 in match to the table. And this will essentially be able to preserve that historic structure by partnering with them to fund a new roof. This is a smaller nonprofit who was able to take advantage of some of the rules that we changed through the listening sessions and through the council adopted action.
Barbara Gertman?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And third one, and I think the reason everybody is in this room is for Holly Hills Pictona.
Yes, sir. So the request is for an exceptional project, which, as I said, requires a supermajority of the advisory council to grant exceptional status. And they're requesting $2.5 million. They're bringing $3.3 million to the table as a match. And this would expand the Pictona complex by 24 courts, a championship court, a stadium, and an education and event center for community events.
Heather, you wanted to speak on this item?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I've obviously this is in my district, and in the past, the ECHO, some of the issues that we had with the ECHO that were mentioned earlier were incomplete. The actual projects were incomplete before the time frame that was needed. They weren't in compliance, a number of things like that. And I'd like to point out that this specific project has proven in the past. You have had one project already that was completed well ahead of time, and in speaking with the Holly Hills City Commission and Holly Hills staff, so they've already proven that they are way ahead of the game. They are looking to get to the end game. They're not planning on dragging this stuff out, so I know that that was one concern before. Also, the discussion on the potential for use throughout the county. I can tell you that I have personally run into many people from out of county and even out of country at this facility itself. And there's even talk of bringing the International Pickleball Association to our county because of this facility. So that's, I think, is certainly pertinent. And the fact that they're bringing a larger match to the table. In the past, we haven't routinely seen that. And so the fact that they're willing to provide that match, that has been a struggle, I know, for a lot of different groups in the past. But the fact that they're willing to do that and do it from 2.5, they're actually raising theirs to 3.2 is pretty phenomenal. So I would say when we're looking at the ECHO program, this is definitely one that really fits the bill. And so I am certainly in favor of it as part of the ECHO program. I know there was mention before about the various other parts of ECHO, more of the environmental and the water, and I'm really glad to see we have Riverside Conservancy that's come forward this time. But as I asked earlier, I've asked who are the people who actually put in applications, and so I'm hoping that we can in fact reach out to the community and get more water and various other environmental and ECHO representative projects that we can push forward. But at this point, this project and the people who are doing it are proven. Holly Hill has done a phenomenal job of partnering with them, and so I'm absolutely in agreement. But just wanted to make sure, I'm sure that somebody will point out all of those, but I wanted everyone to be thoroughly clear on those points, so thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement with Member Post that this project has demonstrated their ability to be a great model for the community. I like what it's doing for Holly Hill. I think it's part of a resurgence and just a re-envisioning of Holly Hill. And I think those types of investments are what we need in our communities. So for me, I'd like to make the motion. I know there's lots of people who want to speak, but I certainly would make that motion.
I'll second the motion.
And obviously I'm in favor since it's in my district. Yeah.
So Gertman makes the motion to approve. Wheeler seconds it. I'm going to call the members of the public. There's only 3, but they came here to be heard, and I'd like to give them that opportunity before we vote. And then I have some questions for Brad. We'll start with Edward. Is it Grief? Graff. Is he here?
He's coming.
He is here.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Edward Greth. I refer to myself as Mr. Ed to help my new friends and acquaintances remember my name. If this were an AA meeting, I suppose I would have to admit I am a pickleball, not only a fanatic, but an addict, because I eat, sleep, and play pickleball every day. As a resident of Pennsylvania and a recent widower, I was eager to escape the cold and loneliness of winter that I experienced in 2020 in the Northeast. So I asked around to my pickleball friends back home, where they were seeking their solace during the dreary months. And while some were drawn to Naples, Venice, Bradenton, Delray, or Vero Beach, a gal mentioned to me Ormond Beach and the particular pickleball facility she endorsed. It was called Pictona. Well, long story condensed, I found a bungalow in Ormond Beach for me and my dog. We arrived about 2 weeks ago, and I've been at Pictona just about every day, sometimes twice a day. I will be here for 4 months, so I suppose I am officially a snowbird. While here, I hope to make many new friends, and the addition of 25 new courts can only accelerate that possibility. While here, not only am I spending my dollars at your gas stations, Wawa's, convenience stores, and also partaking of your restaurants, church services, public shops, I have also recently purchased tickets to 4 shows at the Ormond Beach Performing Arts Center. The draw for me was Pictona. I am so happy my friends suggested this place, And with the possibility of its expansion, I couldn't think of any other area I'd rather spend my time. And I just want to add that I know I'm an outsider, and I don't want to tell you people how to spend your money, but this was the draw that brought me here, and who knows, someday I might be a resident here. So, thank you.
Okay, I think I'm reading Dave Heinzel. And if it's not, you can correct me on your last name when you get up.
Mr. Chair, I might tell Mr. Ed, only people over the age of 55 understand that name.
Which is the age group of the most popular pickleball
Yeah,
players.
exactly.
And
my name is Dave Hines. I live here in DeLand. I'm a full-time pickleball instructor, have been for a number of years, have taught all over the country. I could go on for quite some time about this amazing facility, but I'm here specifically to address my clientele that represent most of the venues that I teach at all over the county. My clients dream of going to Pictona as beginners. They're like, I want to go there and play. I want to partake of their programs, their instruction, the many things that they have going on there. Last night I tried to pull together a game of advanced players here in DeLand. No, we've got our ladder matches at Pictona, you know, and so it is a facility that addresses the pickleball needs of the county and well beyond. But I personally witness this every day as people say, well, should we have our lesson at New Smyrna or should we go to Pictona? Or, you know, it is a widely used, very professionally run facility that addresses the pickleball needs of this county and well beyond. So I'm grateful to have it in our community, and I'd appreciate your support, and thank you guys for everything that you do.
okay, and the last one is a bit of a surprise. It's Chris Fia. And you're taking a timeout? Hold on one second, Mayor.
Yes. Surprise, surprise.
Are we good to go?
Recording issues.
Record you.
Hey, Daryl. It's recording at low sound levels, even though it shouldn't be.
How loud do I have to speak? Is this good?
No.
Okay.
Stand by. We'll come out and take a look.
The clock started, right?
Yeah, do I still get my 3 minutes?
You're about to get the man from behind the curtain.
This would be a really good time if I was a comedian and tell some jokes, but alas, I'm a politician and don't know too many jokes.
Well, you do have children.
I do. I have beautiful children.
New technology.
Mr. Chair, just to throw in something that's nothing to do with the vote, but I will say in the Shores, we started pickleball, and we were one of the first cities while I was still a commissioner. And my instructor is sitting right there. And I was elected, and I haven't played since. But when I retire, instead of going to Disneyland, I'm going to Pictona.
The check is in the mail.
You'll be joining Mayor Russ Owen. Mayor Russ Owen from New Smyrna Beach comes to Holly Hill. Pictona plays 4 or 5 times a week. So.
Right. We have a date after she retires.
We should put together an elected officials tournament.
Mr. Brower, we should be good to go now.
Okay.
All right. So I will begin. My name is Chris Villa. I'm the mayor of Holly Hill. Surprise, surprise. I just want to thank you all so much for taking a look at this. I want to take a moment to also thank the ECHO board members for their thoughtful approach and how much they went through the information and for deciding to support this project. I'm here supporting this project on behalf of our city commission, who is here with us today. We have Commissioner John Penny, Commissioner John Danio, and Commissioner Penny Curry here with us. And I want to get up because we don't get to come before you a lot here. Holly Hill doesn't come asking for much, but this project well extends outside of our boundaries across the county. And I can't tell you the amount of conversations I have every single day with people throughout the county, not from our own city, that tells me the benefits of it, the health and wellness benefits. But the other thing I wanted to point it out too, that was pointed out earlier, is the cultural and community events that will be held here. This is not just an amphitheater for concerts. This is also a place for art festivals and for the community to meet, for graduations, for all sorts of different events. And so we're very excited about this project. It's already shown to be a success at this point, and doubling this facility will only make it greater into a world-class facility. And there's plans to host national tournaments here, even international tournaments that will be broadcast someday on CBS and ESPN, because they're already showing Pictona across the U.S. So this is an opportunity to put Volusia County on the map, Holly Hill on the map. You have partnered with us before with your ECHO grant, and I ask you to continue that support, and I humbly ask that you support this project, and I thank you very much for your consideration.
I think they like you. Brad, are you still down there?
Sir.
I have some questions for you, and let me tell you where I'm going, why I'm doing this. Heather's already spoken about some of the questions that council is receiving. I've received a lot of questions, and the perception by some of the public is that Holly Hill was given preferential treatment, that we're not holding them to the same standards that we have held other applicants to. And so we need to talk about that. I want the public to understand where we are, what we've done, because that can't be. We have to treat everybody fairly. This is ECHO and Volusia Forever they're taking money from the public, and we have strict rules of how that money is supposed to be given out. So first, I want to say that I consider Chris Villa a friend. Mayor Villa has not spoken to me about this at all. He's not lobbied me. So there was no collusion. But some of the I want to go through some of the things that the public is concerned about, and I think it deserves an answer. On a letter from the city of Holly Hill, it says that the part of the match, the $1 million match of unencumbered cash, is from community redevelopment funds. Is that CRA money?
Yes, sir.
It was Daytona Beach told they could not use Daytona CRA money?
I'm unfamiliar with the history on the Daytona Beach project.
For the Peabody?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know?
I do not.
Does anybody know?
What year was the project?
I think it was 2012, but I could be wrong.
I mean, we're 10 years later. We're in the new
right.
We're in a new
but
time
it's
with
but
new
it's the same
criteria.
rules, and the public is concerned that Holly Hill's held to a different standard than Daytona Beach was. So I don't think that rule was changed. That there was the city of Daytona was denied, and so they had to prove that they weren't using it. How much public money has already gone into Pictona?
So I can only speak from the ECHO portion. So they received a $400,000 grant in the last iteration of ECHO for Pictona Phase 1.
Okay. And the CRA money, which appears to the public, and personally I think rightly so, that we're using tax dollars that we already have taken from the public to qualify for more tax dollars to get from the public. That's why some of the public is stumbling over this. What was the deadline for the applications?
The deadline for the application, I don't have that date in front of me, but
It was not September 30th?
yes, I believe so.
Okay.
For the technical review, that is correct.
The letters of support from the various cities came October 13th to October 20th. That's the date of all of them, past the deadline. Is that problematic?
So we actually encourage folks to make changes. So we have two phases of review by staff. First is the technical review, where I addressed Ms. Post that we had one application. We gave them feedback that we did not feel it would make it. Based on this exceptional grant project, the staff feedback to Pictona, because we thought that the city of Holly Hill, you should show multiple data points in order to establish that it's an exceptional project. So one of the data points is through those 16 letters of support after the technical review before the final submission was due. So we received those letters before the final submission was due.
And do you do that for every applicant if you think you can strengthen their appeal? You try and give everybody a fair shake and counsel with them?
Absolutely.
That's done across the board?
Yes, sir.
Not just for the city of Holly Hill?
Yes, sir.
Not just because you like Chris Villa?
I've never met Chris Villa until now.
Oh, he's right over there.
No, we do that to everyone, and we did it to Enterprise Preservation Society as well. I think our role as staff is to help people be successful in this program.
Yeah. Are there any requirements for the kind of feasibility study or marketing study?
There are not a requirement. So we have a broad stroke requirement for feasibility, marketing, and business plan. So we went back, I will tell you, that they submitted a feasibility study that had a company, industry, and customer analysis. I had my team go back and look at the other exceptional projects that we've done, and it was very similar in scope in terms of feasibility, marketing, and business plan. They did go a step further in the feasibility study in terms of using the National Recreation and Park Association's economic impact model, which shows that this project will have an economic impact of $22 million over the next 5 years in their community.
And who was that?
The National Recreation and
whose
Parks.
application was that?
This was the application for Holly Hill. I'm sorry.
Again, it's 10 years ago, Barb, but in 2012, I think was the last exceptional grant, and it went to Earl Brown Park.
I believe so.
And just looking at the two, I've noticed that application, the feasibility study was 58 pages. The feasibility and marketing study here were a few pages. And again, I'm being asked that. And so I'm asking the question, should an exceptional grant require an exceptional feasibility study?
At this point in time, it does not, and they meet the requirement that we've set forth.
Okay. Countywide impact is required for an exceptional grant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pictona, you correct me if I'm wrong, Pictona has 700 members, and I think Holly Hill said about 55,000 people, annual visitors. Again, These are numbers I'm given. Rob Sullivan Park in DeBerry has 150,000 annual users. The Marine Science Center, 106,000. Daytona Tortugas, 137,570. Rockville, whatever you think of it, in a weekend had 161,000. So the public can make an argument that this does not have countywide appeal for, in fact, City of Holly Hill, again, in another letter said in their surveys, they didn't find West Volusia support and attendance for this. They think that it will with this increase and with more marketing, but currently there was no West Volusia participation, or little, according to the City of Holly Hill.
So if I may interject
Please.
for one point, and I think we're comparing apples and oranges here, and just to clarify, so memberships versus users are different. So they may have 700 members, but may have 20,000 users in a year, if I'm correct. So Mr. Forte shaking his head yes. So the memberships are not the same as what we're comparing with Rob Sullivan Park, just to clarify that point.
Thank you. I think they said 55,000 annual visitors, but in an exceptional grant, have we ever approved an exceptional grant that had a $360 a year membership fee?
I'm not positive. I will say I have to research that, but I did the work beforehand, and we have 24 projects that require user fees.
Help is on the way. Donna Butler, thank you.
Hi, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So very quickly, we got a copy of the guide, and on page 12 in the guidebook, it says things that can't be used for match funding, but if you approve this project today, then it can be used. But it's only for the larger special projects, not for your regular projects. Okay, does that clarify?
Yeah, thank you. There's how many courts? 25 currently?
24.
24.
So double.
Okay. Are they maxed out?
I would defer. Do you want to, if you don't mind, I'll defer to Mr. Forte.
I don't mind. And I'm really not trying to be the bad guy here. This is what the public elected us to do, and so I need to ask the question.
Let me just say I'm glad that I got a chance to stand up because I was snowed in North Carolina and got in at 4 o'clock in the morning. And if I would have drove here and not had the opportunity to stand, I'd have felt real bad. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And
can you tell us who you are? So I know who you are, but so the public
I'm
knows.
Joe Forte. I'm the city manager for the city of Holly Hill.
You're friends with Chris Villa?
I am friends with Chris Villa, and I'm friend with Chris Villa's father, who used to be my mayor, and I knew Chris when he was an infant. So I've known Chris for a long time. And yes, I am friends with him. And now he's my boss. Right. He's 1/5 of my boss, but he's the more important fifth. What was your question?
Well, I think when you stood up, when I said, are the courts maxed out yet?
The courts, they're not maxed out every day, but they max out often. And the purpose of what we're going for the second phase of these additional courts is because when we do host tournaments, what's happening is it's taking away the current 24 courts from the locals. So as we get more and more courts built and more tournaments coming in, we want to make sure that the locals still have the opportunity to use the courts that are provided to them. So what's happening now is we're getting large tournaments, as Councilmember Post mentioned, from international. We had an international tournament. People came from other countries. We get national tournaments. We get regional tournaments, and we get local tournaments. We have people that come from Brevard County and Jacksonville and Palatka that have these groups that come here and want to host a tournament that they coordinate, and they want to use this facility. And that was one of the things that I picked up on when I listened to the ECHO committee. One of the things that the committee said many months ago was, nobody comes to our meetings unless they're asking for money. So I started showing up, and I started listening to what they had to say, and I picked up on some of the key points. And one of the points was we want ECHO grants to have a regional impact, not just within Volusia County, but regionally. And we are doing that. We're bringing people into Volusia County from other local counties. As I mentioned, Flagler, Palm Coast is about to embark on potentially building a $5 million project, which some of their council members are saying they don't want to do it. Why build one in Palm Coast when they can send people down here to Volusia County to play? And I may go there and agree with them. I think they should send those folks here. It's a 25-minute drive. It's worth it. So the courts are maxed out now, not every day, but often, and especially as we start to bring these tournaments in, and especially as other groups are coming here saying, we want to play at your facility. And as somebody else mentioned, Naples and some of these other facilities, as we're here talking about Naples, people in Naples are talking about Pictona. So that's important.
Thank you.
Sure.
No, I was done, Brad. Like I said, I think those questions needed to be asked. This is, if I had to guess, I would say this is going to pass. Mayor Villa, I'm not going to be able to vote for this one, and I want to tell you why. I think Pictona is an excellent endeavor. I think you've done, and your staff has done a great job. I think it's going to grow. I think it's going to be great. I think it's already put Holly Hill on the map. My struggle is I don't think that it rises to the level of an exceptional grant. I don't see the countywide support, and I'm basing that on letters that I get and answers to questions that I just had. And what really concerns me, and this is not the city's fault, I'm disturbed that I have answers to the questions and nobody on county staff had answers of, are CRA funds allowed? And have they been used before? They were used by Daytona, and they were told that they couldn't. And so that gives the appearance to the public that there is favoritism here. I said at the beginning, we're friends and you've never lobbied me, you've never come. If there's favoritism, I'm not aware of it. But I think in order to give an exceptional grant, we need to have an exceptional feasibility study and an exceptional marketing study. And I came here when this was first presented, and it was asked for about the marketing study, and it was said then that we don't have one. It's word of mouth and social media. So I'm gonna call the vote. I wanted you to understand my vote. It's going to pass anyway, but I think the public requires a higher standard of the way these applications are handled and looked at. Honestly, I don't think you need the exceptional grant. I think this is such a wildly popular, growing sport from people my age and younger. Now it's, I have a 15-year-old son that would like to play it. I don't think you need taxpayer money. And as most of you know, I'm really sensitive about going to taxpayers and asking them to give $2.5 million and then go pay $360 a year to use this. So I'm not going to bloviate any longer. I'll call for the vote and just I'm going to punish myself here, I believe. But Carissa, would you call the roll?
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, sir.
I had my name up.
Oh, it's not on my screen.
You know what?
But
I
go
apologize.
Ahead.
I hit the.
But go ahead.
You hit the wrong button.
There you go. Brad, if I could just borrow you just 1 second. You mind just going down, and this all comes down to public trust, because this is a lot of money. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Can you go down just off the top of your head, list of checks and balances in the process in a nutshell? I know it's a gauntlet and it's a grueling process to be qualified for these projects. And also, in conclusion, can you also, how much, what was the percentage approved by the voters when this was put on the ballot overall for a program, its process and whatnot? Thanks.
So, thank you, sir. Over 70% of our citizens approved the reestablishment of ECHO or reauthorization of ECHO. There's kind of two levels of review and accountability through the grant process. And some of it starts at the staff level, and then our work is vetted by your advisory council. So the first step is the technical review that we received the technical applications. For this first round, you had myself as well as the previous leaders of the program, as well as our senior county attorney involved, which we have a checklist that coincides with the council adopted guidebook. So we go through step by step with each application and score them separately, and then meet together to compare our scores in terms of did they meet this requirement. So we give feedback to the applicants after that, and they submit a final application. During that final application phase, we check to make sure that they've addressed issues that staff has identified. We write a report on each project with concerns, points, comments to the committee who receive those and the applications and vet what the staff has said. We take the advisory committee out to the sites, so to meet with the applicants to understand the project a little better. We come back and the committee votes whether the projects are eligible for ECHO funding or not. It's an up or down vote, yes or no. And then the committee comes back at a later date and does the grant review panel where they score the application. So it's a multi-leveled review process.
Thank you. Good job, Brad. Just in my opinion, when we look at things like this, when we have, we're not talking about a 50-50, split in a community, with this grueling process, it's clear that the overwhelming majority of the public, that 70+%, wants exactly projects like this. Granted, it is a lot of money, but what other impacts, when we think about this, what other impacts do the businesses have, that are positive? It's bringing people in, our hotels, our food, this, that, and the other. I'm for it. Good job, Brad. Thank you.
Danny Robbins, those excellent questions and excellent points, and trust me, that has weighed heavily on me. I know that 71%, I think both Volusia Forever and ECHO passed by about that margin. But I also think, and the reason for my questions this morning was I think that same 71% expects us to handle their money cautiously. I honestly don't know what the split is, if it's 50-50. I'm just trying, like I said before, I'm sensitive. When there's CRA money involved in this, so we're using tax dollars to qualify for more tax dollars. I think that sets a bad precedent, one that we've not used before. George, before I call on George, Danny, did you want to respond?
I just didn't, my biggest thing was putting that out there, and when we talk about cautiously, Chair, I didn't want the public to perceive that we were just arbitrarily just throwing money at this thing. I wanted to have Brad show the public that that is not the case, that there is, 10 different steps for this, checks and balances every which way to Sunday. So I just wanted to make that clear. It's not anything more than that, but there is an extreme vetting process for this. Like I said, it's expensive, but public voted for it.
And I agree, and I thank you for making that point. And I'm certainly not saying that any other council member that votes for this is throwing away money willy-nilly. But I've already listed my concerns. George, County Manager, George Rectenwald.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Well, first of all, the tax money, the cities routinely put in requests. And I'm pretty sure most of it, when that comes in, is some sort of city tax money. It's, you know, usually from their general fund. I don't know the makeup of all of the city's finances, but so they do use tax money all the time to match these projects. Now, with a specific issue of the CRA, I also want to clarify there that it basically says you can't use CRA money unless you ask, and that's what they are today. And in the past, I don't know, I wasn't in charge of this 10 years ago. I don't know the circumstances, but there may have been an ask by the city, and at that time, they were not allowed. But generally, I'm sure because of this, this is an exceptional grant, exceptional nature, they chose to ask. And as if you approve today, as Donna said, then you will be allowing them to use CRA money. So, but I believe it's been a history of most have not asked because they're not exceptional grants.
Barbara Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. $22 million annual impact on the community of Holly Hill means a lot. So I stand by my motion and we'll call for the vote.
Second that.
Okay, we had one other person that wanted to speak, but so I'll ask the question first. Can I get a motion to end debate? And a second on that motion, and then we have a motion from Fred Lowry to end debate, a second by Wheeler, and this vote requires a 2/3 majority. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ben, I'm sorry, you don't get to speak.
I think if you
You're gonna
check
speak
Robert's
anyway.
rules, it says that everybody has to have a chance to speak at least once. Am I correct in that?
There is that, and then there's a fact that someone just called for the
No,
vote. and
I
so-
think everybody has to have the opportunity to speak at least once, and I had my name up there before that happened.
You did.
So I think
That's why
I'm right and you're wrong.
That's why we're about to settle that, but my understanding of Robert's Rules of Order, when in the middle of a debate, when somebody calls a vote, I hate that. I don't like it, and you know it, but my job is to call for a vote. Is there?
But once again, Mr. Attorney, doesn't it say that
Look at he's all
everybody has
red.
to have the
He's turning
opportunity to
red.
speak at least once?
Calling the question requires a supermajority vote of 2/3, and the body can do that if it wishes.
Hey, Ben, I'm going to go ahead with a vote, but I'm going to ask everybody to vote no on ending debate. You're the only one left that wants to speak. I think you should have the opportunity.
No big deal. Vote on the motion.
Okay. All right, then I will call the vote on Pictona. Krista, would you call the roll?
Dr. Lowry,
Yes.
Ms. Post, Mr. Robbins, Ms. Wheeler,
Yes.
Ms. Gertman, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Brower.
And Brower, for the reasons I said, I just don't think it rises to the occasion of an exceptional grant, and I'm going to vote no, but it passes 6-0. Thank you.
Mr. Brower, it actually passes 6-1 with you voting against.
What did I say? 6-0? 6-1. Marine Science Center.
Yes, sir. So this is this is from the Volusia County Environmental Management Division, and the project will create a habitat for 6 of the Marine Science Center's raptor ambassadors. We'll include these habitats, but also a walk-through pavilion, provide a roof for the visitor area, and educational signage and interactive touchscreen educational stations. I will say this is unique in that it's just like Pictona, it's a public-private partnership. The Friends Group of the Marine Science Center raised, I believe, $100,000 to support this project. So it's not only county money, it's private money as well.
Okay, Billy Wheeler?
Yeah, I'm so in favor of this. We all know how popular this Marine Science Center is, and this is just another avenue. So I'm going to make the motion.
Motion to accept
Accept.
by Wheeler, second by Lowry. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to approve Marine Science Center. Oak Hill Baseball Field.
Yes, sir. So this is the city of Oak Hill is the applicant. They're asking for $140,892 to basically renovate an existing ball field. There's a lot of holes. There's not ADA access to the ball fields for the parents or individuals to get back from the restrooms, and they're bringing $144,000 to the table as a little over 1-to-1 match.
Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Lowry. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And the next one on my list, I think we're following together, is the Volusia County Veterans Memorial Plaza.
Yes, sir. This is your highest scoring grant, also from our Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division. Another public-private partnership, as Ms. Wheeler said. So $200,000 of the match here is from private individuals and Mr. Wagner. And this includes a raised amphitheater seating at the base of the Veterans Memorial Bridge at the corner of the City Island property. Have a water feature, various military monuments, and memorial plaques, flags, landscaping, and lighting. It also connects to the trail system in Daytona Beach.
Heather Post.
Move approval.
Move for approval by Post, second by Gertman. And for discussion, Billy Wheeler.
Again, I'm just going to say the same comments. I was going to make the motion, but this is such an awesome thing that's been planned for years. Josh worked hard on this, and the how it's going to be created, it's just going to be amazing. At the base of the Veterans Memorial Bridge, it is just a great honor for our veterans. And so I just want to know when this approves, which I'm sure it will, when we will get started. So I'm just going to push that one right along.
And your answer is coming. While he's walking up, I'm just going to add that, if you don't mind, I think there's 50,000 veterans in Volusia County, 6,000 in Daytona Beach, and
Double.
And this
Just a
is
point of order, yeah.
looking at the pictures of it. This is one of the most beautiful creations I've seen. I have some concerns to keep it that way, but I'll go ahead and answer Councilwoman.
Yes, good morning. Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. I believe in our application, we're going to get started this year, right? And it'll be next year, it would be late next year before we complete the project.
Tim, the city of Daytona has removed benches downtown because of they become beds at night. I'm going to vote for this, and I want it to be this beautiful forever. Is there any plans that you know of for security at night?
So I'm going to couch how we handle the fishing docks underneath the bridge, where we work directly in partnership with the city law enforcement officers. So when it first opened, we had a lot of homeless underneath the bridge on the docks, sleeping there at night. There was trash in the morning, graffiti on some of the handrails and carving out of the handrails. So we worked with the law enforcement officers. We've added some signage. We've added some cameras. Our staff goes out there every day. We will do the same here to try to minimize that kind of activity. I can't keep folks from being in there, right? They can sit there, they can reflect.
Sure.
But if they're doing things that are against the rules of the laws, like trash or graffiti, those are all law enforcement issues. And we've worked together with the city. It seems like we've made some progress, some good progress on the docks. So I would assume we'd do the same thing at the Veterans Plaza.
Good, that's good to hear. I think this is gonna be well used, and so my last question is just because I'm interested and I'm curious. If groups are gonna use this, is there power on the stage? Is there gonna be lighting, footers, or?
Yeah, lighting will be on all the flags, right? There is power. You'll be able to, have a speaker in the top there. Lighting at night, if you're asking that question at night, is not something that we have in the plan right now. But during the day and at night for the flags, but not for the for this.
No, I'm more concerned with people using the amphitheater, if they would be the facilities there to run a PA system.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yep.
All right. No, I don't see any other questions. All in favor of the Volusia County Veterans Memorial Plaza, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Which brings up Riverside Conservancy.
Yes, Chair. So Riverside Conservancy is requesting $107,000. They're bringing a total match of $107,000 as well. This is for a living shoreline, primitive classroom, and kayak launch. In the spirit of full transparency, we have had discussions about standalone green infrastructure or living shoreline projects not allowed under the current rules. But given that this is part of a larger project in terms of having a classroom and a kayak launch, we've done this type of work before on other grants, so it is acceptable under the current rules.
Just about to make the motion to approve.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Wheeler. You guys make it too hard to write that fast. This is another one where I'm getting a lot of questions, so I want to go just through a couple things. It kind of goes back to the first one. The grant submission deadline was September 30th, and I understand that this was a private property until October 13th. Is that true, and is that problematic? Does that?
It was not problematic because I believe the final grant application was due October 15th. So before it will move forward in our process, we needed that warranty deed, and that was staff feedback in the technical review.
Okay, and part of this is not going to be private property anymore?
It is not. It will be owned by the Riverside Conservancy, which is a nonprofit organization.
And is there parking available?
There is parking,
for the public.
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Well, we got 13 parking. When we did our tours, we had 13 cars parked comfortably. And the grant applicant is here if you'd like more information.
I see you. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council, Kelly McGee, Executive Director of the Riverside Conservancy. So we currently have 3 paved parking spaces appropriate for handicapped striping. And we have an extensive yard, so the parking is grass parking effectively, but we do plan on trying to keep the parking at a reasonable level, and so we will monitor and actually issue parking passes for folks who come and use the ADA kayak launch.
Thank you. There's going to be a conservation easement.
Yes, sir.
And those are not normally perpetual. I think I've heard you say this one will be, and how is that so?
So there are 2 documents that Riverside Conservancy is executing. The first is the standard 20-year use document that every applicant must approve and guarantee. Riverside Conservancy is offering a conservation easement in perpetuity to Volusia County, and the county will be the grantee. So you will receive that in perpetuity, and in the conservation easement we have a diagram that shows exactly how the public access can flow from the water as well as from the road. This is not something that is required by the ECHO grant. It's something that we wanted to include to create best practices for future shoreline restoration. We are turning our seawall, which is gray infrastructure, into a living shoreline, which is green infrastructure. So we received a grant from Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission 2 years ago. We had it engineered and very extensive plans and reviews of all of the protected species as well as the habitat benefits. And so it fits along with the state plan. And so we wanted to make sure that since we were the first one out of the box, that we create the highest standards. And so we drafted this conservation easement, and we would love it if the county would use this conservation easement or other conservation easements. For example, with your Volusia Forever properties, there are some riverfront properties that I think may be coming in. This could be a tool for the county to use, and we would be happy to help and assist with any of that.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, because I was going to ask the county manager if we could continue this in other areas. You are a nonprofit.
Yes, sir.
And I am so glad to see a nonprofit. I think the vast majority of the applications are from the county and municipalities. And I'm not sure if that's what the voters had in mind or not. It's become like an alternative funding source. I think it's 5 of the 9 are municipalities. But I'm glad to see you here. I think it's a wonderful project, and I would like to see it on anywhere the county can do it and continue this process of living shorelines. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
And not seeing any other questions, we have a motion to accept. We have a motion to accept by Robbins, a second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, YMCA Ormond Beach, correct?
Yes, sir. So the Ormond Beach YMCA is asking for $112,000, $500. They have the same and match to establish shade structures over a section of their pool deck and over a playground that they had previously constructed with an ECHO grant.
Ben Johnson?
Motion to approve.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. Any other discussion? I'm sorry, just a couple questions. Where is the match? And where is it coming from?
So they have provided, we require bank statements to show the unencumbered match, and they have the money in the bank far exceeding the required match.
Okay. This has come before?
Not this one, the next one.
The DeLand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions? I'll call the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And the last one?
This is the last one that Ms. Councilmember Gertman alluded to that received the 79.33 by the committee. As I explained, I went back and looked at the score sheets, and a lot of it was related to administrative compliance. This was a grant that was rescinded because the time ran out on it. And I know Ms. Gertman wanted to hear from Chris Seelkop, who is their CEO, but I'd be happy to answer any staff level questions.
Okay. This came before ECHO in 2018?
Yes, sir.
And it was rescinded?
Yes, sir.
How come?
So Chris can, in conversations with Chris, as I mentioned that, and I'm speaking for him here, that when he came in as CEO, this was a project that was ongoing that the YMCA had not started. He has informed my team that he did not realize that they had an ECHO grant until my team reached out for a status update, as well as COVID, severely impacted their operations. I will say when this grant was scored by the ECHO committee, which was a separate committee, full transparency, The first time it received an 88.
You're the new,
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name's Chris Silkop. I'm the CEO for the Volusia Flagler, YMCA. And thank you for the opportunity to explain the unique circumstances around this ECHO grant. I can tell you that in the past, the YMCA has fulfilled a number of ECHO grants within time and many times under budget. But in transparency, let me give you a brief history of the occurrences of what happened in this particular situation. This grant was approved in 2018. I came on board January 1st, 2019. When I came on board, I was instructed that the YMCA had enough operating cash in its current trajectory until about August of 2019. Then we were going to run out of money. So this project itself, I did not become aware of till, I don't know, maybe second quarter, maybe third quarter of 2019, because of course my attention was in other areas of how we're going to keep 430 employees working. So when it came to my attention, I went to my staff and said, has money been set aside in reserve for this project like it has for the Ormond project, or it had for the DeLand splash pad, or the Fort Town splash pad, or other projects we've done? They said, no, it has not. So that means it would have to come out of operating funds. Now, being a good steward and looking at the best way to spend money, I cannot consciously take operating funds for a leading loss operation like the land when we're in jeopardy of keeping our doors open, which means my other option was to raise the funds, which is what we started doing. So late 2019, we actually created a capital campaign committee for the DeLand YMCA, led by Earl Carver, Ben Flowers, and Rosemary Grable. And it was going to renovate the YMCA, and I had the playground within that scope of fundraising work. Well, their first fundraiser kickoff was supposed to be March of 2020. You all know what happened in March of 2020. We had to shut down for 2 months. For the YMCA in particular, it was devastating. We lost 55% of our revenue. $1.2 million were gone within 2 months of the YMCA's operating budget. So then we had to reset, because all of our fundraising, of course, during COVID, is non-existent. So we had to reset towards later in 2020. Earl Carver, me and him met and said, we're going to raise money for this playground and get it done. So Earl went out and raised about $24,000 in about 2 months. Earl Carver, the DeLand Rotary Club, the DeLand Breakfast Rotary Club, the Ford family, and a number of other people in the area gave money for the playground. So I ordered the equipment in the first part of 2021, well within the 6 months I had left on the grant time extension. So about a quarter of the playground came in for the 4-year-olds and younger. The problem was the older part, the bigger part of the playground, I was told, I said I need a playground in stock. So I was told it'd be in 4 to 6 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks turned into 8 weeks, then turned into 12 weeks, then turned into 16 weeks. I was told, oh, it's on a dock in Chicago. When in actuality, I found out it hadn't even reached Chicago yet. It was still on a ship out in the the Great Lakes because of all this shipping, and that's when all of the supply chain issues first started to come about. So I had to rescind the grant because I knew in good conscience that's not going to come in time for me to get installed by the deadline that the committee had imposed. So we have the funds for it, and I can tell you that this is an impetus to get this built because I want this playground ready for summer camp this year. Plus, I have 2 other playgrounds at other YMCAs in Port Orange and Deltona that I want to get built, so I got to get this off the books, closed, so I can start working on getting those other playgrounds for our community. So I can give you a brief history of the unique circumstances around this situation.
thank you for taking the time to do that. Barb Gertman, don't go away.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just looking for the commitment that going forward, you know, everything is solid as far as getting this resolved and closed out. Like I said, that's my YMCA in my area, and I know how critical and what a good opportunity this is for the children and for the use of that facility. So I certainly have made the motion or will make the motion to approve this project.
Motion to approve by Gertman. Is there a second? Second by everybody else. I think I heard Lowry first. And we still have one council member that wants to speak. Just a quick question. Is it the same board of directors?
For the most part, yes. It's the same board of directors.
You're the new one.
I'm the new CEO,
Okay.
yes.
Heather Post.
So for me, I'm actually on the fence a little bit. While the project certainly seems viable and certainly anything for the children is a good idea, for sure, I'm looking at it from the ECHO committee standpoint. And, you know, we did have voters that came in and said, we need the ECHO program sort of revamped. We need new rules. We need new guidelines. We need to make sure that, as in the past, that we don't have projects that are incomplete, that don't follow the timelines, that you know, that are not in compliance, and those were pretty much the new standards that we put moving forward. And then we hired us special projects. I don't know what your official title is. Resource stewardship and several other things, I think, Brad. But we brought Brad in to oversee this. And that literally was the point of doing that, was to ensure that moving forward, you know, the applications would be looked at in such a way. And then I'm looking at the final recommendation was not recommended by the board, and I'm gonna or the committee, and I'm going to assume that is in fact the greater part of the reason, because you weren't able to fulfill all of that. And I totally understand COVID. I totally understand all of these different things, but I'm also looking at in the past when we had incomplete applications. Just in my 2 terms on council, we had many ECHO projects and different things come back in front of me, and people said, well, I know the timeline is up, but you know, hey, if you could just work with us a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, we still want to be doing this project, which was not in accordance with the initial rules. So as much as I feel for the YMCA, and as much as I understand your plight, the whole point of having this new committee is just that we do create these standards and that we do abide by them and move forward. And if we've created those and then now we're saying, well, we're going to do it again, I understand that there were issues that came up and we're going to push it through. I'm not sure how I feel about that, especially, you know, if the ECHO committee had in fact recommended, I might be a little more open, but they in fact recommended because they are going by the guidelines that we all agreed we would now be doing. So,
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Thank you. We had ordered everything in time, and the unusual circumstance here is that the pandemic created a supply chain chokehold on our equipment, and it couldn't come in. And honestly, we had one person on the ECHO committee who abstained, who would have voted much more than 80, but she is a board member of the DeLand YMCA, so she abstained. So I feel that would have put us over the 80 threshold mark, which she had voted. But again, we had done everything within the time frame that we had control over. We had no control over the playground equipment getting through the log jam of the transportation. That was something that was out of our control.
Right. I hear you, but I mean, there are many things that could be out of your control, and the point is that this is where we're at. So, all right, thanks.
Danny Robbins.
I believe there's exceptions to some of this stuff, and this is, I believe, one of the few of them. And also, too, we got to take in consideration who this is for. This is for the kids. This is not going to like what we see on TV, gender studies in some other country. This is right here in our backyard, and this is our future. It's keeping these kids off the street. It's getting them involved in programs. It's getting them mentorship so they don't turn into leeches of society, and they're productive. They learn structure. And I know we may catch some heat for it, but nobody planned all this. No one planned a pandemic, and that shouldn't be held against those kids.
Did the committee hear what you just told us? Did you speak at the?
Not in that much detail. I did not go back to the financial difficulties of 2019. But they did know about the shipping situation of it being held up, and And honestly, the why being given incorrect information by the playground company. Because again, I on purpose ordered a playground in stock that I asked for, so it did not have to be produced and did not have to be shipped from, and then unfortunately that was not the case. So
Right.
That 4 to 6 weeks time frame would have been plenty to get this done. And when that turned into 12 and 16 weeks, then I knew that there was not enough time to get it in and installed to meet the deadline set by the committee.
Thank you. Brad, they missed the vote by 0.66 points. Is that correct?
0.67, yes, sir.
I understand the hesitation by Ms. Post. The committee really worked hard on all of these, and I don't want to take anything away from them. I voted no on one they recommended, but I still think they did really hard work. I was a pretty solid no coming into this, and right now I'm not sitting on the fence. I think with your explanation, what I really wanted to hear is that you've replaced the board and that you have a new board, but you're there, and I'm going to accept what you said. So I want this to be successful. Ben Johnson?
You know, with the explanation he has given, also with the closeness of this vote, and also this is to serve a lot of underprivileged children. If this was a 60 or 65, I'd have a whole lot more reservations in it. We all know, go look at your shelves at Walmart, Target, or anywhere else right now, and the problem of getting anything, you know, the containers aren't getting in, and once they get in, not getting unloaded, so there is a major problem with it. But it's just so important, I think, to the children of the community that I'm going to support this, and I think we should. It's money well spent. It's one of the things we're looking at. But DeLand YMCA does serve a lot of the underprivileged children in this community. We need to continue on and give them something that they want to be there, which is important. You've got to have something for the children to want, so they want to be there, and so you can work with them.
Do you have a membership in the Y? Maybe you and I should. Can you swim? Don't say that. Barbara Gertman. Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. How do you remedy that? Have you ordered, or where will you be ordering that equipment from going forward?
That's a great question, Ms. Gertman, thank you. So I ran up against the same problem with Ormond Beach. That Ormond Beach was done on time, although I was given a few more months on that one. So what I learned from the DeLand issue was that I made sure that we ordered from a U.S. company and not from a company overseas. So when I first ordered the equipment, I did not know it was from a company overseas. So the one in Ormond Beach I ordered from, I said, I want particular a U.S. company. I'm never doing business with that company again that we just got delayed with. And so we were able to get the Ormond Beach project done on time by about 3 weeks. Also, I think under budget by about $68,000, with saving ECHO some money. And so that's what we do in DeLand. So DeLand situation, I would go with the DeLand company that has it in stock, not made, to make sure it gets done by this summer, which is my deadline, to have it done by May 1st.
Thank you.
Ben, your name is still up. Go ahead.
No, it's back up. I just want to acknowledge that a few minutes ago when we had the issue of Robert's rules, I want to acknowledge that you were right, I was wrong.
We knew that.
Daryl, did you get that? Are you recording at normal volume now? Because this was, thank you. Heather Post.
That's a given, I think. So I have to tell you, I'm going to vote yes, but I hope that in the future that we look at the recommendations from ECHO a little bit more closely, and I think this is an evolving process where we're revamping the committee and revamping a number of things. I think I'm going to let this slide through since it is basically $30,000 is a lot of money, but it is very small in comparison with the impact that I think it'll have on that side. So I'm going to vote yes, but I think at some point we also have to, have firm standards, because that's specifically what the voters asked for. So I think in the future, and so just telling you so that you know in any future submissions that you may have, I think we need to be very definitive, and we can't be doing things on a sliding scale and letting things, there's always a good reason for everything, right? But I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate how hard you've worked to remedy this, and I thank you for your service. Thanks.
Also, one thing I wanted to address is that there's been concern about the YMCA's long-term financial health, and we have other ECHO projects with this county. And I can tell you from January of 19 when I took over to end of fiscal year, December 20 last year, we have a $1.8 million turnaround. So we had the best year ever, and the YMCA is operating fiscally healthy.
During COVID?
Yep.
Oh.
So, well, like most businesses, we had to streamline and revamp our business model, which I was doing anyways, but COVID kind of put a fast forward on it. So right now we're operating healthy, and it's a very bright future for the YMCA.
Well, thank you. I hope that you will go back and tell your board of directors and your employees about the struggle here and how close it was, and that you have redeemed the day. I think we haven't voted yet, but so stay here while we call for the vote, and then you can either celebrate or all in favor of the DeLand YMCA, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. So.
I believe that concludes, but as a point, sir, if I may, I would like to recognize our chair of the ECHO Advisory Committee, who led us through the reauthorization and listening sessions and revamping the program to take it to the next level, and that is Mr. Jay Pendergast, for leading the ECHO Committee as chair. He's the outgoing chair as of last meeting, but they've elected him as vice chair. Pat Northey is our new chair for ECHO. So
you can't get away.
Yes. I want to recognize Jay for his outstanding leadership during the transition.
Yes. Thank you, Jay. All right. At 11:30.
Mr. Chair, I had a last question for Brad in totality on the ECHO, if
Please.
I might.
Yes.
I'm trying to find my notes here. Well, I'll wing it. So I had one last question on the number of projects being brought forward as approvals. So just for public clarification, we had, was it 10 projects this time around, right? And they were all brought forward to us for approval. Next year, is there a limit on the number of applications that can be looked at? That's my first question. And then is there a limit on the number of applications that can be approved in 1 year? And then is there a limit on the monies that can be approved as well?
So the first point of clarification, so 10 came to technical review. We recommended 1 pullback, so we brought the remaining 9 to you. There is not a limit on the number of applications that can be submitted to the committee for review. There is a limit per organization. So each organization can only have 3 open ECHO grants, and that change was adopted by council and recommended through the listening sessions and auditor to speed up some of the projects so that they would, folks would be available for funding. We have implemented, at council's recommendation, an additional funding cycle this year. So we will have 2 that start in 2022, 1 that will kick off next month. We know we've talked to some partners that will be bringing projects, and then we'll have another one that kicks off in August.
Okay. I just want to make sure that what's brought to us is balanced with the monies that are available, because if 20 people next year apply and they all are great projects and they're all fitting the requirements, to have those that come in front of us, if we approve all 20, if we're not aware of the amounts or the number, I'm wondering if we should. I'll just put this out into the world if the committee or anyone wants to maybe think about the finality of the monies or a finality of approved applications to be provided to council in a given funding time frame?
Again, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. Past practice has been that we rarely ever have brought to you more than you've received in tax funds to be eligible for expenditure. At one point, there was a cap. You know, we wouldn't go over X amount of money, but if we ever did, then it was still council's decision. So we've never limited the number of applications, nor the number that we've brought to you, or by dollar amount. It's pretty much been based on what the ECHO Advisory Committee has scored and recommended. Sometimes applications have fallen off, very few do. Most have taken the time to go through the process and had technical review, as Brad talked about. So when they're finally bringing an application, they're pretty sturdy and ready to go. So we can do that if that's the council's desire, but at this point, we've not ever received over the $5 or $6 million that is annually brought in.
Okay, I'm hoping that in this next year, and especially with all of the discussion in the public, that we are going to start having way more applications and hopefully certainly fulfilling that ECHO declaration. So I know you're putting that message out there, right, Brad?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that takes us to item 3. Ordinance 2021-23, adoption hearing for amendment to Chapter 9, drainage element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, and Clay Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is the adoption hearing of the drainage element. The drainage element is one of our requirements from Florida statutes, the Community Planning Act. The amendment is an administrative initiated effort to bring our drainage element into compliance with current rules and regulations promulgated by the state. Basically, we're looking at trying to extend the time frame out to 2035 from the currently adopted 2025 to meet the requirements of having a 10-year planning horizon. Also included in there were some other housekeeping items, basically eliminating any terms that were not appropriate anymore because they either fallen off or that there's new organizations. We included modifications to policy 9.1.2.5 where we discourage use of wetlands for stormwater retention to ensure the compliance with state law. We added 9.1.1.7 to monitor conditions in Volusia County so that local data can supplement federal and state data. And then we added policy 9.1.2.6 to encourage low-impact development and green infrastructure for stormwater management. As I said, this is the adoption hearing, so that meant that it has been generated by staff, sent to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission for a public hearing. There was no one there that spoke for or against it. Public was silent. Your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed amendment. We brought that amendment to y'all in October because per state law, we have to have a transmittal hearing. That's where you as the local elected board review these based on the recommendations from your planning board and either decide to transmit or not transmit. Y'all unanimously recommended transmission to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and to the Volusia Growth Management Commissions. Both of those bodies conducted their review and determined that the proposed amendments were consistent with state law and were consistent amongst all the other local land use plans adopted by the 16 cities. So we're coming to you today for the final adoption so that way this can be put in place. There is a 30-day review period after your adoption. Once that is done, then this will be put in place and implemented. If there's any questions from me or our staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clay, on the added policy 9.1.1.7 to monitor for conditions, tell me about the monitoring. I mean, how often or how is that done?
Well, right now, we currently have, let me go ahead and get to that policy and I'll be able to give you a little bit more detail on that. Pardon me real quick. What you're seeing is that we're basically summarizing what we already are doing, which, and let me get to the policy so I can speak to that. Volusia County will study increased groundwater elevations caused by predicted sea level rise and then use the information to develop new standards for stormwater infrastructure is how the policy reads. What is happening is we have monitoring wells throughout the county, as well as working with St. John's River Water Management District in being able to assess the robustness of our groundwater. That includes both flow and water quality. If we are working with St. John's, if we start to see that you have an increase of saltwater intrusion, that will obviously cause us to look at what is causing the problem and if there's a need for other actions, be it regulatory or actual physical modifications.
So how often are we monitoring that?
It's a continuous monitoring by both county staff and by the Water Management District. I mean, basically, they're taking readings out there all the time.
And do they record those readings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Part of you'll receive something from Tom Carey. It's our water quality newsletter. That basically gives you the indication of where we are from groundwater, first of all, rainfall, and where our groundwater levels are at. Yes, ma'am.
I had kind of the same question. So are they monitoring daily, weekly, monthly, yearly?
It depends on the location and also what the purpose of it is. Remember that St. John's River Water Management District is responsible for the consumptive use permits. Consumptive use permits are what are required in order for a water provider, in other words, someone who does potable water. If they're drawing from the groundwater, they have to have these in place, and part of that is a monitoring requirement. So that's where you'll see that the water provider sends in how much money or how much water they're drawing from the ground, as well as what's going on with their water quality. So you have, first of all, a continuous reporting by those who are in the potable water business itself. Then you have other locations throughout the county where we are monitoring it. Also, springs have, and I don't know what the quality spring monitoring is going on, but again, at all of our springs they have in regards to the flow. That's why when you hear that we have concerns about the flow into Gemini, Blue, those types of things.
Is that data from their monitoring available to the public?
Yes, sir.
Where can we find it?
I can get you the specific references. I'll have to go back and check with our staff as to who the main primary points of contact would be. And I would have to check with utilities because they would be able to provide that information as well.
I think the public should know that. And do you have any idea if we're showing water quality improvement or degradation?
It fluctuates based on the weather conditions. Right now, we are, with the latest report that Tom Carey put out to everybody, we seem to be in good shape. We had a healthy rain events previous months, so that helped build up the groundwater quality and quantity. And so right now, could that change because we have not had significant rain over the last several months? Possibly. So it fluctuates depending on the weather conditions.
Thank you. The objective at the beginning of this says the purpose is to improve water quality and reduce flooding. Are we reducing flooding anywhere?
Well, first of all, stormwater management in general involves several different elements. First of all, there's just management of the actual infrastructure. And we have in our Road and Bridge Division an extensive and robust capital effort to go and ensure things such as the Gabordi Canal and those other projects where you see that the county is coming back and looking at technologies that may have been appropriate back in the 60s or not now. So that's where you see like baffle boxes and other types of either sediment control or quality control of those. So that's from addressing the existing infrastructure and making sure it's going forward. Any new development that comes in has to comply with not only our standards, but also with the standards from the Water Management District. And what you're seeing there is that before things leave site, they have to plan for a 24-hour storm, 25-year storm event with 72 hours of attenuation. What does that mean? It means a 25-year storm event, when it rains, they have to be able to address that first flow within the 24 hours and allow for 72 hours for it to subside. Those are the standards that we implement through our site development and land development code. That's also the standard that you see utilized by Water Management District when they are reviewing that as well. So what you're seeing is then it's a responsibility of the private developer to install, maintain, and keep that system working before it discharges into either a body of water, or if it's in a closed basin, is properly treated that way.
Okay, before you leave that point, Heather Post, you had a
Yes.
question?
Thank you. So I had two questions on, I'll start with 903-18. It's the policy number 9.1.16
Okay, pardon me real
at
quick.
the bottom.
I'm sorry, which number was that?
It's the policy number or the page?
Policy number?
9116.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that one says Volusia County will establish a level of service design standard and closed drainage basins as follows. And then we have struck out all developments shall meet the minimum volume of retention equivalent to 1/2 inch of depth over the entire project area, and yada yada.
Yep.
Can you just explain that and why that's crossed out and what benefit that has?
First of all, that's just an old standard that was implemented. It's basically talking about the 1 inch that would occur over the entire length of it. And what you're seeing is that there's new standards in place that supersede that actually address that in a better way. So rather than keeping an old standard that is required, going ahead and eliminating that and continuing on with the standards that are currently in place and adopted by both us and the Water Management District is why we do that.
So that makes sense, but I'm being asked the question, so can you explain a little bit further in depth as to what that is that actually covers that being deleted?
Well, what happens is that you have an old standard that said, okay, we're going to look at what happens when it rains and do you have adequate coverage on that? Well, what they're doing now is if you look at the subsequent standards that are in here, it's already addressed in your calculation of your stormwater. So it's a redundant statement, which is not only are we doing what is said that in there, but it's.
I hear what you're saying, and so that's my answer to the public is it's a redundant statement. Anything that would be struck out would be redundant, because that's what I'm being told, right?
Right.
But what I'm looking for is something to tell the public, because the public is saying, well, what is it? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, it's in here somewhere.
Right.
So that's what I'm asking for.
And as you can see, this says the discharge hydrograph produced for the developed or redeveloped site shall not exceed, in terms of peak flow and total volume, the hydrograph produced by conditions existing before development or redevelopment for a 24-hour, 100-year storm frequency event. So that calculation at the beginning is wrapped into that statement afterwards. That is one of the elements that's put in there for the hydrograph.
Okay.
I don't know how
Gotcha.
else to,
All
I mean, what we're saying is that this was put in here in place and it's just duplicating the same thing. It's already in there, and so we don't need to have it additionally in there if it's already required elsewhere.
Okay. And then 9125 I was asked about as well, which is
The one that deleted entirely?
discussion about first flush.
Right. Newer redesigned stormwater management, and let me go ahead and read this.
Mhm.
Systems which use wet detention facilities, including isolated wetland facilities, shall provide diversion of the first flush. The initial volume of runoff. First flush is usually defined as the runoff generated by the first inch of rainfall or the first half inch of stormwater separated from facilities. What we were saying here is it's not necessarily the first flush. We don't want you to use wetlands for stormwater treatment. So what in the existing policy would be allowed is that you could conceivably have a stormwater system which addressed like the first 15 minutes of the rainstorm event. And then all that other water would then drain into a wetland for treatment. We don't even want it going into the wetland for treatment. We would prefer that it be put through a regular stormwater system, cleaned, and the quantity and quality of the water then could potentially discharge into a wetland. But before it's being treated, we don't even want it going into the wetland. That's the critical part about this policy. The first flush was really done to try and protect the wetlands if you designed your stormwater system that way. And so we don't want people designing their stormwater system that way.
Okay, so there's no approvals or policies then that would have where this would be applicable, where stuff is not actually being, let me find the exact word.
The first
Well,
flush
flushed.
is, yeah, but the first flush is incorporated into the design of the stormwater systems. All we're saying here is we do not want to, we want to discourage the use of wetlands as treatment for stormwater.
But so there's no possibility then in the, with these changes and with the current guidelines then for the stormwater runoff, the initial volume of stormwater runoff generated following the onset of rainfall. So the volume of stormwater runoff after rainfall, which contains the majority of stormwater pollutants, to be
Correct.
going into our wetlands without having first been
Correct.
Filtered.
Correct.
Filtered
The
is
whole
word.
point is to make sure our systems are designed such that any stormwater that comes down is treated so that that way the quality of water coming out of it would not have a negative impact on natural resources such as wetlands and naturally occurring surface water bodies.
So there's no potential situation that we would know of where that would happen?
Everything would be designed to ensure that that's captured in accordance with our standards. So yes, we are capturing the first flush.
Okay, thank you.
So I had that same question. She just asked it, you answered it. So to wrap it up, is that what 9.1.3.1 is dealing with? Because there it says Volusia County shall maintain an effluent reuse and disposal program to recharge wetlands and groundwater supplies.
Correct.
So we're still recharging wetlands, but not directly. It's going through
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Effluent is not the same. It's going to have a higher quality of water.
It's not the first flush.
Right. That's basically, effluent is your gray water, reuse water, those types of things, so that way, instead of taking our reuse, if it cannot be used as part of an irrigation system, that it can be discharged into some other method that ensures better environmental protection rather than just, say, discharging it into a saltwater body. Because the quality of the water, it's actually 99.9% pure water. And that can have negative impacts on estuary and saltwater environments. So we'd rather have it put on the land and used in freshwater wetlands and those types of things.
Okay. Last for me, Clay, 9.1.3, Volusia County shall develop minimum standards to regulate stormwater discharge. When do you anticipate that being done, or has it been done?
It's been done.
Where can I see that?
It's Chapter 72 of the Land Development Code.
Thank you. Where are your notes? Okay, any other questions? Is there a motion?
So moved. Approved.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. And you're going to be here for a while, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Item 4, ordinance 2021. I'll let you say all this because there's no sense in both of us saying the same thing.
This is ordinance 2021-24 adoption hearing for the amendment to Chapter 10 groundwater and recharge element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, case CPA-21-010. Clay Urban again for the record, Director of Growth and Resource Management. As the previous item, this is a similar administrative effort to update our comprehensive plan, specifically to our groundwater and recharge element. This again went through the same process as the previous item in that it went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission in August, came in front of y'all in October for transmittal. We did send it to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and Volusia Growth Management Commission, again, finding on both of those bodies of consistency and compatibility. So this is coming forward to you for final adoption. I do want to highlight, this is, again, really just administrative changes to try and make sure that we're up to date, primarily from the planning horizon, but also to clean up some of these things. Many of these items have not been updated since 2010, so there's needs in regards to change in names and some of those other standards. We basically updated agency names and statutory references. We added policy 10.1.1.3 to address sea level rise. We added 10.1.1.13 to address green infrastructure and low impact development. We added policy 10.1.2.13 to address stricter DEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, rules in spring sheds used through Basin Management Action Plans, or BMAPs, and Priority Focus Areas, or PFAs. We added the definitions for Basin Management Plan, Priority Focus Area, and Total Maximum Daily Load. We removed policy relating to the county's petroleum storage tank program, as this is no longer contracted from DEP, or Department of Environmental Protection, and updated the aquifer recharge area map.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Yeah, second.
Ben, did they beat you? Is that what you were? Okay, and I didn't hear it. Who made the motion? Wheeler and Lowry. Second to approve. Just a couple of quick things. I'm sorry, but this water is extremely important to everyone on this council. It's an issue we deal with and constantly hear. On page 10, on 10/11/19, there's a strikeout, and then it says the Volusia County shall support St. Johns River Water Management District policies regarding the protection of potentiometric surface impacts within unincorporated areas. Can you?
What does that mean in English?
Yeah, can you explain that in layman's terms?
Yes, sir. Basically, the potentiometric is a term utilized saying that it's a high recharge area. And so what it is working with our water management district to make sure we've identified where they are. And so then that way, if there's anything that we can do specifically by either acquisition or regulation to ensure that that area is protected, so that that way we can ensure that there's a great amount of natural recharge that's occurring to our aquifers.
Okay. On the next page, and this is probably the same answer as on the last element, on 10.1.2, the counties shall continue to the present well monitoring. I would just, if you would just let me know at some point where we can see that information and where the public can get it.
What we can do from a staff perspective is we can identify what we're doing in regards to water quality monitoring, and I know that that's going to be something that's going to be brought up. There is a workshop that's scheduled for that kind of gives you an update on our water quality plan. That will be addressed there, and I will look and see if there's any additional information that we can get y'all in advance of that, so that you understand what we're doing and the frequency and the level of detail. And if it's not us, who is doing it?
Thank you. Can you look at the map on 415, please? And again, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it. In the light green areas, a lot of that is West Volusia. I'm assuming those are sand hills and not
Yes, sir.
wetlands.
Yes,
And
sir.
that's really the water recharge area is sand hills.
Yes, sir.
We're trying to protect the wetlands. Should we be protecting the sand hills that run through the land? And
Well, right now we do have standards in regards to some aspects because in regards to these areas for well protection, we have those in place. But yes, you're right. The sand hills are an area which are prime for development because they have great permeability, so the stormwater works very well. They're usually high and dry, so you don't have as many wetlands or other environmental constraints from that perspective. So that is something we can look at.
yeah, we don't normally think of them because it's a hill and you don't see the water collecting there, which is why they're the recharge. And it helps clean the water as it goes through. And then just one other question on that. Whatever shade, the top, whatever shade of blue that is, tell us what are the discharge areas?
Water bodies, surface water.
And that's the dark blue. There's a lot of, when you fly over Volusia County, as soon as you get up in a plane, you realize that there is a lot of water. One last thing for me, on page 40, I believe, the V card, if I can get to it. Did I just pass it? V card. Tell me when you're there, just.
Yes, sir. Comments from VCard?
Yeah, they had some, I thought good points. Volusia County shall encourage the use of green infrastructure. VCard recommends these terms be defined. And I think that's fair. I would like to ask you, the county manager, to please make that a part of our water
water quality plan?
Not the, yeah, the water quality plan, but we're getting ready to do a workshop on that. I would like to have that be part of it. In fact, we all, when we went to the water quality seminar in Sebastian, there was a professor there. There was a lot of good professors. There was a Professor Pierce from the University of Florida, and he recommended that we make low impact development part of our normal requirements. But he had a good idea because as soon as I say that, all the developers are saying, oh no, here comes another unfunded mandate on us. He had a really good idea, and I think we should take him up on it. I've asked him, would he come to our workshop? He said he would, that the university would allow him. He proposes coming to Volusia County, even if it's not a requirement, that he would teach a class to developers. And he said, I can show them how using low impact development strategies would make their development less expensive and result in a higher valued product at the end, so they could actually sell properties for more money. And to make it not just something that they have to accept, but something that's agreeable to them and they look at in favor. So I would just like to request that we include him. I think that's the best approach. Nobody likes unfunded mandates. But. Okay, anybody else? I don't have a motion. I do have a motion by Wheeler, a second by Lowry. Ben Johnson? Nope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And that brings us to, we're already on number 5. Go ahead, Clay.
Yes, this is ordinance 2021-27, adoption hearing for the amendment to Chapter 13, Recreation and Open Space element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. This is case CPA-21-011. Same story as the previous two. Went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission in August. No comments were necessarily brought up in the public hearing. We did receive comments, as been noted, or let me rephrase that. We did send this out for review by the Environmental Coalition of Volusia and Flagler counties, as well as VCard. Their ideas have been incorporated into it, so it's coming to you with that. It went to y'all in October, transmitted to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and BGEMC, or Volusia Growth Management Commission. Again, fully cleared through those two organizations, finding consistent and compatible, and it's here today for adoption.
Is there a motion?
So moved, approved.
Motion to accept by Lowry. Second by Johnson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And next we go to Clay Irvin.
Yes, sir. This is a public hearing for the adoption of ordinance 2021-22, adoption for amendment to Chapter 8 solid waste element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, CPA-21-008. Same situation, extension out to 2035. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I had a couple, if I can get it to come up. Did I hear a groan?
No, I was gonna make a motion, but I'll wait.
Pardon me? Yeah, we need to talk about lunch after this. On
Mr. Brower,
yes,
I have a question. For the item 5, Mr. Robbins, were you out of the room for that vote? So the vote should be 6-0.
that's the second time he's been out of the room.
I think you should buy lunch then.
How many bottles does that make? Is that your? Okay.
Mr. Chair, didn't we discuss that if someone, didn't we have that discussion if someone goes, Mike, are you listening? If someone goes out of the room for a minute to get a drink of water or whatever during a vote, that they must come back in and do the vote? Didn't we have that discussion? That they must be included in the vote? Otherwise, I'll go to the bathroom for the rest of the day. I mean.
Technically, everyone should be present for the vote. So.
But didn't we actually have that discussion and say that that was the stance of council?
As part of the Robert's Rules presentation you had several weeks ago, the presenter did indicate that votes should be taken when everyone is in the room. In the past, we have had a practice, though, of allowing someone to leave the room during a vote if they so need to.
If the council wants to take that up,
Okay, I thought we had the discussion of where when they came back in, we would say, you weren't here for that vote, you were getting a water or whatever, and are you included? And we've done that actually several times.
We have done that a few times, yes.
So, okay. I don't know why council's
Danny,
confused.
how would you have voted on 5?
Was the vote on the fence or? Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay. You have a good memory.
Well, I mean, it is council business. I mean, I think it's important.
But that, nothing for nothing, but then we'd have to revisit, like last meeting, I think you had missed 3 or 4 votes, but I think we should just move on. Thanks.
Okay, Clay, a couple of quick things. On, I think it's page 6, 7, shall reduce the amount of landfill has been struck out. I thought the state was requiring us to reduce by 30%.
There was an initial effort to force that, but it's not been necessarily mandated. So what we've done is, as you can see, we've changed from a shall to a strive to reduce the amount. So that way, when we start seeing this going that way, in other words, like if market conditions specifically are such that you cannot do recycling or those types of things, that's mainly the main concern.
On 8.3.1, it look, and I think you just answered the question, but that it scared me because it looks like we're planning on increasing the amount. I'm assuming that that's just an increase that we have to plan for as our community grows.
It's based on statistical data we're getting.
But we still have plans to reduce, if possible, through recycling and other means.
Yes, because it then gives us greater life to the individual cells. The less of a stream, the more room you have at your landfill, the longer the life of the landfill. So there's basically a goal that helps us out to extend the life of our landfill if we are able to reduce the stream.
Okay. I want to take up something that was, I think it's page 6-36. One more page. And it came from the some talk about, from Chairman Mills, he commented on spreading biosolids and septic pumping. I think Attorney Soria commented eliminating biosolids spreading was not mentioned in our COP plan. I'm wondering why, and should it be?
Again, this was not to try and change any significant policy changes. This was basically to update current standards. We were aware that the state was addressing some of the issues with biosolids. We were waiting to see what was going to happen from that perspective, so that way, if the council wants us to look at trying to do some sort of policy through our comprehensive plan and then implementing it through our land development regulations, we can do so.
So there's no mention in our comp plan at all about spreading biosolids?
I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. I'd have to do a deeper dive, and I don't know it off the top of my head. But we can go back, and if you would like us to bring back a discussion item on that, we can bring it forward to you.
I think it would be valuable, and here's why. You probably remember, it was a few months back, there was a group in Putnam. They created a group called No Human Sewage, and they were blaming Volusia County for sending septic tank contents sucked out, and then they said that Volusia County was sending it to Putnam to spread it. Volusia County had absolutely nothing to do with that, nor did we approve of it. And I think steps were taken to clarify that. But I think that would be, can you just verify that? We had nothing to do with the septic sludge that was going to Putnam. Because I can show you Facebook pages that blame Ben Johnson for it. So,
okay. So what I'm hearing is one, bring back a discussion on the biosolids and how we are addressing it in our comprehensive plan and day-to-day implementation through our land development code, and then to follow up in regards to claims that septic waste was being sent to Putnam County by Volusia County.
and mostly I wanted the public to hear you say, no, we didn't do that.
No. But I don't want.
Very loud.
I don't know it off the top of my head, and I don't like making statements unless I got the.
But in that case, it wasn't us.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is any other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson. Everybody's in the room. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And council, is 12:11. You want to continue, do a few more, or stop for lunch? What's your? Let's see. Yeah. The discussion up here, so everybody can hear it, is that Billy Wheeler is suggesting that perhaps we would postpone items 7 and 8 and move on to the to item 9, the first of the quasi-judicial hearings, since there's attorneys in the room and people for that. So so you're suggesting 9 and, I mean, there's quite a few of them. 9, 10. You just want to do 9 and 12? But we have attorneys here, I believe, for 10 too. He's waving us off. He wants to go to lunch too. Okay. Council, what's your pleasure? Would you like to, we can come back to items 7 and 8 after lunch and move on to 9? Any opposed? I see a lot of heads going. All right, we will do that. Hey, but you're still here.
Yes, sir.
So that takes us to item 9, and this is a public hearing. Clay, I'll let you introduce it, and then we'll open it up to the public. Then we'll have a staff report. Actually, we'll do the staff report first and then have the public hearing so that they can maybe address what you're talking about. And before we do that, does anybody have any thing to declare, any conversations or meetings on this item? No.
I had.
You did? Okay.
I did. I spoke to Glenn Storch.
Okay.
I did as well.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception for a non-exempt excavation or borrow pit on 189.23 acres of Osteen Cluster residentially zoned properties located south of Black Lake Road, approximately 3,400 feet east of State Road 15 in the Osteen area. And this is case number S-20-059. This is a total of 386 acres being utilized for a borrow pit. It spans over 2 jurisdictions. The western portion is in the city of Deltona. The eastern portion is in the unincorporated area of Volusia County. For clarification, because there was some confusion noted, in your staff report and on your cover sheet, it shows 189.23 acres. That is 5 parcels located in unincorporated. So those 5 parcels totaled 189.23 acres. The other remaining roughly 200 acres is located in the city of Deltona. As y'all are aware, borrow pits of this size are required to go through a special exception process. The special exception process identifies specific criteria for all special exceptions, and then in certain cases has very specific criteria. Non-exempt excavations do have additional standards. They talk about everything from the slope of the area, the requirements for the reclamation plans, the wetland studies, etc. So there's a detailed amount of analysis that's incorporated within your staff report. Staff goes through and reviews it for compliance to those criteria. This application, and I have to make sure the record's clear on this, came in before we initiated any other amendments to our current standards. For history, this means that the change where we increased the setback from the wetland water body line to top of bank, which was 150 feet when this application was made, is now up to 250 feet. There were also provisions put in place with our new regulations to allow for a reduction subject to a detailed dewatering plan and monitoring plan. That is not an option available to them under the old regulations. Also, we had, as I stated, a requirement for a detailed monitoring requirement. The applicant met all of the criteria that were in place according to our zoning ordinance in Chapter 72 for the special exception. So we sent it forward to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission at their November meeting with a recommendation of approval subject to some conditions. Those conditions are included in your agenda item, and they consisted of the 12 that were there. There was one added by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, which said that the applicant shall provide water quality samples and additional water quality monitoring at the request of the county to be tested by a third party of the county's choosing. This is generally consistent with our current standards that we have in place. Again, that came because there was a member of the public who spoke at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. This person resides in close proximity to the proposed borrow pit and asked several questions. First of all, what was going to be utilized in regards to landscape material around the buffer? And then the second was, how are you going to be assured that we are not going to have negative impacts either to our wells by water quality or water quantity? When you dig a pit, it does have a tendency to lower the water table surrounding it, and so therefore it could have negative impacts on people's residential wells. So the PLDRC, Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and the applicant agreed that this condition should be added so that that way we can ensure that the public are protected in case this excavation causes a degradation to the quality or quantity of groundwater for them. Just kind of go through. There's 3 excavation pits, total of 1.2 million cubic yards of material. It will be completed within 5 years.
Can I ask you to pause just 1 second?
Sure.
Krista, we're not getting any of this on our screen, and there's going to be some important things that he shows us. It's up there, but not on our...
Yeah, it's been that way all morning.
Okay. Why don't we continue, and we'll look up there if anybody needs to stop to clarify something. Thank you.
Okay. So again, this slide is just going over that. This gives you an idea where the properties are located. This shows the current zoning, which is pertaining to the Osteen, because this is within the Osteen local plan. This gives you an idea of the properties that are surrounding it. So to the north, you have property that has Osteen Cluster Residential 5, and it's undeveloped. As you can see, surrounding it, a majority of the land is undeveloped. The majority of it is within the unincorporated areas. There is, as I said, to the west, the city of Deltona. Just to clarify, the city of Deltona does not have this as a special exception use. In other words, their zoning and land use regulations do not have a borrow pit as a permitted use or special exception, so they're having to go through a planned unit development rezoning through the city of Deltona. Their planning board has reviewed this and has recommended approval. This gives you a better idea of where we are location-wise. There you can see 415 out in the to the what would be on the west of this property. Again, gives you an idea of what the overall land use is and the amount of vacant land surrounding it. This is the site plan. This is showing where they're going to be excavating and the areas that are going to be left in place, either because they're wetlands or are needed for use as for access around the site. Access will be through the city of Deltona parcel. And that, in essence, is your staff's presentation. I know the applicant is here and is going to speak to some of these items as well. If there's anything for staff, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Fred Lowry.
Yeah, I wasn't aware which one we were on. I also had spoken with Mr. Storch, so I'll let you know that. I'll make a motion for approval as well.
Okay, Fred Lowry makes motion to approve, second by Johnson, and this is a public hearing, so I'll open that now, and I think Glenn Storch is the only one that wanted to speak. Okay. They may be overheating, so we'll live with it. You guys will live with that, I guess, now. Okay. We'll live with the visual issue on our screen. Glenn, before you start, I want to remind everybody here that this is a quasi-judicial hearing. We're acting as judges. This is a court, and our recommendation has to be, our vote has to be based on the evidence presented here in this room today.
That's correct. And I've got a PowerPoint presentation that provides that evidence. So, on top of the staff report that you've already been provided, which is also part of the evidence. How are we doing? Okay?
You're on.
All right, we're on. So again, this is sort of a difficult project because of the fact it has 2 jurisdictions. Not because it's a difficult project for the location. It's a great location for this because it's in the middle of all this undeveloped area. It's far away from residences. We've discussed this with many of the homeowners or landowners around the area. We had several of them show up at the hearing last week. The 3 people to the north, and I hope we resolved and answered their questions as well. The bottom line is there's nothing even close, no residents even close to the location of the lakes themselves. And again, this will be creating lakes. This is going to create approximately 61 acres of lakes based on what we're doing. So of the 386 acres, by the way, so you've got 386 acres surrounding those 61 acres of lakes, and then other things. Now, this is the thing about excavations. They are so badly needed. I understand that it's difficult sometimes. That's why I try to find the best locations for this, but they are incredibly badly needed. You have to have fill material for the roads, for the county roads. You have to have fill material for flood issues. I mean, I use it when my driveway floods out. You have to have it for any sort of raising it to above the flood levels. You can't build a house unless you put your house above the flood levels, and therefore we would lose our FEMA certification if we weren't able to do this. So there is a huge need for fill material, and that fill material will continue to be needed. The problem now is that in Volusia County, we are running out of fill material, approved fill material excavation areas. And so what you're having to do is you're seeing fill material being trucked in across the county on our roads using, you know, a huge carbon footprint doing this from Lake County, from Flagler County, from potential Seminole County. That doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense to put your fill material, your excavations in a location where it is appropriate, where it is close to potential uses, and where it will minimize the traffic that will be generated by that. And do it in a way where we have control over it. Because again, if Volusia County has control over it, we know it will be done right. And when these temporary uses are done and then reclaimed, then we will have something we can all be proud of. So there are really three things that I think that are important about excavations. One, of course, is the fill material that's necessary. But two, if you think about it, these are agricultural areas that we typically do this. And it provides a mechanism for those agricultural areas to be maintained because it gives income to the folks who own those agricultural areas. Mr. Pell has owned and his family have owned the agricultural area for years. Ms. McCaskill has owned hers for decades. They've had cows on this property. They'll be able to continue to have cows on the property even during the excavation process, and their intent is to have them on the property after the excavation process and after the lakes are created. And then three, and this is I think important too, it does create habitat. It creates wetland, it creates lakes and wetland habitats, because if you do this right, which of course is the way that the county staff requires it and the way that we've agreed to do it, you actually create wetland littoral shelves all around this lake area. And that provides habitat for birds, it provides habitat for fish. I mean, it really is a good thing if you do it right. If you look at the excavations that have been done properly, you can't tell they're anything other than natural lakes. And that's what we're hoping for. And that's what we've designed this for. Because as you can see, this is not square excavations. These look like lakes as they get done. Now, because of these criteria, because of the fact it's so important to Volusia County allows this as a permitted use under a special exception. It's not required to go through rezoning, it's a special exception. And therefore, if I meet the conditions, then typically it is considered a permitted use. So a special exception is a request for a permitted use that is required to meet conditions. And I think as Clay just testified, we meet all the conditions required for excavations. Osteen Cluster Residential, which is the zoning for this, specifically allows non-exempt excavation, which is what this is, as a special exception. The county staff has determined the project meets all conditions for the special exception, and we've also consistent with the comprehensive plan. So we'll also be able to meet all the technical requirements listed in the Land Development Code, and I'll go into some of those in a little while. So, as you can tell, this is a complex process and an expensive process, which is one of the reasons why we probably don't have as many of these as we need. This process for us started about 2 years ago. So we've been doing our studies, our wetland studies, our soil studies, everything necessary, working with DOT in order to get it to this point. And of course, working with staff and making sure that staff is satisfied with what we've got and how we've done this in a correct way. So staff has now reviewed and recommended approval, and the applicant has agreed to all the staff conditions. By the way, I want to point out that last staff condition that staff put on by the PLDC, we stipulated to that, and we have stipulated to all the staff conditions. I think that's important to say. Secondly, it's important to say that we reviewed this by the PLDRC. They unanimously recommended approval.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I interject? I just have a question as to
No
what
problem.
you just
Certainly.
said, and
Go
I
ahead.
don't want to try and go back 10 minutes from now.
No problem.
You mentioned that you have you've successfully implemented every requirement that the county has put forth,
every
but
condition.
I just want to clarify that's the requirements pre the recent decisions on the changes that have been made, right?
Well,
so,
if
so
you'd
not
like-
in regards to the new changes, the current changes?
Yeah, the only real change that we have not met is that you have it now allowed for the reduction of setbacks. As you know, and I'll get into that later on, I mean, the St. John's allows for a 25-foot setback from wetlands.
Right, and we asked for 250.
The county, when we were doing this, when we started this 2 years ago, says 150, and it was a 150 mandatory, and you couldn't reduce it. There was no way to reduce it. What you have now created is something that allows for a reduction of the setback back down to the 25-foot, but you start with a default of 250 and before you do your study. Once you've done your study, you can reduce it. But for us to do a study at this point after 2 years, it would take another 6 to 9 months. And so we've elected, first of all, we've decided not to do it, even though we think we could get a reduction. But secondly, we can live with the 150. And so we've agreed to meet the criteria that was in place at the time that we made our application.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to clarify, that you're meeting the requirements that were previous.
Absolutely.
And that you're required to
Even though it is,
follow, not
even
the
though it's
current
probably,
standards.
yeah, even
Got
though
it.
it's probably a higher standard
Gotcha.
to some extent.
Gotcha.
But yes, we've agreed
Okay.
to meet those standards. But thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I should point out that because of the fact that this is across two jurisdictions, the idea was for the lake to be a single lake, as opposed to having this big buffer in between it with a berm and a break, which is bad for habitat. So the PLDRC granted a variance that allows us to connect the lake in Volusia County to the lake in Deltona, if you can believe that. So it'll be a single lake. But that's already been granted and that's already been done. So based on that, we now meet all the conditions that is in your code and that staff has recommended. As I say, we've been working on this for about 2 years to make this the best possible. We've used all the county and St. John's Water Management District standards for design. And I need to point out again, this is a temporary use. This is a maximum of 5 years as far as the time frame for this. So during that time, of course, nothing will be done other than this. But more importantly, when this is done, and this is reclaimed, and this is restored, and your reclamation plan is in place, and it looks like a natural lake, at that point it's done. And everything's there. So, as I say, as I've tried to explain, the parcels have been used by the McCaskill and Pell families for agricultural for years, for cattle. It's a 5-year temporary use, and then our plan is at this point, after we're done with that 5 years, then our plan is to just maintain this and continue to have cattle for right now until something comes along. But we have no indication other than what's happened here that something else will be coming along right now. Partially because once I want to talk about a couple of things here, the environmental and the density standards. So one of the things that's important here is that we have worked so closely with everyone and designed, and Mark has done a great job, Mark Dowse has done a great job designing this. There is not a single wetland impact on this site. That is very impressive for most developments, as you can imagine. So all the wetlands are preserved. Secondly, we've stipulated that for those lake areas, all of the lake areas, the density on those lake areas, the 61 acres, is removed. So we're actually removing density and reducing density as part of what we're doing here. We'll also provide for, of course, things like that would be typically required in the St. John's management, but we'll put them in our conditions that will provide wetland monitoring, wells to ensure no impacts. This is typically what we do when we're doing these things. We'll require the area to be continuously rehydrated to make sure there's no wetland impacts. And of course, littoral plantings will be placed around the lakes to create that natural habitat as part of reclamation. And again, if anyone has any questions during this presentation, I don't get flustered. Go ahead and ask them. This is what I was talking about as far as setback. I said 50-foot setback, I'm wrong. St. John's has a 25-foot setback. And then of course, Volusia County had a 150 solid setback you could not reduce. But now you have changed that to allow for the reduction if you can show with your reclamation plan and everything, with your rehydration plan and everything else, it will not cause an impact. You can actually reduce it below the 150, but we've chosen to just leave it at the 150 because of the cost of the design that we've already gone through. Traffic impacts. It's important also because even though this is the traffic is minimal, it's important for us to make sure that there's no issues. So in this case, we have worked with DOT. Rather than trying to go out and do U-turns on 415, we have been able to obtain a permit from DOT to allow us to do a temporary median cut. So we can go right out, make lefts or rights, and it's much safer that way. And we do appreciate DOT working with us on solving that problem. Of course, this is a perfect location for this, but by doing it also, and this is one of the things that's so important to me because I have a lot of friends in Osteen. This also removes any impact to roadways in Osteen. There's no potential for going down Dixon Lake Road, which was one of the options. There's no requirement to go down Maytown. All those things are off the table. We go straight out through Mark's property, through the Deltona part of this, right to 415, and we're done. Again, it's just the temporary impacts are temporary, although the reduction in density and those impacts to density or impacts to traffic as a result of that reduction in density, that's permanent in the future. So we will continue to have that. In addition, we are limiting our operation to between 6 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. It'll be closed on weekends, which is our peak days on 415, as you know, and federal holidays when people are trying to go to the beach. We will require that trucks entering and exiting the site follow a safety protocol. We typically have a list that we provide to any truck drivers who are working with us. They're independent contractors. We provide a list of what they're required to do, how they're required to do it, where they're required to go in, that they're not required to go into these areas. If they violate that, they lose the right to come here. It's that simple. And we're very strict on that, and it's worked out very well for us. We have a gravel wash at the end of 415 to take any dirt off so you don't put dirt on 415. We have extensive stacking coming into the site, which is one of the advantages of the site because you have so much driveway area coming in before you get to the lake area so that we can have all these trucks stacked inside the site rather than waiting on 415. So that's excellent. And of course, the traffic engineer has reviewed the traffic operation, and they've concluded this is a very low trip generation that will have no significant impacts to State Road 415 and the surrounding roadways. We've also avoided impacts to the neighbors. We have buffers using natural vegetation we've talked about. There's a minimum of 150 feet between the lakes and the perimeter, and then there's another, and the three houses to the north, I think there's another 500 feet there, so it's really significant anyway. And then we put at least 50 foot of vegetated buffer between us and them. This is important because this is something you should require in any future excavations. We don't allow stockpiling. In the past, when you did an excavation, you dig it out and then you'd put piles of dirt next to the excavation, and then it would dry out, and then you'd put it in the trucks later on, et cetera. During that time it dried out, you'd oftentimes have dust going across, the winds would blow it, et cetera. We don't do that. What we do is we do something called a sock. And you literally have the trucks drive into the excavation itself. You have a road constructed within the excavation. They come in, the sock actually dries out the dirt sufficiently inside the excavation to allow immediate loading into the truck inside the excavation, and then the truck is able to leave without having any storage whatsoever, no dirt blowing, anything else. What this also does is it also reduces any potential noise. Although we're really far away from our neighbors, by putting everything inside the excavation, it reduces the noise, and it also reduces the requirement to handle this dirt twice, which is the stupid thing to do. So it's because of technology that we've been able to do this. Our pumps are obviously far better. They're very quiet, but these are the sort of things that we do to make this the right way. And again, these are the things that really should be standards when you're looking at this in the future. We also, by the way, we found that this is a good thing. We have a manager that will be able to address any complaints. We always give our phone numbers to any adjoining neighbors. If they have any concerns whatsoever, they can call us 24 hours a day so we can resolve it. Because again, our goal is to be a good neighbor, and the person we have involved in this has a lot of experience in this. So, as I said, in a special exception, you have to meet all the county LDC standards. We can show that we meet those standards. Those include setbacks, the slope, side slopes, depths, wet and dry season elevations, buffer, amount to be excavated, method of dewatering, duration, and reclamation. On top of this, we have to go through a site plan review process. Just because we have this special exception is not the end of it. We have to go through this special exception, we have to go through the rezoning with the Deltona, we have to go through St. John's water management permits, 2 permits. Consumptive use, is that correct? Okay. And on top of that, we have to go through a site plan review process where the county will review everything we've done to make sure that it's exactly as we've said it was going to be before they'll allow us to take a single shovel of dirt out of that area. We have to have to put a bond in, because again, reclamation is so important. When this thing is done, I want this lake to look like something that you would see in a magazine, which the ones we've done in the past try to do that. So we have a bond. If it's not done properly, the county can take that bond and they can fix it. But we are going to be doing that, and we'll have the money for it. We also do annual progress reports to let you know where we are, how much has been taken out, what we do. By the way, when we do this, we don't do reclamation all at the end. Typically what we'll do is we'll do these cells. We'll do part of it in one section, and when we're done with that section, we go ahead and start working on the reclamation around that area so that when we're done, it only takes a couple months to finish the reclamation. So that, because we only have 5 years. So we continue to build the smaller cells, reclaim, go to the next one, go to the next one, and next one. It's not a giant pit that all of a sudden can be left the same. We do this so that it's done in a manner that's reasonable, and so that our reclamation is something that can already start taking root, because there's a lot of reclamation is planting. Again, we also must comply with St. John's requirements for permitting, and St. John's Water Management District, which is very involved in excavations and consumptive use permits, enforces all the conditions for the permit. All right, I'm going to skip through these really fast now, because these are some of your LDC requirements that we have been asked. These are questions we've been asked, and of course we've responded to. Is it consistent with the purpose and intent of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan? Yes, it's allowed in both the zoning, and the Comprehensive Plan specifically provides for this area. So yes, it's consistent. Will it adversely affect the public interest? No, in fact, there's a huge need for it in the public interest. Obviously, there's a need for fill material. It also provides jobs. It provides, it's an appropriate location for excavations. It has a large parcel of buffers to prevent impacts to neighboring properties. It will actually reduce permitted density. It preserves the rural character, and it creates environmental habitats. Does it meet the technical requirement? Yes, the county has indicated it does meet the technical requirements. Does it meet state, federal, and local government requirements? We do not have those permits yet, because we can't get the permits until after we have the special exception, but we are required as a condition to get the state and federal permits necessary. I don't believe there'll be any federal permits in this case. I think it's just a St. John's permit. Will it generate undue traffic congestion? No, according to our traffic engineers, the review, this will be low trip generation. On top of that, of course, DOT has already issued the permit to allow for the minimum for the median cut. Will it create a hazard or a public nuisance or be dangerous to the public? No. In fact, one of the things I think it's important to recognize is that because of the fact people understand how these things work, this is going to be great, because not only do we have a boundary fence that already exists on the site because of the agricultural nature of it, there'll be a secondary fence inside around the impact area. So you'll have two fences that people would have to get to that area. On top of that, the cattle will still be on the site in between the impact area, the area that we're actually digging, and the boundary fence. So we'll be able to maintain cattle on the site. All the wetlands will be preserved, obviously, and the buffer provided. We'll be creating lake habitat with shallow slopes and littoral shelf, and it's temporary use. So I think that pretty much answers that question. Will it materially alter the character or value of the area? I think this is consistent with the character of the area. A lake on this area, as done, will only enhance what's already there. It will remove some density, that's true, but the density wasn't terribly high. I mean, so I don't think it'll have a tremendous impact, and it will enhance the character of the lakes and the created environmental habitat. Will it affect the environmental and natural resources? Yes, it will preserve the wetlands, that's a good thing. It will preserve the wetland buffers, that's a good thing. It will create, the environment areas are all clustered to avoid any impacts, that's a good thing. Will be monitored to make sure there's no impacts. All the activities will be permitted by St. John's. Within 5 years, again, there'll be a natural environmental habitat created of 61 acres. And the excavation areas will become natural lakes that will complement the rural character of the area. So, again, this is a special exception. It's a permitted use if you meet the conditions. We have testimony that we've met all the conditions. We have evidence we've met all the conditions. The project has gone through a 2-year review to ensure that it's been done correctly. And on top of that, we've added stipulations, including some that's in the present ordinance that will make this a better project and mitigate any potential impacts. The county staff has recommended approval, and the PLDRC has unanimously recommended approval. And I'm sorry if I spoke fast. I just know you guys are hungry, and so I'm trying to do this fast. And I am available for any questions, and obviously our engineer is available for any questions. If there's anything we can do better, let us know. Thank you.
Heather Post, your name is still up. Is that a holdover?
Yes, no, it's, I have some questions.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask this actually of staff. Is Clay back there? Do we know why Deltona does not allow this as a permitted use?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone have any vague idea?
I would just say that...
You know, Glenn? Well, Clay, I'd love to hear from you first. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Typically, cities do not necessarily have borrow pits occurring in them. That's why you'll probably, I'm not aware of a lot of cities that have quote-unquote borrow pits as permitted uses in any of their zoning. The few that do are those that do have a agricultural interface. So that, the only thing I could surmise is that because when Deltona was created in '99, they went through their comp plan, they did not foresee a agricultural future.
And that's exactly correct. I deal with this in other cities as well. They don't think of borrow pits because it's typically an agricultural use. And so they don't think in the terms of doing this. You guys are the experts in excavations. This is where the dirt's coming from, is the county usually. And so that's why you have the expertise in this. Deltona will be putting all the conditions that we have agreed to and that the county has required in their PUD. So it'll be like a special exception, but they just don't think of it. And I doubt there'll be any more special exceptions, any more borrow pits in Deltona.
Okay. It's certainly
Did
not
he
at
really
this
just
size.
say the council's where the dirt's coming from?
He said
I'm
that.
sorry.
He did say that.
The county is where the dirt
I'm
is coming
teasing.
from.
I thought he said that's where the expertise was coming from.
That is where the expert,
And
that's
what
right.
he said.
Well, because, and again, it's because you guys are used to doing it. You've done the staff, the county staff has done a lot of these,
Mhm.
and they've developed a lot of expertise to make sure that there's no impact to the wetland areas or to other areas.
So
Ben-
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Glenn, knowing that this has been discussion lately, and that we've certainly had changes to our plan
Right.
surrounding these types of things, if approved, or if discussed to be approved, which is what we're doing, would your group in fact be open to meeting the 250 requirement for the wetlands? And I'm going to say that with the caveat of, and I know it was explained to me,
Right.
that there's a lake, if there's a giant lake in the middle of the 400 acres, or 386 acres, that you can't put a buffer in there. And I get that, but you can certainly put a buffer on the outside of this enormous pit, right? So I'm wondering if that is an option as part of the approval.
Well, if you think about this, first of all, there's two issues.
Mhm.
One is the 250 is the default, and no one, I can't say no one, but I doubt you're gonna actually have 250-foot buffer. You're gonna do a study, and the study is gonna reveal that the actual impact will require less for that. Studies are expensive, studies take a long time, and we've spent so much money on this already for the last 2 years, we can't afford to go through that study again to reduce it down below the 150 or whatever, or below the 250.
Not even to get the approval?
Yeah, well, secondly, if you look at this, if you look at the design, the wetlands are the hard line. And so once you look at the wetland lines and you start moving it now from 25, which is St. John's, to 150, which is the county. So now, if you're saying a hard 250, not even the allowance to reduce it below that, that would be almost a taking. But if you go down to the 250, then your lake area on this would go to practically nothing. And so, because don't forget, you wrap almost around the entire lake. So you have 100-foot extra around that entire lake. So you then have little tiny ponds that would be here as opposed to a lake and a natural habitat system.
Are there that much wetlands throughout the system in these 400 acres then?
There is.
That it would impact it that much?
Yes, because this is, if you look at, even though it's a huge piece of property, there are wetland systems that we're avoiding. And because of the fact that the lakes are between those wetland systems that we're trying to avoid impact, it would push it in and you have really no lakes left.
And we're doing the 25-foot setback from those wetlands?
No, we're doing 150 foot from those wetlands.
Okay.
Because that's what's required under your
Previous.
Under previous, yes. And I had no option.
And we can't go lower.
And
You can't go lower
right.
for the special permit.
I had no option. I had no option to reduce it until you changed that law.
Right.
But it took a while to change that law. So.
Okay.
So we're gonna stick with the 150.
If, my understanding though is you would have had to have come back you couldn't go lower, you couldn't ask for lower than the 150 at this point because you're grandfathered in and you're not included in the new guidelines. So you don't have the ability to even do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying you have to meet the current standards, then the current standards allows me to go lower. I mean,
I'm not asking for you to meet the current standards. I was asking you to meet 250 feet.
Yeah,
setback.
well, again, let's think about this for a second. The idea here is the setback idea is to avoid impacting wetlands.
Right.
And if, and St. John's, who's the master of wetlands, says 25 feet and all these additional things that we do will avoid impacting wetlands. Volusia County, in an abundance of caution, says 150. Fine, but we're still gonna do all the things that St. John says to do to avoid impacting wetlands. We're still gonna do wetland monitoring wells. If any of those wetland monitoring wells reveal any impact to the wetlands, there's a hard stop on the project until you resolve it. We're doing hydration, all these things that do it. So if the goal is to avoid impacting wetlands, we're doing that. It doesn't make any sense just to add another 100 feet for for no purpose.
Okay. Can we go back to there were 2 slides I had questions about, and it went by pretty quick. I'm hoping, Megan, you can pull them up. The first one was, does it follow the land development code slide?
Yes.
I think it's about the middle, maybe, Megan? And Glenn, if you see it in here, if you could shout out.
Yeah. Keep going. Maybe not that one. Keep going.
I think it's further, yeah. Right in here
There.
somewhere.
Right there?
It was actually land development code, I think
Okay.
it said at the top. Petitioner
right.
miss.
That was keep going.
Right there, I think.
Right.
Maybe.
So these are things, yeah.
Oh, maybe one more, Megan. I think this was the slide.
These are some
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
questions that are asked as part of the overall review process that we have resolved.
Mm-hmm. And so I just wanted to look at this more. I'm looking at that it's going to create jobs.
It creates a minimum of 3 jobs, but it also creates jobs.
Minimum of 3?
Yeah, minimum of 3 on the site itself.
Okay.
On top of that, there's also, of course, the jobs created by the trucks,
Right.
the truck drivers, as you can imagine, and by providing the fill material, it allows for the economy to continue to operate and for us to stay out of the FEMA regulations. So it creates a lot of jobs.
Okay. And then Megan, if you could go back, the slide where it says, will it materially alter character of the land? I think that's further, if you move forward. Somewhere in here. Nope, one more. Right there.
There it is.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So it's, will enhance, I'm trying to read that far. It's not on my screen. Will enhance character.
I know what you mean. So
Okay.
right now, this land is pasture.
Rural,
and
right.
And wetland areas.
And so the other broad point that I keep seeing being pushed is that it's going to keep it rural.
Yeah.
That's what I keep seeing.
Because,
Okay.
again, right now it's pasture and wetland areas.
Mhm.
This will take some of the pasture and turn it into wetland areas and lakes. The other part will stay pasture. I mean, at this point, we're intending on maintaining our cattle operation on the areas. But that's it. There's no real change in the nature of it whatsoever, other than, to me, it goes more toward the environmental side because you're taking so much density out.
Okay. I'm going to say, Glenn, I have zero doubt that you're following all of the requirements. No doubt in my mind of that in whatsoever.
Trust me.
Yes, no, I know, and I know you. So I have zero doubt that you haven't checked all of the boxes and crossed all the T's for sure. I'm even looking at, you're going to make sure that the dirt doesn't even come out of the trucks and get on the road. But I also see that as pocket change ending up on the road too. So you definitely don't want to lose the profit there.
That's right.
You're right. So I get it. But
although I will tell you, oftentimes it gets on tires,
Mhm.
and that's why we don't want it.
For many reasons, but
Right.
I see all of the things being done and all the boxes being checked. But part of the boxes being checked are things like 25-foot buffer is a requirement that St. John's Water Management would normally require, and if you do that, St. John's Water Management, who we have said is the know-all end-all of water in Florida, is saying that 25 is okay, and I think council has already come forward and said we don't agree with that.
And
right?
we're doing
I understand you're
6
doing the
times that
150,
amount, right?
but my point is, we're still looking. When I saw the number of almost 400 acres to be used as burrow pits.
No, it's only 61 acres that are used as burrow pits. The nearly 400 acres is the overall parcels that contain those 61 acres.
Okay. But it's affecting the 400 acres, right? You're using the 400 acres.
Actually, it's having no impact on those acres
A
at
great
all
deal of
because
wetlands on it. You
the
said
rest of
it
it
doesn't
is-
have wetlands on it. You just said
It does, but it's not affecting it. It has no impact whatsoever on those. Those areas will continue to be maintained, like I say, for cattle. The wetlands are preserved. on those areas, so they'll have no impact. And we're maintaining and we're making sure those wetlands have no impacts to the wetlands. So no, anything outside those lake areas, nothing is being affected whatsoever. So only the 61 acres.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I find it hard to believe just from, whether it's a development on top of the land or digging out all of the land. There was a slide in here where you said basically we're going to pull out all the dirt. So does it have an impact on the area? Yes, but we're still keeping it rural. That's great, but we're digging out all of the land in that area, which really makes it
Which prevents it
non-usable
from being built upon. Yes, that is the only thing that it does. It prevents that land from being built upon.
But I still find it hard to believe that it's not going to have some impact to the flow of water, the actual dynamic of that area. We're looking at the Osteen local plan. We've had so many people from that area, and I understand you're saying this is not, there's not a whole lot of houses in that 400, or no houses in that 400 acres, but that is an area that people are greatly concerned about because it is one of the areas in the county where there is still largely undeveloped property. And
And again, one of the things I'm trying to do, because I really love the people of Osteen, is I'm trying to reduce the amount of density there.
You're saying to dig out the dirt and to dig out the dirt for profit, or to dig out the dirt period, is a better option than selling it for development.
Significantly.
That's better. That's your
because
case.
Here's the
I
deal.
hear you.
Ultimately, there's going to be a road there.
Yeah.
Ultimately, there's going to be a major highway in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, something is going to change over time. But for right now, for the next 5 years, this is going to be nothing but this. After that, the intent is to do nothing but cattle. But this allows these people who own this agricultural land, who've owned this agricultural land for decades, to continue to have this as agricultural land. They're not forced to sell it for development. And so this is one of the reasons I think this is an agricultural use that's so important to allow in agricultural areas. Because if you don't allow for people to make money off their agricultural land, they are forced to sell it for development. That's all there is to it. And if you do it the right way, where we've done this with the staff and worked together with St. John's and everyone else, to do it the right way and to preserve the wetlands, there's a way of balancing this. And I believe, like I say, that when you're preserving the character of a neighborhood by avoiding that and by showing this as natural systems, which is what we're creating. And so I'm sorry I'm passionate about this.
Yeah, no, that's good. But
it really is important to me. And I live out in that area as well. And so this is the sort of thing that should be done. And it's funny because the chairman indicated at one point, you need to work with the development community at some point to find ways so that you can work together to preserve land and create environmental protection. There's ways to do it. This is what we've done. And so this is why I like this as an option, because I don't want to sound, like a forecasting, but I know what could happen down the road if we don't do this.
Okay. I find it hard to believe that there's really only two options, and that's developing the property or digging it all out and excavating
it's
it.
Not, again, it's not, it's creating a lake.
I hear you. So are retention ponds in neighborhoods. But
that
doesn't even out the
retention ponds are not the same thing.
Okay.
This is really a lake. This is littoral shelves. This is the whole thing.
Right.
And again, I don't want to, I certainly don't want to, this is a fascinating discussion.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take up the rest of the council's time.
Right. No, I understand you want to end it, and I'm finished. Thanks.
Ben Johnson.
This has been one of the more thorough presentations on this kind of an issue that I've seen. I think it was a very good job to answer the questions this time. I'm going to make a motion to approve.
It's already been done.
Been so long I forgot.
It was motion.
There is a motion
by
for
Lowry,
seconded by Johnson.
By Johnson. Danny Danny, your name's gone. You're good. Couple of questions, Glenn. You have stated very emphatically several times that there will be no impact to the wetlands.
Right.
But when you read this, you're pulling out of the ground 1,270,813 cubic yards of material.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming the only way you can say, I know you said he's designed a perfect system, that you've got to dewater that pit. Are you putting that back in the wetlands? Because I can't imagine how you can pull out that much material from the ground and not impact not only wetlands, but wells all around it.
It's science. We've done this a number of times before, and if you'll notice, all the other ones we've done have been done properly and have not had any impact to the wetlands. St. John's will tell you the same thing. If you do it right, there's no impact to the wetlands and there's no impact to wells. In fact, I'm so confident of that, like I say, and some other ones I've actually said, if anything happens to your well, we'll pay for it. So it's just because it doesn't happen. Because if you do it the right way, if you follow science, and I know this is a lot of stuff to work together on, then it doesn't happen. And we need excavations done the right way. It's that simple. So your other option is no excavations. Well, that doesn't work. The right way to do it is excavations the right way. And Mark, why don't you talk about it?
Sure. For the record, my name is Mark Doust. I'm a project engineer with the firm Mark Doust & Associates. Our offices are located at 536 North Halifax. We've actually done several borrow pits over the years, and what we call our toolkit has expanded over the years. It used to be, 20 years ago, we dug them one of two ways. We either did big drag lines, and then we piled the dirt up because it'd have to drain all the moisture out. That was the one way that we did it for years and years. And then after that, we started rim ditching. And what that means is you dig a ditch around the perimeter and you pump out of that ditch as you lower your grade. And that's how you would dewater the material. Normally that material still had too much moisture in it, and so we would still resort to stockpiling to drain it, and then finally the trucks would move it. For the last 10 years, and maybe a little bit longer, we now have technologies that allow us to put sock drains approximately 17 feet down. This is about a 30-foot excavation. So it starts out by clearing the land, putting silt fences up, and then trenching in sock drains 17 foot deep. Those drains are then attached to pumps, which start to dewater the soil profile. What's really good about this method is the rim ditches used to have a lot of turbidity in them, and we'd have to take that water and put it in a settling pond, run it through hay bales before we could do anything with the water. With the sock drains, what comes out of the pump is clean water, because you're essentially pulling it out of the soil. It's not getting mixed with any turbidities. And so probably starting about 8 years ago, in conjunction with the Water Management District, because we always work very closely with them, we started the process of using rehydration rings around the banks. Normally, it wouldn't be necessary in this because our setback is so great, it's 150 feet. But in years past, we actually were closer to the wetlands. And so in those cases, being able to put a rehydration sock around the perimeter, which essentially discharges that clean water that you're pumping out of the bottom around the rim, and it just flows into the wetlands. So that keeps you from depressing the water table in the wetlands while you're digging. And again, we didn't have this tool 15 years ago. That's when it kind of started. So after we get to 15 feet deep, we simply repeat the process and do the same thing. The other thing that we do now that we didn't used to do is we break it up into cells. So if we have a pit that's next to a wetland, many times we'll dig part of it, and then we start the next one and we pump the water right back into the old pit. So you restore the water table quickly in the old pit. You no longer have to have the rehydration sock because you brought the water level back up, and that really helps us tremendously. I know one of the ones that we did, we had the sock, and St. John's came out, and literally the water is just pure, clean water, and they asked us, can you just go ahead and put the sock right here into the wetland? We don't need you to actually distribute it a bit. We could take it right in. That's how strongly they felt about that water. The other thing is, when we go through the Water Management District, 25 foot is not a slam dunk. 25 foot is their minimum wetland buffer. In our case, when we permit through the Water Management District, it's generally stormwater management is a big thing, and then wetland protection is a big thing. With subdivisions, it's mostly stormwater management, but when we start to pull down the water in a pond for a stormwater pond. And sometimes we pull it down permanently. So let's say the normal water is 3 foot down, we want to pull it down. If it's close to a wetland, St. John's makes us do hydrological studies to show that we don't have what we call a lateral impact to that wetland. Yeah, and it's a big thing. So when we do permitting through the Water Management District, we have the regular ERP permit, environmental resource permit, but then really the biggest one is the consumptive use permit. And that's where we do the groundwater modeling, and they look at all of that. They also take into account what measures we're doing, like rehydration. And that's where they a lot of times say if they have any question anywhere, they'll say, well, let's put a monitoring well here or here. And I can guess where they're gonna go, but they always fine tune where we're suggesting. So
these are the experts, is that right?
they are the experts. They have hydrogeologists on staff, and those are the ones that we deal with when we do, the consumptive use permitting through them. So I hope that tells you a little bit more about how we do it today. Has a lot of safeguards that are built in. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and answer them.
Here's my concern. As you read through the report, it clearly states, Glenn said, I know what will happen down the road. We don't know. It says in the report, we don't know if this will have impact to surrounding wells and to the surrounding community. In fact, it said wetland impacts will be determined after we approve this council, by the environmental permitting staff. So we're going to approve this and then have to wait sometime down the road to see what the impact is.
No, I think one of the things you need to look at is how this has worked in the past. All the other projects we've done, you've never had any impacts. You've never had any wells go out. You've never had any wetlands being destroyed or impacted. We've done it right every single time. That's what you need to look at for right now, for your determination as to whether or not this is appropriate and whether we've met the same criteria and whether we will continue to monitor this, because we'll be monitoring not only with St. John's, but we also do progress reports with the staff. This is not just a done and deal. And when I say what may happen in the future, I'm talking about density. I'm talking about if this is not turned into 61 acres of lake, then that's 61 acres of density that's going to be there.
Right, and I'm just telling you what I have to deal with when you're very sure that there's not going to be any impact, and I hear that over and over again, and yet we have flooding all over the county where it was not going to happen. We followed every engineer's standard, so we have to consider the unintended consequences.
Absolutely, and the way to guarantee, and again, you just can't put your head in the sand and say we're not doing anything. You have to do it in such a way where you can prevent it. So if there are impacts, if there's something does happen, which again, we're doing regular monitoring the entire time, we stop. That's simple.
Once the neighbor's well goes dry?
We're required to stop. If a neighbor comes up to me and says, my well went dry, we have to replace it. So, I mean, again, that's something that we will deal with. It hasn't happened ever in the past with all the excavations that have been done in Volusia County. That's what's important here. You can do this the right way. And again, Mark is staking his professional reputation on this, as you can imagine, which I think you've been around for a few years. 40. So, and obviously St. John's is doing the same thing. We do this the right way, and we don't have any impact. And yes, we do guarantee there will be no impact, because if there is, we fix it or we stop. It's that simple.
Okay. You also said that St. John says you can dig a 30-foot ditch or hole 25 feet from a wetland and it won't impact it. That's just not believable.
Well, go ahead. Yeah, please.
So in St. John's, the minimum standard is a 25-foot wetland buffer. It actually allows you to go to 15 feet with an average of 25. That's if all the other parameters are being met. I can't stay 25 feet away and then pull down the water table and damage the wetland. They won't allow you to do that. That's why in certain cases, we have had to be farther from the wetland. When the borrow pit regulations first came into effect, we really didn't have all these sophisticated tools that we have now. So back then, let's have 150 foot. It was kind of a nice fail-safe way of doing it. Now we have the technology, the modeling, we have the experts who review it. So we're very confident when we design these things of what the reaction is going to be.
And as you can tell, I'm probably less confident but to be honest with you, see, I've experienced this myself, but it was probably 30 years ago. Almost a half mile away, dug a deep pit. My well went dry, and I'm pumping up sand through all the faucets in my house. We had to get another well. So I'm skeptical when I hear there's absolutely no impact. But I want to move on real quick because we have 3 other people that want to talk. You also said that traffic is minimal, 250 total daily trips with dump trucks and no impact.
That's correct, because it's onto 415. That is, if you look at the number of trips that are on 415 now, it was thousands, if I remember correctly. So the 250 on there will have minimal impact. That's about what? A total of, if you had 25 houses out there, maximum, 10 trips per day for a house.
But they all don't have dump trucks full of dirt.
No, they don't. But that's one of the reasons why St. John, by DOT, has worked with us to provide a very safe access. You have to.
Do they take into account a dump truck as opposed to a family car, a dump truck that can't stop on a dime?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again,
they do.
You're entitled to. This is the reason why they granted the median cut, because it's for a dump truck, for a excavation. They didn't do it for the purposes of let's put 25 houses up here. It was for that specific purpose to make it safe, because that's what's required.
415 is a state road?
It is.
I remember last week discussing the Amazon with tractor trailers, and it was said that it can't go out to Williamson because it would tear up the road, it would cause the blacktop to ripple. Is 415 built to the same level as
yes.
Bevel Road?
Yeah, it's actually built, I think, better. It's built to highway standards, or is it?
It's a newer road too.
Right. Yeah. In fact, that's right. It's just been redone and 4-lane at that point. But yes, so this is one of the reasons why this is such a good location for this. And again, if you choose to not allow excavations in Volusia County, then your roads are being impacted by all the trucks that are still going to have to come from Lake County, Flagler County, and Seminole County.
Yeah. Also, what makes this road particularly well suited is it is built to high standards, and it's also a 4-lane road. So a 4-lane road really helps. If you have a truck that's starting to slow down, it gives traffic another lane to use. This project has a peak trip hour of 22 trips in an hour. The capacity of the road is 3,580. So it's a very small fraction of what that road is. And again, it's temporary.
How much is, you probably don't know, how much is fill right now a cubic foot?
It depends. Fill is based, the cost of fill is based on the transportation cost. If you got the fill directly from your source, it's probably $4 to $5 per yard. Once you start getting into the transportation costs, you're paying 14 to 18, right?
Yeah, a lot of times to have, let's say I have a project and I need 1,000 cubic yards. Typically, the bid price in place compacted on a project might be $15 to $17 a yard. Now, it's different if they're paying for it in the pit and they're going to transport it, then it might be $3, $4 a yard. So it depends on the quality of the material, how close it is to your site. Can you satisfy the full contract or not? You know, all those play into a role.
But I will tell you, but by having places where it's closer to your actual ultimate site, it reduces the cost to the ultimate user as well. So it helps our economy.
Okay.
And reduces the carbon footprint.
Economic development. One last question. Again, I'm going back to this doesn't impact a wetland or the surrounding areas. In the report, it says the groundwater was found 1.1 to 5.8 feet below the surface, but in the rainy season, seasonal high is 1 to 2 foot above that, which makes surface water, which means part of that is got standing water on it, and yet we're not calling it wetlands. And that's what makes it difficult for me. One of the number of things that makes it difficult for me to believe that, especially when it says in the report, We don't know what impact this might have. We'll find out as we go along, and if it impacts people, we'll stop. Well, it's too late then.
It doesn't say that we don't know what the impact's gonna be.
It does.
The impact will be nothing
Well,
to the wetland areas.
I think you might be referring to the geotechnical report. Yeah, and what he's saying is if you pull down that water table and do nothing, they're not sure what the impact would be. I can tell you, it'd probably be negative if you didn't do anything. Just like the one you experienced 30 years ago. You probably had an unregulated pit. They probably pumped the thing down for years. There's probably no active rehydration whatsoever. That's what's different today. We have standards in place and we have the technology to make it work. And we also have the Water Management District who regularly visits the sites.
And the county.
Okay, Heather Post, and then Danny Robbins, and then Ben.
I just have one question or one thing to point out, I guess. We're saying that we're not affecting the wetlands in here, but I'm reading the one sentence in the agenda item that's requesting our approval, and the one sentence says, the properties proposed for the excavation are undeveloped and include freshwater forested, shrub, and wet prairie wetlands, including cypress and bayheads.
Yes,
That's the whole property.
The site itself contains that. The 400 acres contains those areas. We're avoiding those areas and preserving those areas.
Correct.
So we're not impacting those areas whatsoever. We're only impacting the upland areas that are pasture right now.
All right, thank you, I've heard everything, thank you.
And I understand why you look at that and say, oh my gosh.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. So one thing to kind of recognize here is that we can't have it both ways. At this point, a lot of what we do, we're kind of mitigating a potential no-win situation. Which one is less impactful, right? Okay, so we can have development on one hand, high density, and then we can take some of that away. There's positive negatives for both. We can't have it both ways. But let's talk about what we are looking at right here. County Land Development Commission approved. Deltona Land Development Board approved. FDOT standards approval, site plan review, bonded requirements, landscape plans, monitoring wells. Residents didn't have an issue with this. Does not impact the roads. Okay, there's a road impact study. Reduces the carbon footprint, creates jobs, reduces the density because of the overall footprint, building footprint. What rights does a landowner have in this thing? This is kind of nothing for nothing, but they have all the bases covered. But then we hear about speculation about levels of the aquifer and wells going dry. I live out on 415 myself, okay? There's not a whole lot of development around me, larger pieces of property. A number of things can happen that has nothing to do with development when it comes to the wells. For instance, I've pulled 2 wells in my life where the metal casings, over 20, 30 years, holes, rust in them, sand gets in there from the well. So at that point, we're just speculating. But at the end of the day, this individual is trying to find balance, and he deserves to have a return on his investment as well, and also protect. And it appears to me like he's doing every box that's being checked. The levels of bureaucracy here, when does it stop? Where it appears like he's trying to do everything right. But at the end of the day, you know, we got to pick one or the other. Either we want development, or we want, or we're going to do this and reduce that option in the future. We can't have it both ways.
Ben Johnson, did you want to say something?
Please call the question.
Yeah. And I did want to say that my well has also gone out a couple times, so, and I don't think there's any excavations around where I am. So.
Okay, we still have people that want to speak. The question has been called, so I'll ask for a vote to terminate the debate and move to the vote. This vote will have to pass by 3/4 vote. So Ben, you've asked to call for the vote. Is there a second on limiting debate?
I second it.
Lowry seconds it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye.
Opposed only if, I'm curious as to who still wants to speak.
I did.
Oh, okay, I didn't see you on the, you don't ever show up on the list, that's why.
Y'all don't
Okay.
get to see my name. I had
Okay.
one other question, but
Well, I'm okay hearing the entire totality of the discussion. That's what we're here for.
Well, I lost the vote, so we will, there's a motion on the floor by Lowry, seconded by Johnson. All in favor of the borrow pits, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign?
Nay.
Aye for me. Based solely on the fact, Glenn, I mean, you won, on the fact that we don't know. It says in chapter 9:12, states excavation may have temporary impacts to surrounding neighborhoods. And you say it absolutely doesn't, and so I don't know why that's in the report.
Again, it's one of the reasons why we continue to monitor, why we continue to have managers there. We do everything we can to resolve any issues. And it's one of the things that's important when you're neighbors. And so that's what I try to accomplish.
I thank you. I'm just not willing to vote yes when it's handled after the fact. Mr. Robbins makes a great point about private property. The funny thing about private property is we always have to anticipate, and I know the owner has, how this affects your neighbors, because freedom says do whatever you want. Liberty says don't hurt your neighbors.
It's one of the reasons I've talked to a lot of neighbors.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-2.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time and not going to lunch. So.
Billy, you had said you wanted to do 12?
Can we go to
9,
lunch?
10, and 12.
I move we go to lunch.
Yeah.
It's 1:30.
Yeah.
I mean,
The attorneys have been sitting in here for a long time.
That's
Well,
okay.
they're in here at we
So
have people at every.
So have we.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Heather to go to lunch. We have a second by Gertman. Carissa, call the roll, because my hearing's not good enough to tell who's saying yes and who's saying no.
Dr. Lowry,
Yes.
Ms. Post? Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler?
No.
That was no, Ms. Wheeler.
No, yes.
Ms. Gertman?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Brower?
Yes. So we will adjourn until, be done by 2? All right, we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
The staff has asked for an additional 15 minutes to work on the technical issue, so
Okay.
if you could make it 2:15, they'd appreciate it.
That means they don't get to eat, right?
That's correct.
All right. Daryl, thank you for trying to get it figured out. I'm sure you will. 2:15.
Volusia County is a beautiful place to live, but if
we don't respect it, who will?
Litter is a problem, one that we can solve.
But it's going to take all of us working together.
What matters is that we all do our part.
Don't be a litter bug.
And pick up litter whenever you see it.
Every litter bit counts. Keep Volusia beautiful.
Coming up on Volusia Magazine, we talk with the county's first ever resource stewardship director, get air travel tips, and fuel up on history at a local garage. These stories and more coming up next.
Work anymore? We're 4 minutes over, so let's everybody find their seat, and we're going to get to y'all before we go on with everything. We got one more ahead of you. Okay, 1 minute warning. What? Good. All the other men are gone. Is he?
We're going to, if I can have another cookie.
Oh, Lord.
No, I almost lost an eye on the first one. Oh. No, they don't eat the rest. That thing swelled up 3 times its size.
Okay, at 2:21, we will open the Volusia County Council meeting back up. We're going to do item 10, and then we're going to, can y'all hear Billy telling me what to do? And then we're going to go to item 12. I'm sorry, we don't have time for this. Okay, item 10 is a serious matter. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. Again, we are acting as a court. Our decision will be made on the evidence presented here today. Rather than say what it is, I'll just let Clay take it from here.
Chair, did you want to ask about ex parte communication?
Yeah, I was going to ask after you got done, but since you already did, Billy's telling me what to do. You might as well join in too.
Sorry.
Fred will be next. So, does anybody have any ex parte that they would like to declare? Ben? No. Is he sure? No. Okay. No.
This is a special exception for a rural event center on an 11.21 acre parcel of land with a prime agricultural zoning located at 1325 Pell Road in Osteen. The case number is S-22-021. The property owners initiated utilizing this property for a wedding barn. Our code has a definition as a rural event center for those types of operations. Those are for things that are outside the state's definition of agritourism and are not protected under those standards and would like to actively pursue that type of use in the agricultural areas. There were specific conditions put together to ensure the compatibility with adjacent agricultural types of uses, and those were put into our code, and it was treated as a special exception. The property owners initiated this work and did some interior renovations without permits and did some other things. When we were provided with a complaint and followed up, we've met with them and worked with them to try and get through some of these issues. The first discussion was whether or not it could qualify as agritourism, and I know that they are pursuing an agricultural classification through the property appraiser for this property as well as the entire site. That initial effort resulted with the pasture, which is being utilized for cattle grazing, getting the agricultural exemption or classification, but not this structure. The structure in question is Obviously a finished building, it's being utilized primarily for these types of activities. So that being the case, their only way to continue on operating is to go through the special exception process. They did go in front of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. That was back in November. Went forward with a staff's recommendation conditioned on a variance for some of the structures that are associated on the property and associated with this use. The variance was granted by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, so that stands on its own. Now they're in front of you with a special exception. Included in your staff report and as part of the approval, there's a list of 14 specific conditions. Most of them are pertaining to addressing some of the code enforcement, but there's also operational restrictions in regards to no amplified noise, limitations on hours of operation, etc. The applicant has agreed to all of those conditions and is willing to abide by those and will follow through. If this special exception is approved, then they would have to come back for a final site plan to be approved by the Development Review Committee, as well as building permits approved through the building department. Again, this is a situation where staff has been able to work with the property owners to hopefully come up with a resolution that meets their criteria. This gives you an idea of where the property is located. There's an aerial and also a lot map. This is talking about the unpermitted structures that were allowed through the variance that was approved by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and the 2 pending building permits that are in place. Here are some photographs that were taken. This gives you an aerial view of the property. This also gives you the exterior, how it looks walking up into it, and some interior shots. As you can see, this was a pole barn at one point and was enclosed so that way you would see that they have a fully functioning kitchen. They have these areas obviously used for gatherings. This gives you an idea of the site plan that they would follow through on. This gives you the idea of the parking access and how they would be able to meet our requirements for buffering, parking, handicap accessibility. We did have a code enforcement board finding back in September. That was where they said work through it with staff to get this addressed so that way the code enforcement board understood that they still had a violation, gave them a reasonable time to get through this process, and we're working through it right now. So if this special exception is approved, they go through with the final site plan and they get the building permits taken care of, all the code violations are addressed. As I said, we have specific requirements for the rural event centers. They comply with all of them. And that's why we were making a recommendation of approval. There was a public hearing in front of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. No one from the public spoke for or against this. And it went forward with a recommendation of approval to y'all unanimously. If there's any questions for staff, I'm available, and I know Mr. Watts is here representing the property owner.
Yeah, this is a public hearing. I'll open that now, and the only request to speak so far is Mark Watts.
I'd hope to say good morning, but good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I appreciate the time. Let me start by thanking your staff. We've done a lot of work on this particular site over the past couple years. We felt that it was going to be resolved last year with the ag exemption being approved on the entire property, but it was only approved on about 3/4 of it. This year we actually anticipate, and we have some indication from the property appraiser's office, that they will approve it on the entire site based on some 4-H programming that's going on also within the improved portion of the property. But your staff's been really good to work with. We've had multiple site visits to make sure that everything can be teed up to address the outstanding code issues and permitting issues that will apply once we have a special exception in place. But we really haven't been able to move forward with those things until we get through the special exception or have the ag exemption in place. So with that, you've talked a lot about a lot of things this morning. I'm going to stop talking, see if you have any questions. But otherwise, I appreciate your staff's work and partnership on working to get this through. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have. We are fine with the conditions that are listed on the recommendation.
Danny Robbins?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions. Make a motion to approve if nobody has anything else.
Motion to approve by Robbins. And second by who? Did you get it? Yeah, I'd like to approve that. By Lowry. and I'll open it up for discussion. Yeah, but he told me to sit further back because I was talking too loud. And that was before I ate this thing. I don't have a question. I will say that I've been by there to look at it, and I think it's a beautiful addition to that neighborhood. I wish I had a barn like that, but I wouldn't put animals in it, I guess. But it doesn't seem to be imposing anything on the neighborhood, so we have a motion to approve. I'll close the public hearing. A second by Lowry. Danny, your name's still up. Did you need to? Okay. You don't have to go. Never mind. All in favor, then say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you for your time.
And now we're going to go to 12 for people that have been sitting here all day. And
good afternoon. I'm Randy Clement with the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive. We're bond counsel to the county. What we're bringing to you today is an add-on essentially to a financing that you did back in 2019 for the Medical Center of Deltona. In 2019, you did a conduit bond issue to finance the medical center. You may recall that there was a freestanding emergency room facility on that campus that was developer constructed and leased to the medical center. There's I guess a right of first refusal that the medical center would like to exercise. The developer wants to sell the facility, so the medical center would like to exercise the right of first refusal and acquire the facility, and that's the purpose of this financing, is to finance the acquisition of the emergency room facilities on the campus of the medical center that are operated now as part of the medical center. In 2019, as I said, you did the bond issue. At that time, there wasn't contemplated to be any additional financing, and this opportunity came up. So the way this is structured is we're amending and restating some of the basic financing documents that were put in place in 2019 to allow this financing to be secured on an equal and parity basis, and the property, the emergency room facilities and property will be added to the mortgage. We're also conducting a public hearing. Notice of the public hearing was published in the News Journal on the 11th, I believe. So if you decide to proceed with this, we need to open it up for public comment. But I'd be glad to answer any questions. This is a conduit financing. It's payable solely from amounts paid by the medical center and any security provided. There's no county obligation other than as a conduit issuer, and the borrower in fact indemnifies the county from any liability that might arise out of the transaction.
And you're right, this is a public hearing, so let's, it's a public hearing held by the County of Volusia, Florida, with respect to the issuance by the county of its Hospital Revenue Bonds Medical Center of Deltona Project, Series 2022, in an aggregate principal amount not exceeding $15 million for the principal purposes of financing the acquisition of the emergency room facilities by the Medical Center of Deltona, Inc., located on the Barrs campus in the city of Deltona, Volusia County, Florida, located at 3300 Halifax Crossing Boulevard, Deltona, Florida 32725. And so if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard regarding the proposed issuance by the county of its Hospital Revenue Bonds Medical Center of Deltona Project, Series 2022, any aggregate principal not exceeding $15 million. And so far we're gonna have one, okay? Okay, come and speak and then we'll.
John Nixon, Beachside. As the only public here and the only one that pays into Halifax, I don't like the idea that we're into 3 different hospital zones, but it was wise to have this over there. Secondly, I don't think we could build the facility for any less than $15 million. Ms. Billy can tell you what it cost them just to put in a small place. So we're getting a great deal. We don't know what, if we leave it in private hands, what the rent will be in the future. So to me, it's a no-brainer. So if you are required by law to have a public person make a comment, I've made it. So therefore, you're covered by law. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Well, I appreciate being able to count on you, John. And we don't have any other requests to speak, so I will, the public hearing for this matter is now closed. And if you want to continue.
Just to introduce myself, Kent Bailey, Director of Corporate Treasury for Halifax Health. So I'm leading this project for the financing, working with Mr. Clement and Brent Miller and Olive. So we really appreciate your consideration, and it really does help support the Medical Center of Deltona, which is providing healthcare services to that community. A significant uninsured Medicaid population there that we're very proud to serve.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve.
Motion.
Sorry.
Wait, Ben Johnson, you were first on my screen.
I was going to make a motion to approve.
Johnson makes a motion. Wheeler makes a second to approve. Is there any comments, questions? Not seeing any, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
The attorney's up. Did he have a comment?
I just wanted to remind all of you that I left a manila folder on your chairs this morning with a document that needs to be signed in connection with this transaction. So if you could just return those to me, sign them and return them. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. Okay, let's cover that up. 12. So, with that, we will go back to item 7. I don't show any motions or seconds for that, which brings Clay back up where he left off. Yes, sir. Ordinance 2022-1.
Yes, sir. This is an amendment to Chapter 72, Article 2, pertaining to our landscaping requirements, and it's case number O-22-024. As the staff report referenced, in 2015, as part of our Smart Growth Initiative and several other outreach, we identified some changes that needed to be made to our zoning regulation, or specifically our landscaping requirements. We started working on that. There was additional follow-up, and so basically what we are now able to present to you many years later are those changes that we would like to see done administratively to implement some of the requested changes. Starting on page 7-32 through the table that's contained on 735 and 36 is a detailed summary of all the changes that we've proposed. I can give you all a quick overview. If you want me to get into specifics, I'll be glad to as well. Basically, what we saw is that many times our requirement for our buffering, the amount of plant material was causing improper horticultural practices. In other words, we were planting too many trees, too many different types of species in a closed, confined space. And so like our understory trees were being overwhelmed by the large trees, or our ground covers or grasses were not able to grow because, again, improper planting practices. And so it may have met the numbers, but we felt that it needed to be changed. So that is first and foremost. We also looked at some of the changes in regards to the process. When we get a non-residential site plan or a site plan for a multifamily, we require landscape plans to show compliance with the buffering requirements, tree preservation, et cetera. We also require a landscape irrigation plan at that point in time. We are not going to be requiring that at the first part anymore because many times species change, location changes, and then all of a sudden you're having to redo that. So that would still be part of the final landscape plan, but it would not be part of the completeness check. So that way they could go through the process, and where they got it finalized, we would get it before the DRC would approve the final site plan. Again, allowing for some flexibility in process without jeopardizing quality. We also looked at increasing some of the buffering. One of the areas that we saw specifically in the commercial to commercial, in other words, you have two commercial sites next to each other with a shared property line. We were requiring a 5-foot landscape buffer. What we're seeing is that's just not sufficient space for all the plantings that are needed, so we increased it from 5 feet to 10 feet. So therefore, each side would have to have 10 feet for a total of 20. We did see that there was a situation specifically in the buffering required for commercial to residential that the buffering requirements were in excess of the setback requirements. So therefore, we reduced the buffering requirements to mimic what the setback requirements are. That would allow for greater use of the site and still maintain the buffering that we were intending to have. We were talking about new plantings and invasive irrigation may not be within drip lines of existing specimen trees or historic trees. This is critical so that folks don't come in and trench through the root systems of these historic and specimen trees. It allows for them to work around them, still install the appropriate type of irrigation, but not jeopardize the root systems. We talked about screening for solid waste containers in order to make sure that that's consistent. And then we increased the foundation plantings. We were at 3 feet. We're putting it out to 5. That's just right now standard practice, because what we're seeing is that you want to pull some of the landscape material away from the building itself for maintenance requirements. Those are just some of the generalized standards. If there's any specific question or concern, I'll be glad to answer those as best I can.
Just a point of interest because of what you've been saying, reducing unnecessary plantings. I have a question on, what page is this? I believe it's Exhibit B, 714, I believe. And it's just, I could tell you real quick, it's talking about hedges, 4 feet in overall height with, that's what's going in, that's what's required. It's got to be 4 feet the day it's planted.
Let me get to that so I can clarify what's.
While you're looking for it, I like the purpose of this is that you're trying to reduce unnecessary costs and yet uphold, the standards that we want for the county. For a hedge, that's a big plant material to carry.
Yeah, 4 foot height is.
My question really is, it also says at a distance of 30 inches apart.
On center?
That's on center?
If I remember
for
correct.
a 4 foot tall plant, that's pretty tight.
Let me.
I don't need to make a big deal of it, but if we're trying to save money, if I planted a hedge 4 feet tall on 30-inch centers, it would be hard to keep it healthy. They would be so tight.
Yes, sir.
And then I have a question on the bottom of that page, something that I like. I just want to see if I'm reading it right. Pardon me?
Page 714.
This is still on 714, yes. The zoning enforcement officer, let me move this. It looked like this is for redevelopment area. Are you talking about infill?
Yes, sir.
Then I do like it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, what I can give you as a real-world example is that over there at Derbyshire and Nova Road on what would be the southeast corner, there was an old gas station that turned into a storage area, which is now a Dollar General. And when they came in to redo that site, they ran into a considerable amount of waivers that had to be requested through the DRC, whereas that if it had been able to go through this process, it would have saved some time and concerns from that perspective. We realize that many of our non-residential sites that are developed within the county simply may not have the size or the dimensional requirements to meet all of the criteria for many of the buffering requirements, which would be applied to greenfield developments.
Okay. Really, my only concern in this section, in that same letter J, you're setting good standards, but then it says if it creates a hardship, we can undo it. It seems like you're kind of undoing the standards that you just set. What is the hardship?
Okay, let me make sure everybody, the zoning enforcement officer may waive or modify the requirements of 72-284 to facilitate the redevelopment of existing sites where environmental constraints limit the availability of reasonable, or if the literal interpretation of 72-284 creates a hardship. This is a long-standing standard that we have where if, because of literally trying to put 5 pounds of sugar in a 1 pound bag does not work, how can we make it work? So it does allow for variations in the buffering requirements, because once you start getting into some of the other things, especially for redevelopment of non-residential sites, you know, the Florida Fire Prevention Code influences the minimum widths we have to have for driveway aisles. The parking standards have to be met. All of those things, once you factor into them, start squeezing these sites harder and harder. So where we can get some deviations without sacrificing the aesthetic or the desired outcome is where that comes in.
Okay. And then last, on the next page at the top, it has other spaces. Are these spaces on top of and besides the space that's required for the buffer?
The following items are prohibited within the required perimeter buffer landscape. So it's public or private right-of-ways, easements, or impervious other than a sign, entranceway, stormwater management areas, or private or public utilities. So those are prohibited within the buffer areas.
But they're still required?
Yes.
So it's more land besides what's the buffer. Okay.
And that's what drives, again, that gets back to why there may need to be flexibility with redevelopment sites.
Okay. Billy Wheeler?
If there's no further questions, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay. Which brings us to item 8, water conservation.
Yes, sir. This is ordinance 2022-7, providing an amendment to Chapter 50 Code of Ordinances titled Water Conservation to bring county's water conservation restrictions into compliance with those mandated by the St. John's Water Management District. It also has some other things that I will get into as well. This is a change to our countywide standards, so we did send out the appropriate notifications to the cities to letting them know that what we were working on trying to amend here. This is a staff-initiated effort for 2 particular reasons. The first pertains to variances and deviations from some of our restrictions. So one of the things we've talked about is that if someone's put in new landscaping and they need additional time to get the plants established, the variance process pushed them out beyond, so there was not a practical alternative. So we've corrected that so that the county manager or his designee. That also applies, Ginger Adair brought to me another deviation where this could work. Say you have a church and Sunday's the day that they can irrigate, but they don't want to do that because they don't want to impact their patronage. So therefore, how would we allow them to have one other day when they would otherwise do it? This gives us that vehicle. So there are more than just those simple practical aspects of it. The one that is, I know has brought some concern is the ability to declare water shortage. This was something that was put in place when this ordinance was adopted back in 2009, and there were some concerns voiced by St. Johns River Water Management District. I know Mike Dyer sent you all previous documentation, talked about their letters requesting us not to pass that. One thing that we have learned since last week is that the driving reason behind making this change is tied to our efforts to secure cost-sharing grants through the Water Management District for our projects. I thought that it was tied to how many points you would get. It's been corrected that it's not just the points. You don't get to process a grant if you have a water conservation ordinance that's not consistent with the St. Johns River Water Management District model ordinance. So they do not have any allowances for local governments to have more restrictive. They have basically come out and said the Water Management District is the group that will declare a water shortage. The good news about all of this is that there's actually a team associated with this purpose at St. Johns River Water Management District. Our staff has a very good rapport. So if we're observing conditions here that we feel warrant action, we are confident that they will follow through. But at this point, excuse me, in order to assure that we're not going to run afoul of any efforts to secure funding from St. Johns River Water Management District, staff would request that you go forward with it as drafted. Before, when we were thinking it was just points, it did not seem as significant. Now what we're hearing is that if you do not have that ordinance that's consistent with our model ordinance, they won't even entertain the application. So what we would be doing is striking those provisions which are currently in this existing chapter, where we have the right to declare a water shortage based on the criteria contained in there, and would be basically working with the Water Management District in the future.
Heather Post.
All right, so I just want to clarify the part about the water shortage declaration and make sure that I'm hearing you correctly. So the county had the section in here that talked about where we could actually declare water shortage, and I'm pointing specifically to the part that's crossed out now, which is on page 8-6.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's section 50-313. The county acknowledges that the groundwater resource available to its citizens is a sole source aquifer and is not connected to other groundwater resources. The county deems it necessary to be able to determine water shortages based on the data available in the county, independent of data available elsewhere in the district. And then the second sentence or second part is, in the event the district declares a water shortage and implements its water shortage plan, yada yada, the water shortage plan and all the elements of said plan become effective and take precedence over the provisions of this division. So, meaning if they also declared it, it would. But we had the ability before, and we have the ability currently,
yes,
to declare a water shortage. And what I'm hearing from you is that St. John's Water Management has specifically come out and said, if we do not negate this, that we are not going to get funding from them?
Not funding, we would not be able to process.
Grant funding?
Yeah, for the cost sharing grants, the applications would not be processed because that's one of the criteria for getting the grant through the process.
So one of the questions I had in our meetings was, what is precipitating this? And everyone looked at me and said, I don't know.
Well, it's a revision to some of the criteria that's coming on. What is happening is our utilities director has gone through, met with the St. John staff, and they're saying, yeah, you've got some great projects, but please be aware that our criteria has changed. And so now, if the model ordinance is not, if your ordinance is not consistent with the St. John's model ordinance, we cannot process, it will not.
I hear you. You're reiterating what you said before, but my point was in discussion with staff. My question to staff has been, what is encouraging St. John's Water Management to say this to us, not why are we doing the ordinance? So the very next day, and this unfortunately is where I get all of my information, I come across a state news article out of Orlando telling me that Deltona project will dump 4 million gallons of water per day from Lake Monroe. It's the Florida Straw Project. And they're looking to pull out 4 million gallons of water a day from Lake Monroe. And it's specifically for, give me 2 seconds. By having this project come in, it's a way that they are able to provide water to the citizens of the city, Deltona, to allow for the current population and future population to be able to use water in their homes and for outside the homes for lawn and gardening, for irrigation. So I'm assuming that's where this is coming from. That, I mean, would that, if they're wanting to pull 4 million gallons a day out of the St. John's and out of Lake Monroe to use for irrigation, would,
No.
if they don't have the ability to do that, would this?
Sure. Tom Carey, Activity Project Manager, Environmental Management. That project has nothing to do with what the districts decided to do about not allowing grants unless we have a water conservation ordinance. As Clay mentioned, in 2009, they objected to our ordinance then, but we were still able to get the grant funding. But now I think it's kind of like they've had enough, and there's like, it's all or none. It's like either you have one or you don't, and that's where they're at. And I confirmed that with both their legal staff and their grant staff this week. And it's the way it is. And really, the declaration of the water shortage is, they do have a team. And in fact, I just got, Craig McLean runs the team at the district, and I just got off the phone with him. They have hydrologists, they look at well levels, they talk to utilities throughout their district. And so they have a very comprehensive way of deciding whether to go from one level to another. And so staff's feeling is that it's really, they have their process in place, and it's really not worth risking millions of dollars by not getting the grant funding. So that's kind of where we're at, and that's how we're here today. Sure.
The project you're talking about for Deltona is going to require what they call a consumptive use permit. The consumptive use permit is separate from the grant processing.
Right, I understand it's not a grant.
But so,
That's a gift.
but I mean, the thing about it is the pulling of water from the St. Johns River is not precipitating the changes in the grant program. What's changing that is, as Tom referenced, their legal staff and their staff believe that they have the sole right to declare it. They've established a model ordinance and identified that as what everyone has to meet in order to get the points, and now obviously to even just get qualified for the grants. So what you're seeing is that I believe they're just trying to tighten up some of the standards so that those folks who are trying to obtain grants are in full compliance with their codes as they see it.
And so it's just purely coincidental?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. So, St. John's Water Management District, I met with the new, I guess, coordinator for our district, and he says, you know, there's money to be had, right? There's opportunities to be had, and if St. John's Water Management is going to be the expert lane, right, regarding water projects and that type of opportunity, then I guess it makes sense to me that you do have a tighter rein on a more 10,000, 30,000 foot level with the expertise, with the people who can be responsive, and someone that we can go to get our answers, or at least ask the questions and determine what other questions or what other resources are needed. Because it seems to me that we've kind of had a lot of good things happening in a lot of different spaces, but not under an umbrella that you can really see all the moving parts and pieces, and that nobody has really been bringing that together. So I'm hopeful that this is part of that, right? This is part of getting a better handle on what's happening in Volusia, you know, and giving better guidance, direction, and I think the county determining where we need to be within that lane. Because I don't think we need to be in front of everything. I think we need to be more of a partner and more, I guess to say, let's see what those recommendations are. If we don't agree or we have a challenge to it, let's do that. But also recognize that maybe that lane, we don't have to be the only driver. And so I'd like more information. I know we're getting ready to have a water workshop, so I'm really interested to see the flow of how this works and how we do get a better handle, and so the public can know that we're all part of this process and someone truly has their thumb on the pulse of what's happening globally. And as Councilwoman Post mentioned, you know, what is it, 4 million gallons out of Lake Monroe, and what that impact will be for Volusia County. You know, it's really interesting to see the whole flow of what's happening, you know, county-wide, west side, I'm really interested in. And I just look forward to those opportunities, but with more attention and more feedback coming out on a holistic view. So, I appreciate what St. John's Water Management is doing, and certainly look forward to us taking advantage of any grant dollars and opportunities that there are there and elsewhere. So if there's a concern with following up or following through with that restriction, I'd like to hear from our staff what those concerns are.
You're going to hear from George in just a second. Fred's been in line for a while. I'm going to let Fred go, and then, because I have a question for George too after he speaks, but Fred Lowry?
St. John's River Management Group has been very helpful to this county over the years in a lot of ways. I think when they speak, we should listen. We don't have to do this, but we'd be foolish not to. And from what I understand, Deltona was only going to take water from the Seminole side of the river, so that shouldn't bother us at all. But anyway, but I'm going to support this. Thank you.
And George, before I call on you, because I have a question for you too. I'm not comfortable with it, Barb. I hear what you say, and I think you're right when you say we don't have to be out in front of it. We don't have to be the only driver. But the truth is, we never have been. The staff here is very good at working with the St. John's Water Management District. I think they always have been. My problem is I see it's one more loss of local control. The St. John's Water Management District is an appointed body. We're elected, and I guarantee you the people that elected us expect us to be in front of water issues. It's one of the most important things that faces our county. Mm-hmm. And yes, we can go, we would have anyway. We would have gone and worked with the Water Management District if we thought that we needed to declare more stringent requirements because of a water shortage. It seems to me like it's a slap on the hands. On the way upstairs this morning, a staff member said to me, we were talking about the state and what happens up there every year, that we keep losing local control. It's like they don't respect anything that we do, any decisions that we make, and so they keep being taken away. Pretty soon, there's not going to be any need for a local council at the county or the city, because the state, St. John's unelected people are going to take it. So I'm not comfortable. There's no way I can vote to jeopardize the funding we get. So it's like a gun to your head. I don't like it. I'm going to let George speak, and like I said a minute ago, our staff would have worked with St. John's anyway, so anyway, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're correct. Our staff actually would and does work with St. John's on a regular basis, and that's actually what precipitated this, is that requirement, because our staff, has been very successful in getting grants. In 2008, there were very few grants that were coming out for projects. There was a period of time when a lot of this occurred. That's different now. They've given us quite a bit of money and partnered with us buying property, and they've been a very good partner. So where this was coming from was just purely the fact that it's been pointed out to Mike Ulrich many times that he is one of our leading grant getters, that they were concerned about it, and then the new discussion that you may not even be allowed to put in because you don't, your ordinance isn't our model ordinance. So that's where it came from. And I don't know, what's the date, for the next round of cost sharing grants?
There's a process open right now. Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. The process is open right now for the cost share grants. I believe it closes later this month. And I would just point out too, if it helps, the county's only declared a water shortage one time since we've had the ordinance, and very shortly thereafter, the Water Management District declared it as well. So that's another reason that staff thought that our relationship with the district is such that if there was a need, we could probably get there without jeopardizing our funding.
Now, that being said, and just because I knew there was concern, I was able to, I have never met the new executive director of the St. John's, so we're working on making that happen, okay? So, but I did get a quick phone call this morning, and not even staff knows this. He has no history. He does not know anything about this. So, but he is aware that it's in the requirement for cost sharing. So he was willing to say that if there was a lot of consternation, we could talk further, and they might be able to consider us in the process of changing the ordinance for this round of money. But he could not assure that because he's getting hit cold right now by this. So he was very friendly discussing it. Seemed like he understood at least that we were great partners, and we were trying to do something just to get in alignment with what they're doing. So I think that's where it stands. I think that the staff is very correct in bringing this forward. They should be, because there is millions of dollars on the line, and they're pointing out exactly what they're being told. And that's why they brought it forth. If there's a lot of consternation about it, we could take the chance that they'll consider us in process and continue the dialogue with St. John's after this meeting. I wish, but we don't really have another meeting, it sounds like, before this round. So this was our opportunity to do it. It also sounds to me like if you were to do it, we could talk further, because we do know that there are other water districts in the state, and the fact that we have a more stringent policy or ordinance would probably, if we were located in other areas of the state, they may accept our ordinance, but this is between us and St. John's.
You're talking about Mike Register?
Yes, yes, sir.
I know Mike, and that makes me feel a little more at peace, because he is a really good man. His family are farmers, they care about our water, and that's what I would expect from him, so I'm really glad to hear that from you. I've known him for a number of years. Heather, before I call on you, can I ask George a quick question? On the preceding page 5, let me get to it. There was it was on variances, and all the variances used to come to the county council. Now it goes to the county manager instead of the council. I think that's a great call, because if you need a variance and we meet every 2 weeks, you can be in deep yogurt before the council ever gets to it. So I think this is a good call. I'm just wondering, I hope everyone doesn't come to you. I don't know how often they come, probably not that often, but you will pass that on down the line to your staff?
Yeah, typically things like that, I would delegate to the subject matter expert in that particular area. So it would likely be Clay or Ginger in that area.
And where are variances kept that the public could see or the council could see a request for a variance? Who would we ask to see those?
Of previous variances that were granted, that would just be a public record
or
request.
Ones in the future?
Yeah.
Even a council member has to ask for a
Oh, no. If the council member just tells us, we can pull that information together.
Ask Kevin Captain?
Yeah, or I'll talk with Tom Carey, who's sitting right here.
Poor Kevin.
Or ask me, and I will get it to you. So save your trying to think of who it is. Let me do that.
Okay. Hey, Heather Post.
I have a question for you, Clay. So we've held on to this for quite a few years. Can you explain then why we've held on to it, and if it's such an important piece of us having it and we put it into place? I mean, why would we put it in place, and then why would we hang on to it?
Well, 2009, obviously the council at that time felt it was important to make a stand and put that policy in place. We did not question the policy because there was no need to question it at that point in time, in that we were not receiving anything other than statements from St. John's like, your ordinance isn't consistent with us, you probably should do something about it. And there wasn't any kind of immediate impacts, such as not being able to process the grants. Plain and simple is that everybody, both St. John's and Volusia County, continued on. It's just now become a critical element as part of the grant processing. And as it was brought up, when we've gone forward in the past for the cost sharing grants, Mike has heard from them. They've just not used it as a stick in preventing us from getting the grant. Now it's getting to the point where it is going to be part of the criteria.
Okay. And so we've partnered with a lot of these different agencies. St. John's Water Management has certainly been a great partner. But you know, we had the discussion with about FWC the other day with a drainage ditch. We have had discussion about DEP, all of these different agencies that we work with, and you know, it comes up time and again that although they are all great agencies, they are in fact state regulatory agencies, and they are, you know, the state legislature is great too, but they're putting stuff in place that might not be exactly perfect for Volusia County. And so whenever we do give up a little bit of our control, especially when it's in areas of water, which we're actually, I hope and I think, looking to tighten, and when we have to loosen that, especially in response to St. John's coming to us and saying, if you do not do this, you will not get money, that worries me. So I certainly can't vote against us getting grants in the future. That would be idiotic. And so I'm absolutely voting for this, but I'm hoping we can have some better discussions, you know, I know Adam very well. I used to meet with Abby all the time and met with the new person the other day. So we have really good relationships there. But again, I don't think that the state agencies, they're looking out for specifically the best interest of Volusia County itself. And that literally is our role. So I'm hoping that we keep that in mind in the future. There's going to be a lot of these decisions where it may not fall on grant monies. And so I'm hoping we can stick firm in some of those decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Heather. And what's giving me more confidence to vote for this, I'm going to vote for it anyway, is that we now have a director of St. John's Water Management District who lives in our county. He's in Barb's district. And so I'm hopeful that he cares as much about Volusia County as we do. And I'm seeing all the staff. You look confident, so everybody must feel like you can work with him if we needed something. And so if I still don't have a motion to.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay. We did 9.
Quick question, Mr. Chair, on this. Clay, before you leave, are there any impending things and Mike Dyer, that we have been battling with St. John's with in the past for the last decade that they may bring up? That we know of? I mean, maybe we should get ahead of the horse on some of these things, yeah?
I'm not
sure to do that.
Okay, if we could
I'm
maybe
not
check
aware.
into some of those areas, any of the state agencies, if we've been going back and forth on anything for the last decade, maybe we address those now.
Nothing that my office has been involved in.
Okay, thank you.
But it was a well-written memo, right?
Yeah, it was excellent, yes.
All right,
Your team did a great job. Thank you.
Is that going in the file for the much anticipated Be Kind to Lawyers Day? Okay, that's, I believe, Billy, or I gotta quit appealing to you. Vice Chair Gertman, we're on item 11 now, correct? So another quasi-judicial hearing. Is there any ex parte anyone needs to declare on item 11? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Tad.
Good afternoon. Pardon me. Good afternoon, Tad Casbeer, County Engineer. This is a request to abandon a small portion of Wesley Street over in the Daytona area. It's a little bit section of road north of LPGA. You previously abandoned the section that was undeveloped to the north, and they're seeking to have a portion on the west side that is in excess of our standard right-of-way width for a 2-lane road abandoned. When you look at the survey, you actually see that the road is not in the center of the proposed or the existing right-of-way. It is quite a bit to the east, and so we'd be giving up a small portion, 20 feet approximately, on that western side. It still keeps us above our minimum right-of-way width. It just gives up space that we aren't using that they could put to better use. So there were no complaints. The utility companies have been contacted, and there were no issues with them, and staff makes a recommendation of approval.
Was this required because of a need to meet parking requirements? Did we need space for that?
That may very well be true, but we don't consider that when we look at it, but that may be the case.
I'm just curious. When I believe I read that, and I think at some point, not today, but at some point with Clay and you, I hope that we get a chance to look at parking requirements, because I think they're often way too large.
Won't disagree with that.
We've got acres of parking that's never seen a car around the county, and it could be bringing in tax revenue if somebody could build on it.
Right, exactly. And our parking, and not just ours, the cities as well, and their requirements that were put in place back before the internet and Amazon and all those different things started to have a large effect on retail and the different office spaces. So.
I know that's also not an easy nut, because it's federal, it's state, and it's so.
Right. I'm sure Clay's shop would do a great job with it, though. And I love volunteering for more work. So.
Okay, Billy Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to make a motion to approve the proposed abandonment of a portion of Wesley Street, Daytona Beach area.
Who was that? Ben Johnson, second. Billy Wheeler made the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We did number 12. Item 13, Donna Butler? Or who's doing this? Item 13, renewal of agreement with American Janitorial.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, County Council and staff. Jim Corbett, Facility Management Director. Be happy to answer any questions you guys have about this renewal for the janitorial contract.
Heather Post?
Move approval of the agreement with American Janitorial, Inc. for janitorial services, countywide library services, and constitutional officers.
Second, yeah. And I wanted to ask one question. This probably normally would be on a consent agenda, but because of the size of it.
The dollar amount, yes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Post, second by Lowry. Open it up for discussion. Heather, your name still up? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well
Thank you.
done.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Item 14,
Oh my goodness.
community event. And the screen's back on temporarily.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Council. Gary Davidson with Community Information. I've got a short community events update, and then I'll turn it over to Ethan Johnson with the Health Department in Volusia County for today's COVID update. So for the community events update, as most of you know, Kevin is fond of saying, where does the time go? I can hardly believe it, but it's almost time once again for State of the County. In fact, the event is exactly 3 weeks from today. On Tuesday, February 8th, we'll be back in the Ocean Center Exhibit Hall, where Chair Brower will deliver the State of the County address, and a buffet lunch will also be served. The doors will open at 11:30 a.m. and the event will start at noon. And once again, thanks to the generosity of our sponsors, I believe we have 16 this year. Thanks to our sponsors, the event is once again free to the public. Now we're going to be doing something a little different this year that should help ensure that the reservations process goes smoothly. So instead of calling us or emailing us as in years past, people will be able to make reservations for themselves online. And all they need to do is go to the event page and fill in their name and the names of anyone else they're making reservations for. You can make up to 4 reservations at one time. If you represent a business or organization, you can tell us that in the online form, and then tell us if you want a regular or a vegan meal, and it's really as easy as that.
Starting when?
Starting this afternoon. The reservation portal will open later today. And the reservation URL is 2022 SOC, like State of the County, 2022 SOC.eventbrite.com. And it will be widely publicized later this afternoon with a news release on social media and on the county website at volusia.org. So we're just about ready to go, and we're looking forward to another great event.
Mr. Chair, question on that. Just to point out,
Yes,
on,
go ahead.
On that page in the agenda item 14-2, I don't know if you can see it from where you are, Gary, but anyway, it lists the State of the County address twice. One of the times it says noon, February 8th at the Ocean Center, and then State of the County address 11:30 a.m. February 9th, which is the following day.
Apologize for that error, but the date is Tuesday,
so I just
February
wanted
8th.
to clarify for the public that
Thank
it
you.
absolutely is February 8th,
Absolutely,
Tuesday.
Tuesday,
Okay.
February 8th. Thank you, Mrs.
And at
Post.
what time?
Doors open 11:30. The event starts at noon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the ribbon cutting ceremony to officially mark the opening of the newest segment of the Spring to Spring Trail. This one is a 2.9 mile segment in DeBerry, extending from 1792 and Benson Junction Road to West High Banks Road at Rob Sullivan Community Park. And the ribbon cutting will take place this Friday at 11 a.m. So please come and join us and be a part of this exciting day. Parking for the event will be at Rob Sullivan Park. Next up, Animal Services will be hosting another one of their community events on Saturday, February 12th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The event will take place at Animal Services headquarters. That's 1250 Indian Lake Road in Daytona Beach. And it's going to include pet microchipping, pet food, and rabies vaccinations for pets, all free of charge. Incidentally, this will be the 9th community event that Animal Services has hosted since June 2020. All combined, they've microchipped nearly 1,800 pets. And also the upcoming event, it's just 2 days before Valentine's Day. So a good opportunity to show your pet some love. Now, in case you haven't heard, VolusiaBusinessResources.com, or VBR, which is an official website of our Economic Development Division, they're in need of a logo. And what better way to engage the business community than to tap into local design talent? So as a way to involve small businesses and elevate local brands, VBR is seeking local designers to submit a logo for consideration. Along with bragging rights, the business with the winning design, they're going to receive a $500 cash prize, a dedicated feature, business profile, and a future Volusia County Economic Development quarterly publication, and recognition at a future Volusia County Economic Development Q meeting. So interested designers and design firms, they must enter their submission by Wednesday, February 2nd, and the entry form, prize details, and complete competition rules, they can all be found at VolusiaBusinessResources.com. Now, this is a busy time of year, as you well know, and there are lots of meetings on the schedule. So as we like to remind everyone, staying on top of the meeting and event schedule is always just a few clicks away. Simply go to the county website at volusia.org, then go to the news tab and click on the county calendar to see the full schedule of upcoming meetings and events. Now, our 5 different social media campaigns related to COVID-19, they're still ongoing. They include what's the best way to thank a healthcare worker, and what's the best way to thank a frontline worker, and that's get the shot. Also, let's get back to the moments we miss, and have questions about the COVID vaccines, get the facts, then get the shots. All combined, these campaigns have generated more than 3.5 million impressions and a reach of in excess of 980,000. And we're prepared to extend these campaigns as the needs dictate. And we also continue to run social media advertisements to aid in the messaging for COVID-19 testing. We've updated this particular graphic to include the fairground site. And I'll just mention 2 other things briefly before I bring up Ethan. First, the anti-litter campaign. Hopefully you've all had an opportunity to review the video PSAs, and we think they've turned out pretty good, and hopefully you agree, Council. We're also creating a comprehensive webpage to showcase all the anti-litter programs and initiatives that the county is spearheading, and we're making the final edits and hope to roll out that campaign in just a couple of weeks.
You've worked really hard on this anti-litter campaign for a couple months. And in fact, I'm going to back up a little bit. You've worked really hard. The audio visual, the communications staff has worked hard on the state of the county. And I'm not going to give anything away, but I'm just going to say there's some surprises that will be gladly received, I think. This is going to be more of a celebration. Last year we were really under the crunch of COVID.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be lighter, fun. Although I think everybody did a good job last year. You've worked on an anti-litter campaign, which is really important. Is it possible, do you think, to get a little preview of it right now?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Mr. Chair. And yes, this has been a labor of love for all of us and for all of you, and we do have a little preview for you.
Oh,
Volusia County is a beautiful place to live, but if
we don't respect it, who will?
Litter is a problem, one that we can solve.
But it's going to take all of us working together.
What matters is that we all do our part.
don't be a litter bug.
And pick up litter whenever you see it.
Every litter bit counts.
Keep Volusia beautiful.
Thank you, Council. Great job. I'd also be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to our team, particularly Dave Hunt and Daryl Hill and his production team, the wizards behind the curtain. This really was a total team effort, and I think indicative of the quality of the work that they produce on a daily basis. So if you liked that video, you're going to love the others, and you're going to love the entire campaign. So we're really looking forward to getting that kicked off here in a couple weeks. Lastly, just a quick update on the fairgrounds testing site. As you know, the site opened up last week and it operated on Mondays, on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're skipping Wednesdays because of the other activities at the fairgrounds. So in the first 4 days of operation last week, total of 1,983 COVID tests were administered by Family Health Source. They also administered 11 vaccinations during the 4 days of operation. The site was closed yesterday for the MLK holiday and reopened today. And once again, testing will continue on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays for as long as the demand continues. Due to the extremely low demand, however, the boosters and vaccinations, they're no longer going to be provided. And shout out to Ethan Johnson, the Health Department, for their help and assistance with the logistics on that testing site. And so that's it for the fairgrounds update and the community events update. If there are no questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Ethan.
Just while you're doing that, I was just going to say for Daryl, who won't come out of that room, he and David Hunt worked really hard on the litter videos, and I think every one of the council members did one because there's so many different aspects of it that we need to be concerned with. And I haven't seen anybody else's yet, but I will say from the one we just saw with everybody that I think Ben Johnson has got a calling for as a career as an actor.
Oh.
Is that a nomination for award?
I'm not going to touch that one, Mr. Chair.
So, proceed.
Ethan?
All right, good afternoon, Council. So as of January 14th, 2022, there's been 96,863 cases and 1,649 COVID-19 deaths here in Volusia County. It's a little too early to tell for certain, but it does appear that our numbers are starting to level out over the last week or so, or I should say plateau. The positivity rate incline has slowed significantly. As you can see, we jumped from December 23rd to December 30th, and that increase was still pretty significant the 6th, but last week we didn't experience that same jump. And as of this morning, our 7-day positivity rate was around 25%. So I'll talk about that, I believe, in a couple slides, but it's looking like that we either have experienced that peak last week or we may experience that this week. So this is a community transmission map reflecting data from Thursday, January 6th to Wednesday, January 12th. Last week, we were averaging around 1,071 cases per day here in Volusia, with a 7-day case rate of 1,351.6 cases per 100,000 population. This is high, but even that number marks a decline. That number was from Friday, and over the 2 or 3 days prior to that, we were at a little over 1,400. So we saw a decline there, and then this morning, that our case rate was around 1,200. So it does appear that we're about to start experiencing that downward trend. Of course, we'll know more at the end of this week. The state is currently 1,958.1 cases per 100,000, and I say currently, but that was as of Friday. with a positivity rate of 29%, and the country's at 1,650.4 with a positivity rate of 28.5%. So last week there were around 1,570 residents vaccinated, which is almost the exact number from the previous week. So again, that demand for vaccination is kind of leveling off at this point. Of course, we're continuing to encourage vaccination and provide vaccination in the community. We're at 65% still of individuals 5 and older who've received at least one vaccine. This is from the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation. I mentioned this at during my last update. This projection has been updated. Before, it looked like they had us a little bit too far behind, and now we're a little far ahead. But the shape of the curve is pretty accurate. So what I would say is we're probably a little further back on this curve, but about to be in that decline. So again, because of when I submit this PowerPoint to council, this has been updated since then with the hospital resource use. This update is a little bit more significant because it's not shown here, but what they projected in terms of hospital resources utilized is actually slightly lower than what's depicted on this screen. And the same for deaths, although it wasn't projected that we would experience a high level of deaths as a result of this surge. This update, which of course is not reflected here, the most recent update occurred sometime this weekend. It's about half of the number of deaths that we originally expected to occur here. So in terms of hospitalizations during the 7-day time period, the number of new hospitalization admissions has increased, and it has been increasing rapidly over the past few weeks. Although preliminary data suggests that that increase has also slowed down. When we're looking at our emergency department and urgent care visits, that has decreased significantly over the past 2 weeks. And the percent of beds used has increased, but also remains relatively low compared to the hospital resources required a few months back. And I mentioned this before, but just for the sake of comparing, in the beginning of September, it was around 240 new admissions. 26% of beds were being used for COVID patients, and 59% of ICU beds were being used for COVID patients. And then, of course, at our 2 locations, we're continuing to vaccinate and provide PCR testing. One thing, I actually just got a message a little bit before I came up here. I wasn't aware, but there is a COVID Test Express that has opened up at the Volusia Mall. It is for a fee, but they provide rapid PCR testing that satisfies the needs of travel. So that may take some of the burden off of the existing testing sites. I'm not sure what their fees are, but they are opened Monday through Saturday. We've received additional testing kits, about 20,000, but they've been earmarked for congregate settings, and they've actually been provided to us, and they come in like boxes of 40, so it's not something that we could hand out individually. However, many of you probably heard the federal government's website. It opened today, and it was supposed to be live tomorrow, but individuals can order, I believe, up to 4 test kits for their home. They can go, that is, I wrote it down here. It's covidtest.gov, and you can order test kits that will be sent directly to your home. Of course, I'm not sure what that time period is in between when you order it and you actually receive the test. Okay, in terms of the monoclonal antibody treatment sites, of course, it's still Family Health Source and Advent Health with limited supply. They are supplying Regeneron. There was also a press release issued by the State Health Office announcing that 5 additional antibody sites were open. None of them are here in Volusia. However, there is one in Seminole. The other places, Broward, Duval, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach. The site in Seminole is located at the former Walgreens on 436. These new sites will be, at least initially, offering Regeneron, but moving forward, the additional shipments that they receive, they're supposed to be receiving Regeneron, Eli Lilly and the Citrovimab, which the Citrovimab is supposed to be more effective against the Omicron variant, which of course is why that one is in the shortest supply at this time. Other than that, I believe that's all I have to update today.
Barbara Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to hear, did you say that there was estimated to be a certain number of deaths and we're half of that amount?
Yeah, so
Projection?
not at this time, but the projection. So following this decrease in the surge, it was projected that deaths would be higher than what is projected now. And that's based off of the hospitalizations not being as high as what we thought they would be.
Okay. Do you have a number, like over the last 90 days, what the number of deaths and hospitalizations?
Not over the last 90 days. Over the last 2 weeks, there have been about 18 deaths reported. But the problem with that, of course, you know, is the lag in data. So that doesn't mean that 18 occurred.
Okay.
With the hospitalization numbers, that the data is rolling. So I don't have that off the top of my head either, the number.
Okay. All right. I've been asked about a testing site in Midtown. Is that something that is possible? Even though I know that now you can order tests, I just don't know, because most of the events that we had, seniors were the ones that were coming out from that immediate area.
Right.
And I'm not convinced that they're going to get online and order, you know, tests and will be comfortable even taking the test for themselves. I'm not, you know, confident in that. So is that an option?
Well, it's always an option if we have a location in Midtown. There are several vendors that we can reach out to. I think the problem, which is, I guess it's kind of obvious, we usually don't do testing outreach because of the, you know, the potential hazard of asking folks who are potentially positive for COVID to come in a congregate setting somewhere. But we can look into vendors if there's still vendors seeking to come into the area to identify a Midtown location, or if you already have a location identified, maybe we can work with them directly.
Okay. Well, we'll have that conversation and see if Midtown, maybe even the cultural center or drive-through is an option.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone else. So just to keep you abreast, and so staff might have already told you this, but the council worked together and sent a letter to Governor DeSantis, actually with the help of Halifax Health. They heard us talking about it last meeting, and Joni Hunt called me and said, yes, please write a letter. And they actually gave us the names of the monoclonal antibodies that are that seem to be more productive with this variant, and then also some of the therapeutics that are just a single pill. Asking the governor to secure some of those, and then I heard this morning, as you said, you know, the new facilities, not one here yet, but you have to think it's coming. It's a matter of what's available in the states. So we asked them to put us first. We'll see what what happens. And really, I want to give a shout out to Halifax and Joni Hunt. She actually went to Tallahassee this past weekend and to see the governor about other things that affects the hospital, and brought this up as well. So the reports are getting better. I'll be glad when you come and tell us that we're an endemic instead of a pandemic. But thank you.
I'll be glad as well. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to the final item of the day, item 15, which is a workshop. This is open to the public, and the public is certainly included and allowed to participate and ask questions. It's the first of a series of budget discussions, And I will turn it over to Ryan. Does it be, Ryan, before I start, we just had a lunch break. Does anybody need a quick break? Because he's going to talk for what, 2 or 3 hours?
It's going to have some length, not 2 or 3 hours, but.
Okay. Now, this is important. You'll have our attention. And last year we asked budget season again in January, and here we are in January.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, are we going to be able to ask questions as they come rather than wait until the very end? Because I'm sure we'll forget what the heck we're
He's
asking.
nodding his head. That's fine with
Okay.
me. So.
Yeah, I just, let me just add, yeah, this is what we promised after our last discussion in budget. So this is kind of the kickoff. I thought we'd start with the finance department, and as everyone likes the format, as we get into the year, you'll be getting bigger departments, and therefore probably things where we'll seek a lot more direction. In this case here, it's Ryan's going to go over his department and the challenges, and kind of start setting the tone for, where does the revenue come from? How much do they get? What will be, the possible effects, and some of their capital needs, which really will be more in probably the IT section. So, and yes, I encourage questions. They're important as we go through this together, and I do think as he's got it broken down, you'll definitely want to ask while you're in that particular area, I think, because it's going to be a pretty wide brush stroke that he's going to have here. So with that, go ahead, Ryan, and you've got 30 seconds. I mean, you got... go ahead.
Good evening? Not quite. Good afternoon, council members. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer, and as George alluded, this is the first in our what we think will be a series of presentations leading up to the budget, which are departmental presentations. The county has enough departments to fill the calendar between now and when we would normally present the 5-year forecasts in the May-June timeframe. Starting off with my department, we were kind of already formulating this as a template, so we had ours done first, so that's why I'm here today to go through the first one. This is a very high level, just really it's a divisional chart. You've got the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I have, other than the divisions that report to me, I have 2 other direct reports that work primarily on grant functions. But of course, the finance department consists of the management and budget, treasury and billing, accounting, and IT divisions. Starting off with the Office of the CFO, which is the departmental administration group. Previously, I did have 4 FTEs. I just listed that I have the 2 direct reports and myself. We are proposing at this point that a vacancy that occurred this year be closed as a budget savings. So the budget that you see listed here for 22 was with 4 FTEs. We project that we'll be going down to 3 in the next year's budget. The budget slide is broken down into the categories of funding, personnel services being the largest group, operating expenses being the second largest group, and then reimbursements. Every one of the divisions, as well as the office at the departmental level, have a reimbursement line which represents the charges for the services rendered to the funds other than the general fund. All of the functions in my department, all the divisions, as well as the departmental level functions, are budgeted for in the general fund, with these reimbursements coming from the other funds to pay for those services on a percentage basis for differing ways. For example, when we get to HR, theirs is done on a percentage of FTEs. We are actually in the process of reviewing the reimbursements and trying to hone those in even further. Previously, they were primarily done based on percentage of operating budget, so whatever the fund's budget was, they got to share in the costs of the administrative service divisions, but we're working through. HR now is done on a percentage of FTEs. IT is going to be going to a different model as well, somewhat using workload as the primary driver. Accounting, similar. We're looking at more accurate ways, might be a good way of saying it, of trying to really hone in what funds drive the costs of each division.
Ryan?
Yes.
Can you pause 1 second, Barb Gertman?
I'm sorry for getting in the middle of it, but I do have a 5 o'clock, so if I leave, I don't want you to feel like don't want to hear you, but
understood.
You have reviewed it with me, so again, I'll be following up, but I just wanted to make sure that if you see me sneak out the back, that it's getting to another meeting, so I thank you.
All right. Continuing on.
Heather Post?
Since we stopped the flow, this is a good time to insert this, but if you could, since we're saying this for the public's input or the public's knowledge, if you could just clarify FTEs for the public and those kinds of things, if you could just spell that out as you say them. Appreciate it.
Acronyms are,
we know what it is,
are
but
difficult.
Yeah.
They're full-time equivalents, which as listed on this slide, we didn't put the abbreviation there, but we should have. Next to full-time equivalents, it should have said FTE,
but if
where
that's
it's listed as 4.
If that's what we're saying, the entire division is based on the budgeting, then we definitely need to lay it out for the public. Thank you so much.
Okay. So going back to the top, you see what our 22 budget is at the departmental level for what was formerly 4 FTEs. For the notes for 22-23, we are projecting some sort of a wage increase, percentage or $1 an hour. The $1 an hour, as established in last year's budget, just keeps up with what the state's doing so that we don't fall behind, because the state minimum wage is going up $1 an hour every October 1st. Also projecting, and these notes are from what was in the 5-year forecast. We're projecting in the 5-year forecast a 6% increase in group insurance. As we get further along in the budget process, that could change. We know medical costs are, in an era of COVID, not going down, they're going up. Florida retirement system rate change every year. The state legislature, which is convening now, sets the state budget, which includes the FRS rates, and those will probably increase. They always do. I mentioned the full-time reduction, and then the operating expenses includes one-time costs, and there is a further, as I get further in the presentation, we're going to cover the top operating costs, so you'll see what that means in a couple slides. All right. Summary of operations. The department, I have 6 direct reports, the 4 division directors and the 2 employees that work on grants. At the department level, one of the grant managers is in charge of financial reporting and aggregating financial information for all of our grants. Currently, we're tracking 256 grants. The level of assistance that's required to track that depends on the department. You have departments like community services. A lot of what they do is grants, and that's really just getting information from them and including it on a spreadsheet. Some of the departments are a little bit less experienced with grants, so it requires a little bit more financial oversight and assistance. FEMA administration, we're still working on 5 active disasters. Matthew and Irma are still not closed. There's a little bit outstanding on each one. The state is still processing our reimbursement request, and we are still on a daily basis, almost a daily basis, actively responding to FEMA and FDEM inquiries and emails to try to get those grant reimbursements in. The current total is about $44 million in project costs that we're managing. The majority of that was Irma and Matthew, of course. The Coronavirus Relief Fund Administration is also housed centrally at the $96.5 million that we received from the CARES Act. Happy to report that with this January report that we just filed with the federal government, we actually reported all expenditures made. The Coronavirus Relief Transition Fund, our local fund where the salary savings from reimbursing our public safety wages is still ongoing for the capital projects that council has approved, but the official grant where we charged the public safety salaries has been reported as closed out as of the close of the last quarter. However, we now have the ARPA Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund and the 437 pages of guidance that we just received 12 days ago, and actively preparing for a workshop at the next council meeting.
Have you read that yet?
Not all of it. Not all of it, not yet. Getting there. The top operating expenses, typically on the division slides, you'll see what the top 5 operating expenses are. On mine, it doesn't make quite as much sense because the majority of the budget is in contracted services. This year in the budget, we have a $200,000 allocation for a Sheriff's General Fund MSD allocation study. Previously, the Sheriff's Department, when it was budgeted completely under the county budget staff and the Sheriff's Department worked closely in the same financial system to allocate costs between the General Fund and the MSD, which is the Municipal Service District. The allocation going forward, the Sheriff's financial system, they've set it up differently. They do not track the same way that we used to track the expenses. And there's been a little bit of difficulty in getting some of the assignments that we used to, as far as how much of these costs are local patrol expenses versus how much of them are general fund, county-wide expenses. And we worked back and forth with the Sheriff's Office, and we reached an agreement to have an outside consultant come in to help them. It's going to take input from both sides. I'm sure that the consultant will want to look at historical data, but a lot of it's going to be the Sheriff's Department data as well, on how to justifiably, for all taxpayers involved, for those taxpayers in the Municipal Service District and for those taxpayers in the General Fund, how much of that cost should be in each one of those areas. The consultant's going to come in and help us with a model similar to how Pinellas County has established a model. It's just a certain percentage of their budget, and the consultant did a lot of analysis on their call records, their response times, their personnel records, and that's what we're going to be looking to do here as well. Also involved in this is the city contracts, because the city contracts are funded out of the MSD fund right now. The revenue from the cities comes into the MSD, as well as the expenditures for the services rendered to each one of the cities. So that is an important aspect of this, and that has been written into the scope for this study as well, so that we can get a handle on an agreeable way between both the Sheriff's Department and the county on how to work on those contracts going forward. The remainder of that budget and contracted services is $5,000 budget for additional audits. Sometimes there's some questions that get asked, and we do a small, it's really not additional audits, it's really additional professional opinions. Tax opinions from the external audit firm, for example, and then the high-speed copier charge is part of that contracted services budget. The remainder of the budget is for training, communications, property insurance, which is an allocation. Property insurance is allocated based off of FTEs, computer replacement, and office supplies. And so that you don't hear only me for the next however long this takes, I'm going to hand over the management and budget section to Aaron Van Cleek, Budget Director.
Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Management and Budget Director. What you see here is the breakdown of the 21-22 adopted budget for the Management and Budget Office. Same setup. We have the personal services broken down, the operating expenses broken down, and the reimbursements. As Ryan said, the reimbursements are spread the cost of the division to the other funds receiving management and budget services. Management and budget is funded through the general fund. We do not earn any specific revenues in our office other than the reimbursements that you see there. That is the organizational chart for the management and budget division. You can see I have myself there as the director. I have 2 activity project managers. One we are currently interviewing for, And then I have the 2 special projects coordinators, a senior budget analyst and a budget analyst, and an administrative coordinator who also does our VAB, Value Adjustment Board function, which we'll go over. Just a summary of operations. The budget staff provides support for the county divisions, the ad authorities, and the constitutional officers that still procure our services, which would be the property appraiser, the tax collector, and the supervisor of elections. We produce annual publications of the financial information and the statistics with our 5-year forecast that we do in June and July with the recommended budget document. We have our adopted budget document. After you guys adopt the budget, we put out what the final adopted budget was, and we're statutorily required to post that on the website within 30 days of adoption. We also do the annual capital improvement manual that lists out all of the capital improvement projects that we have in the county. And then we have the revenue manual, which was a request from council a few years back, that details all of the revenues, gives you some history of the revenues we've received, where our budgets are with the revenues, and what our estimates are. And all of those publications are available on our website as well. This gives you the detail of the breakdown of our operating expenditure budget. You see liability insurance, which is allocated per FTE, is our share of the countywide liability insurance cost. That is our largest operating expense in the office. Then followed by legal advertisements. It is statutorily required for the truth and millage process, known as TRIM, for us to advertise annually the total budget as well as the millage rates that y'all are potentially adopting. That ad runs around $2,500 to $3,000, and so that's an annual requirement that we have to do. And then other advertisements include budget resolutions to appropriate new funding. As you guys hear those resolutions and appropriate that money, we have to advertise when we're increasing the appropriation of a fund. And then you see the copying. That's the annual charge for our Toshiba copier that is used to print our reports. We also print our annual budget document off of that printer. We don't send it out for publication. We print it in-house, so all that is done in-house. And you can see office supplies, which would also be part of the documents we produce with book binders, paper, labels, pens, pencils, etc. Contracted services, we do have a Toshiba copier upcharge for the speed of the printer that we use. And then also we have in that contracted services line Info Advantage, which is our report writing system. When we run into a problem with reports that we can't solve and we can't get our information technology division to solve for us, we have to reach out for external support. It doesn't happen every year, but it is something that we budget for as a contingency just in case we need it. The largest operating expenses make up 66.6% of the total operating budget. The remaining operating is for training, communications, property insurance, computer replacement, registrations, and publications. And that would be a total of $17,610 or 33.4%. So if you add up the largest and the total, you'll get to the total operating budget of the $52,000 that you saw on the previous slide. Here's some key statistics for the Management and Budget Office. We perform quarterly and annually analysis of the budgets and the funds. The analysis includes an in-depth look at how revenues are being received. So if there's a need to freeze expenditures, that need can be identified early. If the revenues aren't coming in as we had budgeted, and we can sound the alarms. Expenditure analysis is performed to ensure funds are being used as intended and as a planning tool for future budget requests. So we can see how we're performing this year, how we performed previous years, and how that lines up with the requests being submitted by the divisions. We manage the appropriation availability. We analyze and execute budget transfers and budget resolutions as needed. We develop end-user financial reports. I mentioned the Info Advantage system. We have 69 reports in that system that we maintain and that we've developed. The system itself comes with canned reports, default reports, but with the customized information that we put in, it requires us to actually develop the reports in-house. So we have in-house staff that does that. And then we do the salary and benefit forecasting for the entire county. All of the full-time, part-time positions countywide. We include the state retirement rates, all of the benefits. And we do all of the budgeting for all the divisions with that.
You don't do any of that for the constitutional offices now, do you?
We do for the supervisor of elections. Tax collector and property appraiser basically do their own, and then we review and work with them if they need anything from us. We've provided them with rate codes and things like that.
The court?
No, clerk of the court's always been on their own. A few more statistics. Our budget system, also with the Info Advantage system, part of CGI is performance budgeting. That's where everybody enters their budget request every year. We have 28 different budget layout forms for the people to enter their information on. It's not just the end-using divisions that are entering their information. My office also does the interfund transfer, service charges, debt payments. We enter all that information in there. So some of the layout forms are for us specifically, and some are to the end users. We have 356 user profiles in that system that we maintain the security for as well. And then we assure compliance with the county ordinances and state statutes. I mentioned the TRIM, the truth and millage process, so that's a process that we manage throughout. And then we do the reporting for the economic and demographic research on county statistics annually as well. And then financial forecasting. I mentioned the 5-year forecast that we do. In addition, we do revenue forecast for over 327 revenue sources and transfers between funds, and then the 5-year forecast for 43 funds that gets presented to you in June as part of the budget process. And then financial reviews as public record requests come in, the quarterly capital project CPS schedule updates. We review that information before it goes out to ensure accuracy and to make sure that we get it right. The Value Adjustment Board is another function of the Management and Budget Office. So the Value Adjustment Board, I'm sure most of you are familiar with, most of you sat on that board. This is just a breakdown of how their budget looks for 21-22. That is the approved budget. We have some of the same notes for 22-23. I failed to mention on the budget slide, but for operating increases, we're not planning on any increased operating other than if there's inflationary increases. We don't have any new products we want or new big items that we're looking for. So same thing with the Value Adjustment Board. This gives you a little bit of a summary of their operations. The Value Adjustment Board gives the property owners an opportunity to appeal the values, denials of exemptions, classifications or tax deferral decisions by the property appraiser. So if they get a value that they don't agree with on their trim, then they can file a petition with the Value Adjustment Board, and the Value Adjustment Board mediates that process between the property appraiser and the property owner. You can see some key statistics for the the Value Adjustment Board. It includes 2 county council members, 1 school board member, 1 citizen member that is appointed by the county, and 1 citizen member that is appointed by the school board, and that's what the board is made up of for the Value Adjustment Board. We assist residents with filing petitions and gathering the appropriate data in the Value Adjustment Board system. We have 888 average petitions filed annually. Not all of those go to a hearing. Sometimes once they file a petition, they meet with the property appraiser, which we encourage them to do first, because a lot of times they can work it out with the property appraiser before they even get to that petition process. But in the cases they don't, sometimes they get withdrawn after when some more information becomes available. We do all the scheduling and recording of hearings. This includes notifying the property appraiser and the taxpayer the hearing dates based on special magistrate availability. And special magistrates are attorneys that are hired by the Value Adjustment Board to hear these cases and mediate these cases. They make recommendations on the decision, and then the Value Adjustment Board either accepts or rejects those recommendations. And then we have a minimum of 3 Value Adjustment Board meetings annually that we also prepare the agendas for and gather the information for. The Value Adjustment Board does have specific revenues that the unit generates. We have a $15 petition filing fee that is charged for every petition filed. That is the statutory maximum allowed by the Florida Statute 194.013. It's non-refundable. Once the petitioner files it, they cannot get that money back. So you can see that the revenue generated from filing fees in 2021 was $10,650. We estimated fiscal year 2022 revenue from filing fees at $13,000. We also have the school board cost share per Florida statute. The school board is required to pay 2/5 of the total actual cost of the VAB operation, leaving the county responsible for the other 3/5 of the operation. And so you can see the school board cost share in 2021 ended up being $62,135. The estimated fiscal year 2022 school board contribution is estimated to be approximately $50,000. This gives you a detail of the operating expenses in the Value Adjustment Board. Again, you could tie this slide back to the total operating expenses on the budget slide. Professional services is their largest expense by far, and that is the cost of the special magistrates for the VAB hearings. That rate was increased in FY22 from $100 per hour to $125 per hour. You have legal expenses for the VAB board attorney. We can't use the county attorney for the Value Adjustment Board. The Value Adjustment Board has to appoint an attorney that is private counsel, has practiced law for over 5 years, and cannot represent the property appraiser, the tax collector, or any taxing authority or property owner in any administrative or judicial review of property taxes. So that's why they have to have their own board attorney, and that's what that expense is for. And then you see the software for their annual Axia license. Axia is the petition portal that the property owners file, and then the property appraiser uses to review the evidence as well. And we also have legal advertisements that are required as part of the VAB function. And then the largest operating expenses in that makes up 98% of the total operating budget. And then you have a small amount remaining for training, liability insurance, postage, and office supplies. This goes over a little bit of the future challenges for the management and budget division. Budget communication is going to be a constant challenge. This is a very large operation, and we need to continue to leverage technology and find new ways to communicate the budget so that we have a good understanding in the public of the size of this operation and what it all entails. Our CGI performance budgeting system upgrade, our PB system is part of the suite of systems that I mentioned. We have the Info Advantage reporting, we have the HR system, financial, PB. Those systems require updates as the vendor doesn't support older versions. So as those new older versions are no longer supported, we are required to upgrade. And part of the future challenges for us is there's always system testing. We got to convert all of our reports, and then we have to implement any new features or changes. So that's always a challenge. And then post-pandemic revenue estimating. I mean, we had record tourism revenue in fiscal year 2021, which also had an effect on our sales tax and our gas taxes. So as we go into the future, some of those levels aren't going to be sustainable. And so we have to continue to research sources and try to make our estimates as accurate as possible. And that's it for me, unless you have any questions.
Ted. All right, you get me again. Starting with the budget for the accounting division, the personnel services budget that's listed there supports 28 FTEs. The operating expenses of $1.1 million. We will cover the majority of those again on the future slide about their largest operating expenses. And the fund the division isn't budgeted entirely in the general fund. And it has a couple revenue sources that are attributed to it, but the majority of the fund is funded with the general fund, with the other funds paying a reimbursement for administrative service charges. The collapsed organizational chart has the accounting director at the top, with the assistant accounting director handling what I'd call the operations sections of the division, being the accounts payable, payroll, and accounts receivable, with an activity project manager being your accounting manager that supervises the professional staff. A summary of what your accounting division does is prepare multiple annual financial documents, including the annual comprehensive financial report, formerly referred to as the CAFR. Now it is the ACFR, and that is because the Government Accounting Standards Board has issued a new statement that changes the name of that document.
Does it change
Does not change the content, it's just changing the name. They want it to be called the ACFR because the abbreviation of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which was previously said to be CAFR, If you read the statement from GASB, there is a place in the world where that acronym, when pronounced the way that we previously did, is a slur. So the GASB has changed the name of the report. Popular Annual Financial Report, Annual Report on County Debt, as well as other state required reports. We do reporting on landfill costs. We do reporting on county-funded court operations. We also have a special annual financial report, which goes along with the comprehensive annual financial report that the state requires us to prepare, that gets submitted directly to the state for their aggregation in their information portals. Of course, accounting is also the payroll, accounts payable, and accounts receivable processors, as well as being in charge of management and oversight of internal controls for financial processes. The revenues that are directly attributable to the accounting section are the e-payables annual rebate. This is a contract whereby if vendors participate in e-payables, which accelerates the time period in which they get paid, so that's a benefit to them. When the payment processors process those payments, we actually get a rebate on some of those payments. The accounting division has been doing that for about 6-7 years at this point, and collected over $1 million in revenue by implementing that measure. The accounting division has also attributed the bank earnings credit. Bank earnings credit, the simplest way to explain it is it's interest that you only can use to pay bank fees. That's the way the bank contract is set up. In exchange for lower fees, they do not pay full interest. When we did I saw a puzzled look, so I want to explain a little further. The reason that they don't attribute interest is if you do interest, then they typically want to charge higher fees. It worked out better when we were doing the RFP to go with the lower fees, but to forego any excess interest. We do a good job of managing the account so that that account does not have excess balances. In fact, I don't think at our target balance that we've been sweeping on a daily basis, I don't think we actually forgo any interest at all. It was a known decision when we did that. The top, out of that $1.1 million operating budget on the prior slides, the top expenses make up over 90% of those, the top 5. And that includes the ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning System. My screen just went blank. The ERP, which is CGI, that was what Aaron referred to before, is our human resources and financial processing system. All of our accounts payable checks, all of our payroll, all of our everything financial reporting is in there, everything relating to human resources is in there. All of your pay, your employee records, that is the central place where that is managed. It has an annual software maintenance that escalates each year by, I believe, 3%. And in the 2022 budget, that was $548,000. The audit, even though it is a county-wide audit, it is the accounting division's budget that pays for that audit. That's worth mentioning on the financial system as well. The financial system benefits the entire county, also benefits your 3 constitutional offices that have contracted service with us. But that centralized cost is budgeted for in the accounting division. That theme continues with Kronos, our timekeeping software, with its annual maintenance contract of $108,000. Our banking and courier services, the courier is the armored courier that goes around and picks up deposits around the county. Those 2 services combined are approximately $136,000. And then liability insurance, which is allocated as a percentage of the county's total countywide insurance costs by FTE. The remainder of the budget, or $108,462, you will find in training, office supplies, office equipment, copying, printing, postage, as well as other insurance besides the liability. The key roles for the accounting division are accounting support for the county's 38 divisions and 3 contracted constitutional officers, which is a big deal. Those constitutional officers now have separate audits, separate financial statements, separate trial balances, separate audit work papers. Everything is a separate set of work that has to be done by the division now without adding any staff to do that. We've been able to integrate that all together. The administration of the biweekly payroll process, including the 4 separate biweekly runs for the county as a whole, the tax collector, property appraiser, and supervisor of elections. Preparing audit work papers. Previously, there were around 350 audit work papers during the entire audit process that got prepared and submitted to the auditors. Because of the extra 3 constitutional officers with their separate audits and separate financial statements, we expect that will be double in this year's audit process by the time that we're done. Preparation of the annual comprehensive financial report, as well as the fact that that's now going to be a document that has all the separate audits in there. Previously, our annual comprehensive financial report was over 300 pages. We expect it to be close to 500 now. Completing special assignments, which on the Amendment 10 implementation was a massive project and continues to be a massive project as we are going through the audit for the first time, creating those work papers. Amendment 10 is pretty much implemented everywhere else except for, completely implemented everywhere else except for accounting, because accounting is the last phase in any transaction, is the accounting and the final reporting of it. So those final work papers are still being created as we speak.
Will this be less work next year?
Updating work papers is always less work than creating them from scratch, yes. The ARPA revenue reconciliation, that was the revenue loss specifically. For the revenue loss, I mentioned before when we did the ARPA updates that we had to convert everything from a fiscal year to a calendar year. Good or bad, depending on your perspective, the Treasury now changed everything so you can keep it on a fiscal year. When I told the accounting director that the Treasury changed their mind and all that project didn't have to be done, she had a moment. But we needed to do it to prepare. The next process is the accounts payable process, which is reviewing and entering all the invoices that come in for the county and its 3 contacted constitutional officers. That results in 5 separate routine weekly check runs, 1 for the county, 1 for the 3 constitutional officers, and 1 for the e-payables program where we get that rebate. Also, a key role in that accounts payable process is all of the 1099s that we're working on this month. January is the month that we have to produce all the W-2s and all the 1099s, and that is a large undertaking, especially. It's been tested, although you can test as much as you want. When the rubber hits the road, there's always some little thing that comes out of it. We're producing 1099s for the first time for 4 entities. So that's something that they're actively working on right now. Accounts receivable, which bills for services at the land port, the airport, and on behalf of the tax collector, property appraiser, and supervisor of elections, as well as reviewing, auditing, and posting cash receipts into the CGI system, and submitting and preparing the monthly sales tax and fuel tax refund reports to the state. Some key statistics for the accounting division. In fiscal year 2021, processed approximately 120,000 invoices, resulting in 43,000 checks, EFTs, and e-payables. A staff of 2 in the payroll section reviewed all the time cards, reviewed all the time cards and did all the processing that resulted in 69,400 payroll checks and EFTs. Your professionals and the accountant staff that are working on the audit work papers and the resulting annual financial report prepared and processed over 4,000 adjusting journal entries to the accounting system, and billed the accounts receivable section billed over 10,000 bills. Some future challenges for the accounting division include the implementation of GASB Statement Number 87, Accounting for Leases. The Government Accounting Standards Board wants to bring governments in line with what the Financial Accounting Standards Board did for private entities a little while ago, which is completely overhaul accounting for leases. So the financial statements will get even a little more complex than they used to be. They want to add leases as both a leased asset and a future lease liability, as opposed to just expensing it every year when it comes along. A financial system upgrade, as previously mentioned by Aaron, it would be the same impacts for budget as it would be for accounting, going through all of that testing and conversion. And then finally, staff retention in professional positions. We have promoted some staff, so the statistic is could be viewed as a little skewed, if you will. But the average tenure in their current positions for your professional staff, which includes your accountants, accounting director, accounting manager, and the assistant accounting director, is currently less than a year. We have 2 vacancies in the accountants that we're actively recruiting for now. And one of those has been here for less than a year. It's government accounting is a competitive recruiting space and retention space. The IT budget, and as soon as I get through this budget slide, I'm going to turn it over to the IT director to go through some of the actual what they do. I'm just going to cover this budget slide. A staff of 79 makes up your personnel budget of approximately $7.1 million. Their operating expenses of 5.7 will be covered on future slides, the largest ones. And they of course have the reimbursements that the rest of the administrative groups do. This is a little bit different because there's a couple staff that are actually funded directly out of the airport fund, and the capital outlay budget, a lot of that capital outlay budget is actually budgeted for in a separate computer replacement fund that we'll cover when we get to the capital outlay slide. And now I'm going to turn it over to Brian Whiting, your IT director.
Before you go, less than 1 year retention. What do you attribute that to? You said it's very competitive. It's got to be more than pay? Is it pay? Is it?
Well, you had, I moved up from the accounting director. So your accounting director was just recently installed. She was previously the assistant accounting director. You have had 2 accountants leave. One is now going to be your staff auditor for the internal auditor. She wanted to move over to that area to broaden her experience. And another person left for a higher position at the city of Holly Hill as a deputy finance director, I believe, the number 2 in the finance department. It is very common in our area to see an assistant finance director open up and somebody to end up leaving from the county that used to be an accountant. It's happened in the past as well.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Whiting, County IT Director. We have a bunch of positions. They're broken up. That's an unusual org chart slide, but it breaks the positions out by type rather than by reporting structure. We, of course, have other org charts that actually break them out all by reporting structure. This is basically telling you that IT's broken into a couple of activities, and within the activities are different sections. And so the section managers you see listed in the middle, even though they're actually spread out with people like admins and project leaders and such reporting to section managers. The section managers basically run the shop from day to day. They're fairly senior managers in the staff. As you can see, we support county employees trying to do their business practices. We're effectively a force multiplier for everybody doing everything to keep manning as low as we can. We work on computers, laptops, tablets, and cell phones, a lot of which you already have. We provide voice data and radio communications ranging from telecommunications all the way up to sophisticated public safety radio. We work with all the divisions to procure and develop computer applications to automate and streamline their various operations. The section managers that do those things are sitting behind me, cowering under the people in front of them. When anybody brings a new need for automation on board, they usually work with IT to help them develop the requirements, and then we'll work with them through the RFP process or whatever they need, helping them write scopes of work, and then we, of course, help them bring it on board, whether it's a cloud-based application or running out of our data center, out of our data centers now. We provide ongoing operational support for the infrastructure, and that is the IT infrastructure, devices and users of county computer systems. The infrastructure basically is the network that strings everything together and the data centers that run our compute. And we prepare for and defend against cybersecurity threats, which is a growing concern. Last time we counted with business applications, they support about 50 different applications and serious web apps that they program. You've already heard about the ERP system, is what they're talking about, and financial HR systems up there. The council agenda, this meeting, runs off a piece of software that we're struggling through, trying to get updated so that we can update our electronic data management system called OnBase. The Amanda system is where Clay Irvin and his staff live. Group-wise email you're comfortable with now. Yeah, we're
sorry.
IT is hip deep.
As is everyone else in the room. Sorry.
Yeah, we're hip deep in that as we speak. IT is the pilot, so we're suffering through all the slings and arrows so that you will not have to have quite so much of it. Chronos time management system is just another large system we use, and Lucity. We have a lot more applications than that, but it gets pretty esoteric and hard to follow. We manage the shared resources of the multi-agency criminal justice information system. Greg Leday, sitting behind me, is the section manager who runs that, and he sits on interagency groups that help run that. We have close contact every day with all the criminal justice agencies involved in the county. And what the bullet's trying to say there is it includes enforcement of FBI mandated security constraints. Essentially, the security constraints that the FDLE runs with come from the FBI computer security process, and we pick it up from there. So our requirements and our documentation is an adaptation of what the FBI puts out for us. We do a lot of GIS mapping and analysis applications. We run several hundred different data layers that make all the cosmic looking stuff that you saw in everything from redistricting to sheriff's use. That all comes from Brandon Barnett, who's also sitting behind me. We provide tools and training for ADA compliance of county publications. Some of you have met Christine Barber. She does a lot of work with all the different agencies, and she's primarily primarily responsible for us complying with our requirements there. And we manage IT, data security and disaster recovery planning. Something that's not talked about very much, but we live in the disaster recovery world because we have to be prepared for an entire data center going down, which we've had to live through. And we have to be prepared for isolation of our disaster folks when they're in the middle of, say, a hurricane response and we lose all data communications. We have to be prepared to get compute back up online and working on redundancy to improve reducing the odds of losing the communications and decreasing the time to get them back.
Isn't that the same threat that you're up against with cybersecurity? Seems to get worse. We're constantly under attack, and I'm just curious where.
Yes.
What's it going to require? Is it more people, more software? It grows every year.
Well, part of my job is fulfilling people's requests on generating compute to do their jobs better and then wondering how they're going to hit me tomorrow. We get attacked every minute of every day. We've invested a lot in the last couple of years in the best cybersecurity software and hardware that we can find, and lots of resources in learning how to use it adequately and appropriately. We don't advertise when we handle things necessarily, because I don't want to hand advantages over to the enemy. We do advertise short notice discoveries over things like email phishing attacks and such that we put out immediately with Employee News Network, and emails, follow-on emails to our liaisons. Our divisions each have an IT liaison as well as a telephone liaison to help reduce the damage that happens if our systems don't automatically catch whatever's coming through the system. Phishing attacks are probably the most prevalent attacks that we have now. We've initiated over the last 2 years annual security training for all county employees. And we follow on the initial efforts. We have pre-training fish of the employee base we do it a division at a time, and then we have post-training fish, a fish simulation. We contract with a particular company that will generate test fishes through our actual email system, and we don't announce that we're doing that, except to the division directors know that we do the activity, and then we can look at a before and after look at how effective do we think the training was. And it's helping quite a bit. We get a lot more participation now, everybody from council members to the juniorest employee who gets email actively reporting to the support desk that they think they've had a phishing attack. That's been a great big help. The toughest problem we have is attracting and retaining the proper people. The people are less replaceable than the technology is. And we've made some moves to try and improve some of the pay, and there will have to be more in the future. We get stuck with we get stuck in a position that I like to call stuff in boxes. It's one thing to get money and buy the latest equipment. It's a completely different thing, and orders of magnitude more difficult, to properly implement that equipment and learn how to use it. Not only get it running, but learn how to use it, and then learn how to use it well. You've seen some recent examples of that where as part of our conversion to from the group-wise email system to the Office 365 Exchange email system, one of the necessary servers that, and I forget the name of it, but it ties the two systems together. What was the name of that? Thank you, the coexistence server that ties them together was accidentally configured by the vendor to be what we call an open mail relay. As a result of that, we were attacked, and a lot of mail generated through our outgoing mail servers, transmission servers, and so people like Google went and said, hey, these people are flooding at us, they're bad guys, and so Volusia County's email server got cranked down, restricted to nearly no emails. Because we have a very good system I'll leave the vendor blank, but we have a very advanced system in the cloud that we send and receive all our email to and from before it hits our servers. They saw it, they notified us, and they cranked the number of simultaneous connections back, and then our guys saw it and began working with them on reputation restoration. And that takes time, but over time it got better and better, and so there were fewer and fewer foreign mail servers that no longer trusted us and began allowing our email again. It's just a single example of where one bad setting on one sophisticated piece of hardware and software caused, within a day, a dramatic hit to the county. No county employees did anything wrong, but we had to hustle to try and get it back. And we did, and they did a good job. Along with that good job, can't say enough about the IT support desk. It runs 24/7, 365. It not only takes support calls, but also, you don't see it, but it also runs nightly processing. We process every night, just like we did in the mainframe days, because we're heavily data warehoused in our ERP system, and they have to monitor and run that processing. And I know I check with them early every morning to see how it went and the status we're in, because if it isn't up, ERP isn't up, and that sets multiple different divisions sitting on their hands in the morning. So we take that very seriously, and that's the support desk that does that. And they do lots and lots and lots of password resets for people. We do administer the PC replacement program. It includes acquisition. We do that in conjunction with Pomeroy. Includes procurement, disposal, and we administer the employee buyback program with that, which I urge everybody to use. It's a very good deal. We manage and maintain the physical infrastructure of the data centers. We have sophisticated power generation and fire suppression, and we have environmental control systems. And occasionally they have issues, and we have to step in and get the right people involved. And our special thanks to facilities. They helped us out with the latest problem at the East Side Data Center. And we have to sometimes scramble people over if there's problems with HVAC, because you overheat that data center, you kill your compute. And John Bailey, who is, well, he's not listed on your org chart, but he's an activity manager, and he's also two section managers simultaneously. He's the section manager for networking, he's the section manager for systems that run servers, and he's the activity manager for network systems, desktop support in the data center. Pardon me. There we go. We do a lot of networking. We provide a lot of communications, from telecom to 800 megahertz public safety radio system. So we have a fair number of serious projects in effect at any one time. We provide the remote access and teleworking infrastructure so that either in a DR scenario where we will not have facilities available, we're prepared to allow divisions to organize their own structure and designate remote workers and then help them VPN in and get back to work quickly. And of course, we had to do that during the COVID crisis. We also provide permanent VPN access to vendors that have to get in here, and we do it securely, and to a fair number of county staff members. We have probably about 600 active VPN accounts, and we're prepared to go over 1,000. Long distance, local and cellular telephone services. There are some neat things that we're doing there. We're hoping to improve our capabilities and reduce our costs at the same time, particularly with long distance telecom services. That'll help next year's budget and improve our reliability when we have major needs for remote access, because some remote accesses that require forwarding of telephones kill trunks to get inbound calls to people who are normally sitting at a desk out to a telephone that's at their house. Every call effectively hits 2 trunks, and that's not something we're normally set up to do, so we're working on improving that capability. And we also provide county switchboard services. So people that call up hit my switchboard operators and then get helped out to what county, not only county divisions, but other countywide agencies that are not necessarily County of Volusia. A common request is, hey, we want to get married. Sorry, the county doesn't do that, but my switchboard operators have books of accumulated information where they would look it up and hand them off up to the clerk where they need to go, and it works pretty well because they're on our telephone system. And we have to provide that same telephone system to multiple non-county agencies, including all the elected officials and the judicial agencies. So we have to maintain top-notch networking communication to all those agencies because we can't have a telephone system without it. 800 megahertz public radio, safety radio is a huge effort by the county with actually a fairly small staff. We provide support for over 9,000 radios. We have all the police and fire departments for all of the cities, plus the county people, plus emergency response. And we do it with a staff of 3 people and a support contract from Communications International. And they're all hip deep involved in upgrading to the new system, which I can report so far is on track. We help support communication consoles and logging recorders in the dispatch center. We have to show up there occasionally. My guys have to show up there occasionally, help them out. They have a fairly good reputation there. And a newish requirement from the state is that buildings in the county have to have certain levels of radio reception to aid particularly firefighters when they have to respond to catastrophes in a building. That's a new legal requirement. The building owners are responsible for it. My radio section has to perform testing and authorize the use of the privately owned bidirectional antennas and amplifiers to allow that to happen. So there's a lot of background work that you don't see that they do, that they have to approve and send out. And they have to do it because bidirectional amplifiers, or BDAs, are actually very bad for the radio network. We don't like them at all. We only allow them when we have to have them. And so the radio staff has to be very cognizant of stuff like that, because they've had people, was it Halifax that put up the BDA that swamped out the radio system? I think it was Halifax that they put up a BDA, and all of a sudden we couldn't get radio reception in there until they coordinated with us. And so our radio guys have to coordinate with them and make sure they don't put BDAs where they don't need them. They put them where they have to have them, and they put them in ways that don't conflict with the radio system, which is fairly complex. Key costs. Contracted software licenses, $1.7 million. Like I said, we have more than 40 multi-department software licenses, and we run on the business side more than 50 applications. Those are examples up on the slide for geographical information systems, the on-base electronic data management system that stores all of our documents electronically. Web Focus, which is a platform which gives our CGIS people access to CGIS data, group-wise, you're all familiar with. The Microsoft Enterprise software that supports our CGIS activity. VMware, because almost all of our servers now are virtual, which means we can float from physical hardware to physical hardware. Windows Server itself, because we have to replace it every now and then. Oracle database, DocuSign, which is a new thing for us for electronic signatures, and the Cisco Enterprise, which is we had to put into effect the Cisco EA to allow the new security hardware and software to get put in place. Maintenance of equipment is about between $1.2 and $1.3 million. That includes the telephone system. Cisco SmartNet listed there is the licensing and follow-on maintenance that we have to purchase to run all the county network switches. We have hundreds of network switches. We have about between 400 and 500 of them. The 800 megahertz backbone radio maintenance that we do with Communications International and with L3 Harris. And then storage maintenance that we currently do with Dell and some third-party maintenance that is storage in the data centers. That's disk drive storage in the data centers. And for communications, which is mostly we're talking about circuits there, IT staff ourselves only take up about $18,000 out of just under $1 million communications budget. The rest of it is AT&T and other carriers for about $500,000. We buy about $350,000 worth of circuits from the state of Florida under Suncom. And a new thing coming up I have listed there for security is a service that we had approved for this year for telephone denial of service, because we use a voice over IP telephone system, which means each telephone is really just a computer. It's running on the regular Ethernet network. It goes over Ethernet circuits. It even, for long distance now, goes over part of the internet. And so that makes it vulnerable to attack. And it's a growing security concern, and this is a newish kind of service that we're looking at with AT&T and other vendors as soon as we nail down the availabilities. We have a lot of contracted servers that do everything from support fire suppression and electrical power generation in the data centers, leases on towers, security monitoring, and there's a list of them, or as you can see, for just under $475,000. We have leased employees as temporary personnel for just under $250,000. And that includes a few for temporary support that we're going to be using for the next year or so to help roll out the radio system. The former director, Kim Westbury, is in there, and the former assistant director, Bill Clausen, is also in that group. And we have others working for our communication staff. And we have money allowed in there for one that we haven't yet been able to fill, although we have a requirement for it for communications, helping our communications supervisor. The largest operating expenses, as you can see, make up 84.5% of the total operating budget. And that's what we've already gone over. The remaining expenses for utilities, land, building rent, property, and liability insurance, computer supplies and software, and office supplies, and vehicle maintenance and leasing, et cetera, are about $878,000, or 15.5% of the total budget.
Mr. Chair, do you see me? I have a question about
Yes,
the
ma'am.
personnel, so that if I could jump.
Oh, sure.
So you mentioned we're budgeted for one temporary personnel that you're still looking to fill, but I'm wondering your current positions in all of IT, how many budgeted open do you have that you're still looking to fill? I know those are hard positions.
Oh,
to
including employee positions?
fill. And then how many are you looking to maybe add in the future, next year, or the foreseeable future?
We're looking currently to fill a computer support analyst to replace the one that we lost to corrections. We are looking to fill the one least employee, like I was talking about, that we've been looking for a long time. They're just very hard to find qualified people. We're looking to fill a systems section manager. Systems section actually runs servers in the data center. John Bailey's looking to replace that one. And we're looking to fill the special projects coordinator position under Mark Paterka's section that actually runs Lucity and runs special projects that come up for the county. And we're looking to fill a communications engineer that works on the telephone system.
Are all of these, are those 5 positions, are they online? Are they
Yeah,
available
they've been
positions right
online.
now?
Some of them advertised multiple times over more than a year.
Okay. all
Yeah,
right. I'm just hoping anyone out there that's still listening to your IT information, if they can, if they're interested, at least we've laid out what exactly we're looking for in that area, and
Oh, yes, yes.
continue to push that.
And some of the positions, we've had multiple rounds of interviews, and the quality of the interviewees was insufficient to the requirements of the job.
Okay.
We've had some that we've gone out more than 5 times. And it's, the labor market is hard. It's been hard for several years for IT people, for good IT people. It used to be that you can get all the mediocre IT people you wanted, but very good IT people were very hard to get. And I've come to realize I have to have more than just the best I can afford. I have to have the best. And so we're not going to hire people who are just not up to the job. It hurts us more than it helps us.
Okay, all right, we'll work to get the message out.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any questions on all this esoterica I've been throwing at you? Oh yeah, the capital outlay. Time clock replacement's coming up for $20,000. We found they're good for about 10 years. They're on a 5-year replacement cycle, which is $20,000 a year for the next 4 years to keep that going. Server and storage network replacement. Storage network is literally just this storage assemblies. They're called storage area networks. That's coming up at $185,500. Desktop telephone replacement. The telephones that came with the original system are dying out fairly rapidly. All of them are beyond support. And so we have to replace them all. So we're running 5 years at $187,500. This coming year will be the second year of that expense. Network switch replacement, we try for a stable $175,000 a year to keep the budget flat. That's about typical to replace end-of-life switches. UPS replacement, the first bullet, there's 2 bullets that say UPS replacement. The first bullet are the UPSs about yay big that go in racks and wiring closets around the county to support the network system, the switches, the remote switches and such. There are hundreds of them. We have to start replacing them because they're starting to die out. And then $60,000 is there for a study against the East Side Data Center, which doesn't have a data center-wide replacement like the DeLand Data Center. The DeLand Data Center this fiscal year has a $355,000 budget item that we're starting to look into newer technology to replace the large redundant UPSs that run the entire data center. We're trying to look at newer technology that will reduce the concentration of risk, because if you have a great big electrical thing that powers a lot of stuff and you lose the great big electrical thing, you lose a lot of stuff. Even though it is redundant, we still have had problems with it over the years. We're trying to look at newer technology that's more distributed and possibly lower cost. We'll see how it works. And if it works out in DeLand, we'll try and extend the concept into the East Side Data Center over on 49 Keaton Drive and the Indian Lake campus. Countywide computer replacement. This coming year, we'll have 928 computers on it for $985,900. And then the AV staff comes up and gives us the $50,000 input. They're included in the IT budget that do the audiovisual requirements for the Public Information Office. I've already actually talked about some of the future challenges. Recruitment and retention of qualified employees can get difficult. Replacement of the UPSs. Improvement of the backover failover capabilities between the data centers and DeLand involves putting in newer technology, 10 gig circuits, and bringing the connectivity up to staff in the new airport data center to run that's being put in place to run their security setups. Conversion from GroupWise to Exchange/Office 365, which is underway. We've been meeting with that vendor on that from SHI and from the Quest company for a number of months now. The implementation of a new fire station alerting system is actually an adjunct to the Fire Rescue Division's project to come up with the new fire safety alerting methodology, and ours will just actually provide the technology to do that. It essentially, the most likely outcome is that we're going to shift from a initial radio tone activation to over the network Ethernet based. It's already in effect in some of the cities in the county now. The new 800 megahertz backbone infrastructure we already talked about, and then finally succession planning for the division so that when I retire, somebody will be there to replace me. Can't come soon enough.
All right, the last division is the Treasury and Billing Division, which consists of two teams, if you will. The operations team, which is the cashiering function over in the historic courthouse, and your emergency medical services billing team over in Holly Hill. The first budget you see here is the operations team, 11 FTEs. However, we plan on reducing 1 FTE with the transition of investment management to an outside consultant that was approved by council on in the December meeting. Privatizing investment services will, however, increase the operating expenses as you're hiring that contractor to do that. There is no capital outlay planned for the next year. The division is divided, the org chart is divided into those two groups, with the operations manager being in charge of the DeLand section and the activity project manager being in charge of the EMS billing section. Here in DeLand, in the historic courthouse, the staff of 10, with the reduction of the FTE that comes from the investment service privatization, provides county cashiering services, tourist tax, and business tax receipt administration, still oversight of the investment management process, as well as lockbox payment processing, including county utilities and EMS. It's an initiative that started with the revenue division with Amendment 10. It converted over to the Treasury and Billing Division of bringing in the payment processing that used to be outsourced to third-party providers, and that has resulted in cost savings for those contracts by bringing that cost in-house. That lockbox, we have a high-speed processor that is a big piece of machinery that takes up an entire office over in the historic courthouse. That lockbox payment processing service is processing 48,000 transactions a year. The operations group also processes 25,000 business tax receipts, 19,000 TDT, CDT returns, tourist and convention development tax respectively, as well as cashiering approximately 16,000 other cash receipts for other county functions. The largest operating expenses in that operations group include software licenses for cashiering, although some of those licenses were for the investment manager that will not be repeated next year. Next year will be the investment manager contract. The TDT audit, we contract with an audit firm to do a random audit of TDT filers, not unlike the IRS that does a random audit of income taxes. And that service is $50,000 a year. However, it does return more than that in its cost as far as what the auditors have found and substantiated and gotten the taxpayers to agree to. The postage and printing at $24,000 and $9,000 are related to the business tax receipt notices and the tourist development tax returns. The office equipment maintenance at $17,000 is far below what we used to pay the third party to do the lockbox payment processing, but that is the equipment maintenance on that big machine that takes up an entire office. The remaining expenses of $50,000 include training, utility bills, communications, property tax, liability insurance, office supplies, and equipment. The other side of the division, the EMS billing team. This is funded from your emergency medical services fund, not from the general fund. And it's, well, the general fund does subsidize that fund, of course. The personnel services budget at $1.1 million has 17 FTEs in 2022. However, with a couple of the notes listed there for 2023, we do project that the full-time equivalents will be 19 in the 2023 budget, as we have added a medical billing and coding clerk as the number of transports has reached a level that is beyond the benchmarks that are set for that group as far as how many transports is reasonable for someone to code with our current staff. We've also added an accounting clerk in place of a long-term temporary staff with the hopes that by adding a full-time position on county staff, that they will be able to do not only what the temporary staff member did, but also assist with cash receipt processing. As the number of transports goes up, not only does the number of transports that has to be billed goes up, but the cash receipts and all of the posting to all of the individual accounts that gets billed goes up as well. Your staff of 19 provides medical billing and coding as well as collection for not only the EMS group, but for Volusia Fire and the city fire departments within Volusia County, which includes reviewing medical documentation for medical procedure and for diagnosis codes, reviewing the transports for medical necessity, which is a requirement of Medicare, obtaining insurance information and billing those appropriate insurance providers, as well as providing customer service for all of those trips where the customers call in, or the patients call in and have any inquiries or concerns, such as you don't have my insurance information, please bill my insurance, or I have this secondary insurance, or my insurance has changed and you billed my old insurance, etc. The number of transports billed in the prior year was 64,200. This division group does have a revenue, and that is the management fee when we do the billing and collections for the cities. We charge a 10% management fee, which is inclusive of all services provided to the cities, including debt collection and all the medical billing and coding. Those are your estimated revenues that you see there. Fiscal year 2021 at 363,000, estimating 2022 at 327,000. Your operating expenses in this group, primarily the number one is contracted services, which is debt collection. Our debt collector contract is approved by council. It has a percentage basis fee, so when the debt collector collects, we collect, and vice versa. They don't get paid unless we get paid. There's also a smaller budget in that line for payment processing fees and insurance clearinghouses and claims eligibility verification services. Anytime that we can use a third party to try to get insurance information, as opposed to relying on just the patient to call in, it increases our chances of getting paid. Mailing out all those bills and HIPAA notices that are required by law results in $51,912 of postage. There is a temporary personnel line that was in the budget. However, with our plan to bring that in-house, that line would go away in favor of the staff member. Liability insurance is budgeted at approximately $25,000, and again, just like the rest of the divisions, that's an allocation of the county-wide cost for our risk program. And then printing is similar to the postage for HIPAA mailing and invoicing. Those expenses make up almost 95% of their budget, with the remaining being for training, equipment maintenance, copier charges, office supplies, and computer replacement. Treasury and billings ongoing future challenges are obtaining agreements with online vacation rental companies. You have an agreement that council approved in December of 2019 with Airbnb and VRBO, but those are not the only companies that provide those services to the public. There are other players out there that we are actively trying to get contracts with them. As well as Medicare ground ambulance data collection. This is a new requirement that the federal government put on us. It is not just financial data, it's run data and staffing data and utilization data and all sorts of data that not only has to be aggregated from our group, but anybody that operates under our national provider ID number, which includes all the cities, because we bill on their behalf. So we have a consultant in place that is going to help us do that. This system was originally intended to be implemented for a portion of the Medicare ambulance providers 2 years ago. The federal government has delayed it 2 years running now. So 3/4 of the ambulance providers in the country are now going to be reporting all at one time in this same period of time, which we are. So there is no history, there's no examples. We are doing this from scratch with the help of that consultant. Failure to comply could result in some penalties. However, we don't anticipate any of that with the consultant being on board and all of our efforts to make sure we get it right. You've asked questions along the way, but do you have any questions at this point? Other than, are we done?
There's only a few of us left.
All right.
I don't see any.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'll be back.
Can you tell us who you have here?
I'm gonna let Brian do the most of the introduction.
Most of it's IT?
IT without the weapons. He's the section manager, Captain Grant is the operations manager for IT, he owns all the money. Brandon Barnett is GIS. Trent Skilly is radio system.
You play the mandolin as well? Vince? It's Vince Gilly?
Trent Skilly.
Oh.
Close.
Forgot I was small. Mark Paterka runs all the business applications. There's probably more applications than anybody else here. Greg Leday is criminal justice information systems. Chris McCarroll is standing in for Joe Brown, who is desktop support in the data center. He's the project leader working on this. Finally, that's John Bailey, who's the activity manager and two section managers.
Well, thank you. We know you all are busy all the time.
I'll fill in the rest. You also have back there Tim Jolly, who is the IT security manager. You know Aaron very well. I also have Lynn Rice, the accounting director, and Craig Baumgartner, the treasury and billing director.
Thank you.
And
All right. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to circle the wagons with
hold on.
we have public participation and then some in the first speaker today will be John Nicholson. What?
I would say if we don't do that every time he talks, we'd probably get him in and out faster. No.
Okay. County manager.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First thing I wanted to address was previously the council had directed us to ensure that all people who had COVID or were losing time waiting for a COVID test were covered by using the COVID money to pay for the COVID leave, so they're not losing any leave. That program ended and at the end of the year, the calendar year. So I'm asking permission from the council to go ahead and add another 40 hours
Move approval.
to that bank.
Absolutely. Yep. Can it?
Motion to approve by
But my motion is going to be to start at the end of whenever that ended, not.
Thank you.
not
I was
at-
just
not
going to
today's
add,
date.
I'd like to
Yeah.
start it so there's no gap.
Yes,
So
thank you.
whatever that date is, I believe it's the 31st.
31st of December.
Your mic isn't on. The motion was by Post, the second was by Wheeler, and I want to say the vote was 5-0. 5-0.
40 more hours beginning on the 31st. Okay, the other thing I was going to mention Just following up, I know Mr. Booker, who's up in Tallahassee, sent out a binder that looks like this. I hope all of you got that. Just mentioning that we did send out, as you mentioned earlier, the letter on the treatment, and also letters went out on our inmate issue as requested. And I thought it was interesting, John put together other bills and facts that all of you may be interested in as we get into this heavy part of the season. So there's already some interesting stuff out there, but I'm sure when John gets back, he'll be reporting. We are still actively working the inmate issue. We finally received some information just today. I have not seen it yet, but from the Division of Corrections that we were looking for. I do know they've taken more inmates this time. Still not enough, though, to really keep us ahead of what we're sentencing. But I've seen some interesting data. I want to look at it with the team, and we do seem to still be an outlier for some reason, and I'd like to find out what that's about. So we'll look into that and continue. And with that, that completes my report.
Thank you. Michael Dyer?
Yes, just have a 55-page PowerPoint, if I could go over it with you. Just want to give you just want to give you an update on the opioid litigation. It's good news. The cities have been, here in Volusia, been actively taking up the interlocal agreement that you adopted recently. DeLand, Deltona, Ponce Inlet, Edgewater, Holly Hill, Orange City, DeBerry, and New Smyrna Beach have adopted it. Ormond Beach is taking it up today at their meeting, and Daytona Beach tomorrow. With if those alone adopt the interlocal, we will have met the 50% population requirement to be a qualified county. So a bit of good news. So thank you.
The money's worth it. Councilman Lowry.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilwoman Post.
I got a couple things. We had someone come and speak this morning on the fireworks on the beach. Every year, the day after July 4th, I go out and help with the beach cleanups, and it is really horrendous, the litter that's on the beach from the fireworks. And it's not large papers, it's a lot of very, very tiny. I mean, you could literally spend, and I have spent an hour and a half in like a small 6-foot radius area trying to pick up all the little pieces and parts of where people are shooting off stuff the night before. And also quite a few years ago, we went down to the beach on July 4th near the pier in Daytona, and actually had it was all over the place going on. So I'm wondering if we can have staff look into maybe some signage for the upcoming July 4th, if we can start predicating, putting up stuff near there, just to help beach patrol a little bit, and maybe give them a little bit more oomph on the night of. I know they're very busy on the night of anyway, but at least maybe some signage might help.
Is there any way we can use the floating big billboard out there to
say no fireworks on the beach? Are they out there at night? No, he's not out there at night.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
You know, Heather, I understand what you're saying, and I go to a condo there on the beach. They always have a New Year's Eve thing, and I can tell you, we see people, we don't let them off, but we could see people letting them off, and then we could see the beach safety riding up and stopping them, and then the minute the beach safety goes on, they start back in again. Right. So I don't know what the answer is to that. So you know that,
So
right?
I would say, and part of the reason I'm bringing up the signage is You know, we just talked about like with the state inmates, and I think it's really Volusia County setting the standard and saying this is not acceptable. And we've talked about it for truck meat, we've talked about it for so many different things. And this should be one of those things. It should just be, it's not necessarily all about enforcement, although that's a large part, but it's just, I think, us as a county and our branding saying this is not acceptable to us. This happens every year, and literally, you know, you're like this and everybody around you is shooting off fireworks in certain areas along the beach, and we have a very large beach coastline. So I think if we need to set that standard and say, you know, not acceptable, and there should not be fireworks on the beach any night, but specifically July 4th and New Year's Eve when people are doing it.
Yeah, that's correct. Andy Etheridge, Beach Safety. I just want to give you a little bit of data just to give you an idea of what Beach Safety does on that night. We do hold all of our staff on throughout the entire day, and then they will stay until usually around midnight before the crowds start dissipating. Traditionally, the fireworks at the pier are the big draw. Prior to COVID, the crowds were so large down there that we weren't even comfortable going out and patrolling because the beach is dark. There are people everywhere, and there's no real safe way to maneuver the vehicles through those crowds to try and address those issues. With COVID in 2020, give us the opportunity to get out there and actually aggressively and proactively patrol. And between the hours of sunset and about 10:45, 11 o'clock, when the crowds start dissipating after the fireworks, we actually made over 1,000 contacts with people with fireworks, and those are over 1,000 enforcement actions, 1,023 to be exact. That was on July 4th, 2020. On July 5th, on July 6th, I received an email from the Coastal Department, who does all the beach cleanup the day after, and they said that the trash collected was considerably less than last year. So that was positive improvement. So we figured out that enforcement works. So we went ahead and we did that again the following year in 2021. And that year we had, last year we had 1,067 enforcement actions on people with fireworks on the beach. Again, that's you're talking about a 3-hour span of time with about 25 to 30 officers. So they're really out there, and I was out there with them as well, making contacts. It's a very volatile situation, and everyone always wants to know how many citations did you write? And the issue with writing citations is we're talking about mothers and fathers who are on the beach with their children lighting off fireworks on Independence Day. So we're not real big on taking everyone to jail for that, so we try and get them to take the fireworks off of the beach. The problem that we have is that on those days, they're legal in the state of Florida now because the state legislation made it legal on 3 days, July 4th, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. So people are confused. We try and get the message out that they're still illegal on the beach at any time. Right. So those enforcement actions, we're getting that message out there. This year, the email I got from Coastal said that the trash collected the day after was about half the volume of their bigger years, and that it was a significant decrease in debris on the sand this morning. There are some negatives that come with the aggressive enforcement, and I would like to read you one email we got on the other side of the coin, and I'll read it verbatim. It's pretty quick. This is from a veteran who witnessed our aggressive enforcement actions, and he said, "I have lived on the beach for many years and have never experienced the harassment I witnessed on July 4th this year with officers driving up and down the beach confronting people for using harmless fireworks. Patrol vehicles, lights flashing up and down the beach, ruining the displays from the piers and leaving thousands of people confused and angry. I felt sorry for the officers as I know their hearts were obviously not in this. What could possibly be safer than fireworks at the beach? As a Marine Corps Vietnam veteran, I was disgusted to not be allowed to celebrate the holiday in an appropriate manner. Shame, shame on you for this poor, ridiculous policy. As a huge constitutional conservative and supporter of law enforcement, I'm extremely disappointed."
So this is exactly my point, is it's not necessarily about enforcement. It should be more about the branding of Volusia County and us getting out there prior to July 4th, so that week. Why can't we be on WFTV or whoever saying, hey, just to let everybody know, because I think it's more of an issue of people have no idea that you cannot shoot fireworks off at the beach. And I think that's more of the deal, is people don't understand that it's not allowable. And then when they see 100 other people around them doing it, they certainly feel okay to bring out whatever they've brought. So I think that's more of the issue. So if we could do more of a public, if we could throw up a couple billboards during the month of June, or, I don't know, whatever. I'm not community information, but something to get the message out to help you in your role. I don't think that the resolution to this is, mega enforcement. I think the resolution is just really educating the public, which is what we've said on a number of issues. So that's what I would like to see happen.
I just wanted to give you both sides of the coin there to kind of show you that, that we get comments on both sides of it. So
Right.
there is aggressive enforcement on it. It's just insurmountable. There's just, tens of thousands of people down there, and even if we pulled every police officer in the state, in the county of Volusia down there to help, it just, it still wouldn't be enough. There's just too many people down there.
So I think if we polled the people in Volusia County that live here, most of them would say that, sure, it's, they would not know that it was not legal on the beach, especially on the holidays, and then certainly from out of county. So however we can do that. So if
I
staff,
think, with our social media, I think that's a good, get it out that way, or billboards or whatever. It's not going to help having it at the parks, at the beach, because so many residents live there. And like I said, I go to this condo every year, and we sit on the balcony and watch them. So, it's residents, it's people that's walking over. So, just to get that social media out, and we certainly have some good resources to at least let them know.
And I agree. Anything that
put up
would
signs
help
at the parks, maybe.
I'd be all
Yeah.
completely behind.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Andy, is it when you're out there and trying to enforce the ordinance, is it people on the beach or on the hotels, motels?
Well, it's both.
Yes.
Because we do have a lot of property that is adjacent to the beach, and on that private property on that night, they can use it. So you'll see fireworks going all over the place, and a lot of times when we get down to where we see them coming from, they're actually coming from an upland property. So it's both, but the beach is, there are just thousands of people down there to watch the fireworks on the pier and from the different cities.
I'm wondering if we can get the hotels to work with us, to help us. They could inform their guests somehow. Apparently they're not enforcing it at all. They have no security.
Yeah, they could enforce it on their own property with their own, but obviously they don't have any enforcement action on the beach. But I did meet with some of the hotel owners this morning at the Chamber of Commerce, and they are on board with sharing information and getting with us more often about issues that we have on the beach.
It's interesting that the letter that you read from the vet, and I understand his point. I think I hear from more vets that say because of their experience in actual war that it's disturbing to them. So
that's another issue.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was the first thing. The second thing I had was we had discussion today about the setback, the minimum setback for the wetlands standard. It's Clay. So council changed the minimum wetland setback to 250 feet, but what I found out today from the attorney from Glenn Storch was that changed to actually make it more stringent, to make it 250 feet, has now allowed exceptions for below the old 150 standard. Is what he is saying correct? And if so, I really think we need to revisit that policy, because that is not what I was agreeing to. I thought it was a minimum 250, just as the one before was a 150 with no below. So I'm not sure where we veered off.
No, ma'am. The ordinance that was adopted has the provisions that a applicant can seek a reduction in the 250-foot setback subject to a dewatering plan that would be reviewed by a consultant selected by the county staff, paid for by the applicant. That was the
special section.
that was included in that final ordinance in both first and second reading.
Well, I'd love to revisit that. I don't know how council feels about that, but the 150 that we had before had no change from the minimum, and the whole point of changing it to the new minimum was to keep things like that from happening. So
I don't want to revisit it. We got it done.
how does council feel about having staff revisit that to not be able to go below like the 150 we weren't able to go below before? Now we're able to go even below the 150.
I'm a no.
5-foot setback now. We
I'm a
actually
hard no.
made it left.
Yeah, I'm okay with the way we voted. I thought it was pretty secure. You know, they'd have to apply for a special exception, right? And that always has the opportunity to stop anything. It was pretty well explained when we voted on it.
Okay, well, I think the intent was to make it more stringent, and now we've actually allowed the loophole of being able to go way below 150, so, but okay, I hear you. The last thing I had was, I saw in the future forecast for later years for community information to get updates in their equipment, and I'm wondering, I talked with staff, and staff has said that there's actually monies in the current budget to provide that, and I'm under the understanding that they need new, it would be very helpful for them to have new cameras, and we have raised the bar, and I think it would sort of behoove us to provide them the tools and the resources to be successful in that role and to get us to where we need to be rather than waiting a couple years. And the need is there, so that being said, and there being plenty of money in their current budget to accommodate that, I'd love to see us going ahead and allowing or directing George to allow them to go ahead and get the newer cameras that they need now.
I don't feel comfortable doing that right here, making that decision now. I think that needs to have some discussion, and certainly the rest of the council here. You know, I wouldn't feel comfortable about saying go ahead and do that.
Can we bring it back for discussion? Or
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Do that.
Okay.
Next meeting.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Sure, actually, the director of that area, it's their responsibility to come to me and talk to me about those ideas. Unfortunately, he is a little under the weather today, but I will have that discussion, and the result of that I can bring back.
Okay. And obviously they're doing an excellent job in that area. Just want to make sure again that they have the tools and resources to be successful. We're asking a lot of them, and we need to make sure that they're updated with the technology. And I'd rather see it happen this year than next year or the year after. So, and that is all I have. Happy New Year.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple things. There was a product I've been looking at for that Lake Talmadge kind of issue, and I don't know if there's anything or if we have anything budgeted. I don't know if we're able to pull it up real quick just to give people an idea, possibly something to explore. Lakeweedharvester.com. Is that something we can pull up real quick? No? In a nutshell, what it is, and it's a solar-powered machine that has some shears on it that they use pretty much around the country, it appears, but to remote control, by remote, harvest these weeds and clear canals and whatnot. And this company actually does demos. I haven't reached out to them. It was something I've had on my plate for about a week or so, but I don't know if that's something we can look into, possibly reaching out to them. I want to say their smallest piece of equipment was about $15,000. That's pretty small. I don't know if it's something we can look into as a possible solution for those folks out there. Another thing, would that be something you guys would be willing to look into or bring more information back?
George, I mean, where did we leave off with that, Lake Talmadge? Because I thought we're not, it's kind of in between. The state says no longer, isn't that the one?
They sent us, actually someone from their surveying and mapping area sent a letter basically to the property appraiser about removing it as state waters, but we also have since alerted them that they, of course, we have records of them paying us to maintain that area, and I don't think they can just unilaterally say something like that, especially coming from that level. Yeah. So we're still working on that. Have you heard back anything?
I think that's really critical that we get that resolved.
As far as I can say, the method that we do it, we can look into various methods like this, contracting out. We've had many weed contractors like this through the years, so we can reach out if we're gonna go in that direction. We also, if we determine that we're going to do it, you know, we have people on staff that will, you know, look into that or other methods that we have to clear that canal. I'm not sure it's just a weed issue that they're talking about. I think what they're looking at is a buildup of muck through the years that's laying on the bottom, and they feel restricting the flow as much as the weeds. So again, until we really determine who's responsible, I wouldn't be, you know, we can certainly gather, and we will gather information about how we would do it. Actually, I talked to Ben about making a kind of a field trip out there in the meantime while we're waiting on that and start thinking about what we would do or how we would do it in case the answer would come back at us. But right now, we're still trying to work with the Fish and Wildlife because there's a lot of implications to them walking away from a navigable canal, because it's not the only one in the county, and that's what worries me. Is if we get down that road, then we'll have a lot more roads or a lot more canals to be going down. So that's the
well, Georgia, I know that was one of the things, Danny, I was going to bring up too, and I hate to jump in on your time, but as we're talking about it, you know, I did get a letter from a resident again, which I'm sure a lot of us did, or all of us did, but that's something we can't just walk away and act like we're not hearing that, because it's so critical for that whole area, and the flooding issues that are just going to continue to occur, and it is a huge concern. So I just think we need to put that high up on the list, but we also know that we are in budget time, so we have to always consciously be thinking about that. But where do we stand on that? Because I don't want those people to think that we've just shut our door and said we're done with it.
Correct. As Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director, as Mr. Walt said, we received some correspondence from the state where they basically asked to be removed as the owner of that canal. I responded back with 2 contracts where they contracted with us to provide maintenance of that canal, specifically to maintain navigable access, to maintain access for boats. And then after they quit contracting with us, paying us, they actually hired their own contractor. We have work plans from FWC that shows the same thing, that they were going out there and providing maintenance. And the funds that they were using, aquatic vegetation control funds, there's actually in the Florida Administrative Code, those funds can only be used on sovereign submerged land that are maintained by the state. So I referenced that in my correspondence back to them, which I did copy the council on. To that being said, we're not just letting it go. Mm-hmm. One thing, we're going out and we're installing what we call staff gauges, which are basically surveyed gauges set to, you know, that show the elevation. We're gonna have one in Lake Talmadge and then one right at the weir at 92. So that way we can see if there's a dramatic difference in elevation. That would be an indication that there's something checking the water up in the canal that might help us, you know, make the case to the state that something needs to be done. Because if the water is significantly higher in the lake than it is over at the weir, you know, common sense says there's something backing that up.
How often were they maintaining that? How often are?
They had a yearly plan to go in
Yearly,
there and do aquatic vegetation control. And then at some point, 6 years ago, they just stopped in
So
that
we
canal.
haven't done anything for 6 years?
State,
Okay.
the state has
They
it.
haven't done anything
They,
for 6 years?
from about 2001 to 2012, they paid us to do it.
Yeah, okay.
And then I believe it was Governor Scott changed, and they went in under his administration, and they went and contracted out with a private company to do the work. And so they did that for like 3 or 4 years, and then at some point they just stopped treating that particular canal. So, and it is vegetation, it is down trees, so it's something we're keeping an eye on. I know those residents are concerned, and we want to make sure that, you know, nobody gets flooded out on Lake Talbot.
Yeah, you'll give us updates on that as we're going
Absolutely.
along. I really appreciate it, because I have a great concern for them.
Yep.
That's a horrible situation to be in.
It's not a matter of how. Your division is very capable of doing it. And has
Yeah,
been
we've
doing it in
offered
other-
our assistance. I know the chair has made that case as well. We have no problems contracting with the state to do that work. In this particular case, there would be some issues to work out as far as access, because both sides of that canal are private property. But I think that's something we could get around. And, you know, long story short, I think it's theirs. I think we're pretty confident it's theirs to maintain. They've maintained it in the past. You know, we just hope that they step up and provide that funding.
Is that little ramp off Minnesota, is that county or is that on private property?
That's county.
Ramp that accesses those lakes, because I used to fish in there till it got all messed up.
Yeah.
And you would go down the
Yeah.
canal under the bridge.
That's a county
I'd have
ramp.
Control, but man, it's got so mucked up, I quit.
There's a public ramp, I think, into, is it Blue Lake?
Blue Lake.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then Blue Lake, you can work your way up into.
I always wondered, because it's right between two houses, and I always thought I was like it's somebody's yard or something, but it's.
Yeah, there's not much parking. That ramp is public, but provides only 1 or 2 spaces. So I think it's gotten more popular with kayakers and canoers than anything else.
And actually, now that the water level's up, I think you can make it from Blue Lake into Talmadge now.
Yeah.
But it all depends on for a long time, the water levels were lower, so. All right.
Thank you. Also, are we able to, or is council willing to direct staff to identify or create like a master list of county-owned land or surplus land that we don't have any ambition or future use with?
We have that, don't we? Didn't we
Had a
asked for
couple
that a
people
while
out.
ago?
Did we?
I think we do actually have that.
We have, Matt, we do. There were 2 things you mentioned there. We definitely have the list of surplus land. Clay manages that through his shop. We work it through a system to make sure that there is no use, because you would hate to give away or sell land and then find out we needed to put a retention pond or something there. So we put it through that process, and then eventually it's either used sometimes when it's lots and things, which we get through tax issues. We have used that for homeless to build low-income housing and those type of programs, Habitat for Humanity, et cetera. We've taken some and used them for like in and around the Blue Springs area. We've held on to them in a small lot type program where so that we're not putting in septic tanks in and around that area. So we have that list, and then we have properties that we want to keep, and we keep that. And we have, of course, both your master facilities list, those with properties that are buildings and such, and then we have other raw land list as well from land management.
Is that list something we can make more accessible to the public? Do we have these listed with an agent? Any of these lands, are they for sale, or are they?
Well, when the council decides to go to, yes, then they're put on and listed. Matter of fact, you gave us permission, and that's how we sold the Holly Hill facility, and we actually have, we're in the process of finalizing the sale of the property over on Canal Street that the county owns. So those they were listed with a realtor. That's how they were sold.
So is it possible we can go through that list more to
Sure.
get more property, strike down while this economy's booming, just to maximize our, that's something we're.
Exactly.
Okay.
And we review it, and we can continue to do that, because like I said, we don't want to have property we don't need, because there's comes with it, of course, a liability, and we want to get it back on the tax rolls.
Good, thank you. And lastly, have we ever considered about going paperless? I started reading budgets and policy in other counties and municipalities. A lot of them just going kind of stricter policy about going paperless. I know that's one of our largest expenditures, and probably where we can look at. Is that something we can?
Yeah, it's been more of a goal than a policy, but we can work on that. I mean, I'm attempting myself here I probably kill a tree a year just on the agenda. So I'm working my way through that as others are, and we can look at it being a policy. But I will say one of the things we're finding too is it's easy to say, but when we get into trying to store things and do things, it's also part of our IT challenge of making sure that we can handle that. We can scan things. We have areas where we literally could just have someone scanning all day long until we got caught up. And we are looking, and that actually, besides the paperless element, is a saving of space. And that's what we're also looking at. Things like we've worked with the court system and the clerk of the court. I know she's got a project that's been going on for some time that'll eventually actually free up a building. So that type of thing is what we are looking at. So I will look with the team on what we can do. But if the council desires to have an official policy, we can do that.
Would that be something you guys, or we can wait till the other folks get back before we make?
I don't think we need an official policy on it. I mean, I think staff has already been working toward that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
And we could talk more budget time, I think, as we're doing it, that it is a goal, and if we want to, and the team says they can accomplish it quicker with a little investment, then we'll put that in there as well.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
He done? Billy?
Yeah, I just have one thing. Ben, Ed Peck Park. Well, he called 3 times, or the number came up 3 times, so at 103, I hope it's a good call.
So, it's a good news, bad news. Bad news is the playground equipment, supply chain.
Is that
PTA,
the same problem that they had at the Y?
I guess it's the same. We ordered from the same place the YMCA ordered. I don't know. But
heard that today.
Yeah, it's on the same boat. Then.
Yeah.
It actually is a boat, the playground
I mean,
equipment.
was it made in the USA, or was it already?
I'm hoping it was. It should have been. What we're going to do is I've got with community information. I gave them 2 dates, the week of the 31st, either 31st or the 3rd. They should be coordinating. I know Kevin's not here today, but they should be coordinating with the family to try to set up an opening on that week.
That may have been why they were trying to contact you, because Kevin was to reach out to work with them. He probably has started that process. He's just not here to answer, but maybe they were giving you
I don't know. I'll be calling him on the way home.
Okay.
Will we be able to put the plaque up, or does that, the big beautiful plaque or will that have to wait until after the playground?
I don't know where that was being mounted.
I don't know either. I don't think anybody, I had never heard. Have you heard, George? Where that, beautiful plaque, historical plaque for them.
Is it like a...
It's a history. It's their picture. It's the history.
I can double check and find out. I think last I heard is it was the playground equipment. So I think that signage.
It's done.
Set. Yeah.
That sign is done. I know. I've seen.
Well,
we should be able to get that mounted.
Yeah, no matter what, we'll have it out there, and hope if it's mountable on something that's there, we'll do that. If it's not, we'll still have it out there temporarily mounted so we can have the opening.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And they were going to have a ship, I think.
The ship is the playground.
Oh, that is the whole playground.
Yeah, it's like some kind of, like kids can climb on or something. It's custom made. So it's, that was my understanding.
Does it have containers, little
So we,
container thing on there?
so we don't have any.
They might have put it in service.
I mean, is
ferrying
it
things back and
just
forth.
out there somewhere and we don't know where it is because it was ordered a long time ago?
Yeah, the playground equipment came through council as a separate purchase.
Right.
I want to say at the end of not the end of last year, but towards the latter part of last year. And they gave us an ETA on when it could get in. We were hoping to get it in. And, now that the park's essentially done, absent this playground equipment, and it's just got caught up in these supply chain issues. So we will have the ribbon cutting. It just will be absent the
And so we're looking at the end of this month or the
31st. I believe the dates I gave Kevin were the 31st or the 3rd.
Okay.
So we have a council meeting that week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Don't go away. It's almost like dealing with Captain Jack Sparrow. You never know where the boat's going to show up next. But I want to close the loop, as much as we can today on Lake Talmadge. It's interesting that I think every council member had something. I know that you have. Well, the first thing I want to say, this came up right after I was elected, but the county stepped up months ago and said that we would do it, but we can't just go in and do it without permission from the state and without reimbursement from the state, hopefully. So I don't want the public to get the wrong idea that we're dragging our feet. We've not. I was really pleased with how quickly the county staff stepped up and said, we'll figure out a way to do it. You have responded to the state with the information that you just told us about, but you haven't heard back. There's been no reply since that yet?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You're free to go.
Okay. Thank you.
I will say, Danny had a good idea. I don't know if I'm sure you do. You remember the company that came called Aquaculture?
Mm-hmm.
And they have a combine on an airboat that could clear that, but I don't think they can clear it in its current form because there's so many downed trees, dead trees, and large woody plants growing in it. So we've got to get it cleaned. And then their business model, they're down working on Lake Okeechobee right now, and as proof of concept, their business model is when they get done to have a bunch of smaller units to do things just like this, and both private lakes. And so then we wouldn't even have to buy the equipment. You could lease it. But so it may be one more option. I think you said, Ben, it was been 6 years. You don't have to come back. It's been 6 years, and boy, it looks like it now. What worries me is it's not just Lake Town; it's the whole chain of lakes. And if they all back up, I mean, we've already got Gerald Feaser's seawall is coming down into the lake because it's so high. So, but the county has not dragged its feet, and I know that Representative Federhoff is trying to help us, but we do need an answer before the next rainy season, and we just had a really good rain. Well, last thing for me, Cyrus, you're still here. If I can pick on you for a second. I did a town hall meeting in Midtown, and there was a question that came up that you gave me an answer to today without making any enemies anywhere. There was some county-owned land just east of what's the restaurant?
So we have Hooligans.
Yes. And
they said suddenly it's a nightmare and it's county owned, and why aren't we cleaning it up? And there's an answer. If you can just enlighten the people that asked the question, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Resources. Embry-Riddle is working on a construction project, and they had used a portion of that land for a laydown construction area. And so they're winding down on that project. We're going to work very closely with them to make sure that they get that area cleaned up.
Okay. I love simple answers. Oh, thank you. And that's land that you hope to one day have another paying enterprise on, I assume?
Well, that particular piece of land is going to be very difficult to build on because it's very close to our runway protection zone for runway 16. So you want to keep that as clear as possible. So activities like a laydown area for construction equipment will probably be about as much as we'll be able to do with that right now.
Could we dress it up?
We
and
could
just make it
definitely
look
dress
nice
it
for
up.
the public, trim the
Little landscaping.
That's the question, or that's the first thing that came to me was the trees are not trimmed. There's so, you know.
That's something we could look at.
Thank you. And that's all I had. Staff is done. I guess we're done with. There is a motion to adjourn by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye. 5-0. So, are we signing tonight? Carissa, are we signing tonight? Well.